So you might have noticed I covered the Evil Dead franchise briefly during the first Monster Madness way back in 2007, and now we're going to revisit some of these topics. Not all, there's going to be a lot of new ones as well. So the only feasible way I saw to bring back Monster Madness this year was to do it unscripted, rental review style, and just lock ourselves in the dungeon with all these movies.
Wait, we're locked in?
Yeah.
Oh.
So you're still gonna get James and Mike Mondays, rental reviews on Fridays, an Angry Nerd episode, and all the remaining days, you'll get one of these type of videos. So it's a video every day in October, because that's how we do it.
Sounds great.
All right, so Evil Dead.
Evil Dead is a franchise.
Yeah, so we're briefly gonna go over the trilogy as well as the TV series.
Are we leaving out the remake?
Oh, I forgot about that. I honestly forgot about it. Nobody wanted a remake. Nobody wanted it.
A lot has happened with Evil Dead since you reviewed it. There's been a ton of comics, there's video games, the remake. I feel like the early 2000s, Evil Dead had this like revival. And it really just built up, and then eventually the TV show. But yeah, let's revisit Evil Dead.
Evil Dead? What's so evil about being dead? I'm dead, and I'm great. So what makes this trilogy special is and as well as the series, the TV show, is that its ability to balance humor, horror, atmosphere, innovative special effects, and creative camera work.
Yes.
Plus, it's a product of young filmmakers such as the Raimi brothers and Bruce Campbell.
Yes.
So it's kind of like one of those how do I say those like feel-good stories about young filmmakers getting together and make a movie. You know,
it led to many things. It led to the Spider-Man movies getting made.
Yeah.
Led to Hercules and Xena getting made, which is what got me into Evil Dead, because it was that same kind of humor, just more violent. But no, I love Evil Dead. I discovered it in the early 2000s. I actually have my DVD here. I got it signed by everyone in the cast in 2004 at Monster Mania, and then just 2 years ago, I finally got Bruce Campbell. I left the middle space for him. I really got into Evil Dead. I love Evil Dead. Not the biggest Evil Dead fan of my family. I think my cousin Monica has me beat. But yeah, this series is very important to me. It's very influential to young filmmakers, especially the first one. It taught me a lot of tricks and stuff that I used in college and whatnot.
Oh, if you get a chance, the best behind the scenes stuff I ever read was in the Bruce Campbell's book. It's called If Chins Could Kill, Confessions of a B-Movie Actor.
I have his newest book. That's when I got his autograph. He's got another book too. He has a couple books, yeah, but one just came
after
out.
the Make Love the Bruce Campbell Way.
Yeah, there's like an even more recent one, yeah.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
So the plot in a nutshell is just about there's this ancient book bound in human flesh. And
inked in human blood.
Yeah, inked in human blood. You read from it, and it summons all kinds of crazy demons and shit.
Yeah.
And the thing is with these movies is that it's not really it's not exactly zombies. It's not exactly like vampires.
They look like zombies, but they're possessed demons.
They're deadites.
Deadites, yeah.
It's its own thing. It's like,
unlike Exorcist, it's not like tied to Catholicism or anything. It's like their own unique demons. One of them is just the camera chasing you, just an invisible demon.
Yeah. The camera tricks in this movie is like they had, where they put the camera on a plank of wood and then two guys would run with it. Yeah. And this camera is always chasing him, and you never see what it is that's following him, which is...
You never see, even in the TV show, you see it kicking up dust, but it still doesn't show you what the hell it is.
And that's the way it's meant to be.
It's better that way, oh, fuck it. It's an invisible demon monster that everyone seems to know where it is.
I mean, there's so many creative things, like in the second movie when he's on he's like on that thing and it's flying with him and he's just kind of spinning around.
Yeah. A lot of reverse photography in this series, especially the famous tree scene. They show like the branches going around the girl. It was all shot in reverse. I'm like, oh, that's actually a real clever trick.
The video game controllers in the Rob the Robot episode of Angry Video Game Nerd. I mean, and then there's like the shot where the camera goes through the back window of the car and comes out the front and everything. And you see all those tricks come back in mostly Spider-Man 2. And it was cool to see.
The Dr. Octopus scene is straight up Evil Dead.
Yeah. And there's even a chainsaw,
Yeah. I didn't see that stupid Wizard of Oz movie, but I think in the trailer they show...
It was pretty good. It was all right. It was okay.
But they showed like the witch scraping the wood, like Evil Dead 2, or Evil Dead when they scrape the wood with their nails. So he constantly references older stuff, which is nice.
And they're all huge Three Stooges fans, so a lot of Three Stooges humor comes up in these movies.
All their stuntmen are credited as fake shemps.
It begins as mostly horror. It's pretty straight horror, and it gets more comedic.
Yeah, people say the first one's comedic, but I think that's unintentional. It's just like
a little bit. But
it's like budget limitations. You know, like the acting, like they were all like new actors and stuff like that. Like Bruce Campbell, like his voice is cracking half the movie. Like Bruce Campbell's very young in this. He's got a unibrow that I've never seen since, so that's how I know Bruce Campbell shaves his unibrow. But he looks very dorky and dweeby.
He doesn't get his like personality really until the second movie. Like,
it's kind of like Aliens, where like Ripley's just kind of like there, and then the second one is where she becomes the badass. It's the Evil Dead kind of follows that.
I just remembered Within the Woods was actually like the first Evil Dead, really.
Right. That was were they in high school or college when they made that?
I think it was high school. I'm not sure, but or like early college. They made this film. I think it was on 8mm, and it was just called Within the Woods. And it's like, so the budget drastically increases with each installment. So it starts with this like home movie basically, and personally, like, I mean, I still like the first Evil Dead, and I think the highlight is the end with all the stop motion. But but for the longest time, when I first saw Evil Dead, I rented it from the video store. When I was in high school, I think. And I wasn't really that impressed with it the first time I saw it. And it wasn't until I finally saw the second movie later in college, I was like, oh, wow, I get it now. This is great. So I think, my opinion, I just think the second movie is way better.
Oh yeah, the second one is definitely my favorite. Like by far my favorite. It is infinitely rewatchable.
It's also my favorite horror movie of the 80s, I think, as well. So.
By the way, one of the best commentary tracks ever. Evil Dead 2.
Boy, they are hilarious.
They point out so much stuff. So like Evil Dead 2, there's a scene where people are getting off a plane, and you see like this one guy who works at the airport like working on the door. It turns out he couldn't figure out how to open the door.
Introducing Sarah.
He can't get that door open. Look at Rob.
Right.
Like this stupid
That's
door.
Rob Tepper, the producer on the right. He can never
I wish
get
he
that
never
door
told
open.
me that.
He's still there today.
Yeah, and the commentary tracks, like when Bruce Campbell's running through the house, they point out that you can see the tops of the set in in that one big tracking shot.
That and From Dusk Till Dawn, I think, are two of my favorite commentaries.
Let's talk about continuity in the series.
Oh, so it's a part remake.
Yes.
So I feel like you don't really need the first Evil Dead when you have two, because it starts off as a remake of it, and then it picks up, and then it's
technically there's very loose continuity throughout all of them, and like technically they're all self-contained, really. Like the second one, at the time, the first one was owned by someone else, so they reshot everything because they couldn't get footage. And then the third one, they're like, all right, well, let's reshoot everything again for this backstory. But like the beginning of each movie ignores the ending of the previous movie or changes it. Like Evil Dead 2, he goes back to medieval times and they're all worshiping him.
And then we didn't even get into like the multiple endings of Army of Darkness.
And then the TV show has the whole thing.
Yeah, I was like, because so Army of Darkness, they couldn't get the rights to the footage of Evil Dead 2. So they refilmed the scene where he's fighting with his hand and has to cut it off with a chainsaw. In Evil Dead 2, it's so much better because you see the blood just spraying onto his face. In Army of Darkness, the camera just kind of like zips past him and you don't see any blood or anything.
Because Army of Darkness was made by Universal, so they was kind of like Phantasm. They like Universal
had something to do with it.
Universal, they tend to buy sequels. They do the same thing for Halloween. They'll buy like a sequel to like a really popular horror film and then give it a big budget and add explosions everywhere. But the third one is where it drips into like action comedy. Like the horror aspect is kind of gone at that point.
By the time you get to Army of Darkness, it's like Three Stooges, and I love it. I love it all. But you go from horror to horror comedy to comedy horror.
Army of Darkness is the first one I saw. I remember growing up with comics, and I might even still have them. They had ads for Army of Darkness, and then I remember I watched it a couple years later on like cable, and I'm like, oh, this is like a real fun movie and stuff. I had no idea it was like the third in the series, It should have been called Medieval Dead, like they wanted to call
Yeah, I know. That would have been so much better.
But then in high school, a friend introduced them to me, and my cousin Monica told me about them. I'm like, all right, I guess I got to watch these. And I fell in love with them. Like, I bought the DVDs. I'm like, I need to watch these over and over and over again.
Like the cliffhanger at the end of 2, like hooked me in immediately. I was like, okay, I gotta see Army of Darkness now. And Army of Darkness, I think, it's I still like the second one the best, but I think the character of Ash is fully formed by the third movie because
he's like full on badass.
Yeah, he's badass, but he's a dick, and he's also very inept, like forgetting the magic words and stuff like that, and like
Klaatu Verada Nektu from Day the Earth Stood Still. He couldn't remember that.
Yeah. Well, maybe I didn't say every single tiny syllable, but I said them, yeah. Like, he takes no responsibility for anything. Like, no. All these people are dying, and there's just like...
He's mostly responsible for, like... Well, I guess Dr. Jacoby is the one responsible... Or not Dr. Jacoby? Dr. Nobi. Dr. Jacoby is Twin Peaks. Dr. Nobi is the one responsible for bringing the demons out. The professor who leaves his tape recorder behind. But Ash is the one who's, like, always hitting play on the recorder. He's, like... He's fucking up the secret code, unleashing everything. Yeah, he's a total fuck up. I
know. And he's fucked up in more than like 2 time periods.
Oh, he's fucked up in the comics too. He brings zombies to the Marvel universe, and an Army of Darkness Marvel Zombies and he ends up killing every Marvel character. So I think Army of Darkness, I think Sam Raimi was like using this to help produce, because he ended up doing the Hercules miniseries, which ended up becoming a TV show, and Xena. I think he used Army of Darkness as kind of like a testing ground, like, and then went to TV studios, like, look, we did this medieval thing, please give me a show. Which is it was a good testing ground. It worked.
And it's one of the best skeleton battles. I mean, it's like...
It's very Jason the Argonauts times like a million.
It's 100% like inspired by Jason the Argonauts.
Yeah.
I'm like, let's take this and run with it.
And it's just so ridiculous. It doesn't care like how ridiculous it is. I love Ash fighting all the little Ashes, and then evil Ash shows up.
Yeah.
Who gets even eviler and scarier looking, and Bruce Campbell plays both parts.
Yeah. And then there's the commentary track on this one's great too.
Yeah.
And there's something they pointed out that I never noticed was that they're so intense with all these new techniques that they did something that I've never seen done, an audio rack focus. Where when he has a flaming arrow, and it, rack focuses from the arrow to like the skeleton army or whatever, and when it happens, you hear the sizzling of the flame, but then it fades to like the battle, like and it's like cool. An audio rack focus. I can't. I mean, I'm sure it must have been done somewhere else, but I can't think of another time.
I think the commentary also points out that Ted Raimi is like 4 people in that movie.
Oh yeah, and in the second one too, he's like Henrietta. A bunch of. Yeah.
And the first one, he's one of the fake Shemps. Like, they couldn't get the actor for one of the reshoots, so he's like the actor's legs for a second.
Oh, and the second one, there's a part where there's a slit in the back of the suit. And when he turns around, it's like just his bare ass or his boxers or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, and then the behind the scenes of these are so great too. Like going back to the second one again, they show him getting out of, Ted Raimi getting out of the suit.
And all the sweat.
Yeah. It's like cups of sweat just dripping out.
So gross.
Yeah. Bruce Campbell's physical acting is some of the best in all these movies. And like, jumping back to the second one more time, like the scene where he's fighting with his hand. I mean, we mentioned already they had to reverse shots. Yeah. So he had to master the art of acting backwards. And also when you see the behind the scenes footage and you see him like doing that flip, and when you, because in the movie it's like sped up, but when you see the real thing, like from the B-roll like video cameras, you see him do it, and you're like, oh wow, he really did all that stuff. And in Army of Darkness, one of my favorite parts is when he pours the hot water down his throat because he swallows the little mini ashes, and the only way he could kill me, he has to just take one. He's like, look, I'm gonna pour this hot water down my throat. I don't give a fuck. And then he does it. And like the way he acts it, I really believe it's like hot water, because he's just like laughing, but at the same time just wincing in pain. It's such a horrible thought to.
Can we talk about the little rivalry they had with Wes Craven?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Evil Dead 1, they go into the basement, and inexplicably this professor who owned the cabin had a poster of Hills Have Eyes in his basement that's ripped up.
Because Hills Have Eyes had Jaws ripped up originally.
It was just a picture of a shark, but I think the idea was that it was Jaws.
Yeah, it's like the idea is basically like, oh, that's not real horror.
Yeah.
This is real.
So then Evil Dead did that to Hills Have Eyes. Then in Nightmare on Elm Street, the girl's watching Evil Dead.
Yeah.
And then Evil Dead 2, Ash goes into the work shed and Freddy's glove is hanging behind him. So they were constantly going back and forth. Oh, shit.
Kraken. Yeah. Don't fuck with the Kraken. Yeah, I mean, the last thing about, the Army of Darkness, besides having so many memorable quotes, we could just quote it all day, but at the very end, when if you've seen the director's cut ending where he goes into the future, that was meant to be the real ending, but then the studio wanted a more like upbeat ending, so then they have him come back to his own time and everything's fine. But I always wanted to see an Evil Dead 4 that picks up from that timeline. But eventually, all this time later, we got the show, which I was so happy they did, because when they did the remake, usually it's like, okay, once you do a remake, they're not going to go back again and do the original.
Even though Bruce Campbell does have a cameo at the very end, that doesn't make any sense.
Which I never saw because it was after the credits. I heard about that though, but
it's just,
it's like, what's the point,
the
really?
remake was fine. You can see it's like kind of what the original wanted to be. I think it could have built up to the scares a little bit more. It kind of goes a little too early with it. Like it opens with like that exorcism and the girl lighting on fire.
Evil Dead is Ash Williams. It's like it's not Evil Dead without Ash, without him and his one-liners, and it's really, it revolves around him, his personality. So
and I guess one of the things that kept the franchise going was the fans, because like even before the remake, like I said, there were tons of comics. The comics are actually pretty interesting. There's some really good ones in there. The video games, not all of them great. I think you played the PlayStation 1 game and you weren't thrilled with it. But Evil Dead Regeneration on PS2 is great. Ted Raimi's your sidekick. It's hilarious.
Oh, cool.
And Ash does the voice in them. So things were still going. They were going to do Freddy versus Jason versus Ash, but they couldn't get it off the ground. Like Sam Raimi and them, they didn't like that they couldn't control Freddy and Jason as characters. Like they didn't have full creative freedom. So it went away. Then we get the remake. Like you said, you thought that was it from then on. Yeah. The remake did super well. I'm surprised they didn't do a sequel. And then just out of nowhere, one day they're like, hey, we're making a TV show.
Yeah.
And the show is great.
Yeah, and I love how it was complete like fan service. Where in the beginning of the show, Bruce Campbell like says, so this is because we've gotten so much request for this, and we've heard your requests, and we're answering. He basically says it in the really funny Bruce Campbell way, where he's like, now you could all quit your bitching, or whatever he says. I forget what he says exactly, but it was funny. It wasn't the Evil Dead 4 I wanted. Like I wanted to see every movie in a different time period, where it's like, okay, now he's in the future. But hey, I'll take it. I was really glad they did it.
They were limited by some, like they weren't allowed to reference Army of Darkness. But to be fair, they work in ideas from Army of Darkness. Like I think season 1, there's like an evil Ash, not the evil Ash. They eventually do time travel. And I think there was another reference in there. But like they definitely revisited ideas from Army of Darkness without saying it happened. But one of my favorite things, because we were talking about continuity, the show kind of makes fun of its continuity. Like it shows flashbacks to Evil Dead 1 and 2 that contradict each other. And I think I was telling you, in season 3, Ash is walking through his high school and he goes, I met my first Linda over there, his girlfriend. Oh. So it's like, oh wait, did he really date multiple Lindas and keep going back to the cat?
The gore was really impressive in this.
Because it was a Star show, so they were allowed to like go nuts. It was like on premium cable.
He fights an asshole.
All right, what was grosser for you? The morgue fight scene in season 2 or the sperm bank fight scene in season 3? The sperm bank thing had me like, I almost threw up. I was like, bleh, bleh.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember, the one that sticks out is the asshole one. Like, it's been a long time since I've watched it now, because I was watching it like weekly as it was airing, and it's been a long time now. So, but that's what stuck out.
Yeah, the cast of characters is great. Famously, I had a crush on Dana DiLorenzo, and she retweeted me, and then I printed out the tweet and got her to sign it.
We all need Dana DiLorenzo on our desk. Oh, I forgot it got real sweet at the end.
It's very important.
I know,
very
I'm
important.
blushing.
Yeah, because I guess because this was a series, they needed more time, so it was like, okay, let's bring in some supporting characters, and they were a lot of fun. So
I like how they like point out how ridiculous Ash is.
Yeah,
because he's saying like stuff that doesn't fly today. He's being like accidentally raised, and they like point him out. They're like, "Hey, man, relax."
Yeah. It was just kind of like one of those things where it's like. It was just an unexpected gift. It was like, oh, cool. I thought that we were never going to see that.
And then bittersweet ending.
Yeah,
the show ended.
Spoiler alert. It did get canceled, unfortunately. But hey, we got 3 seasons out of it. That's good.
And fitting in with the series, it ends on a cliffhanger, which most of the movies do. So I feel like that's kind of an appropriate ending.
Yeah, and even though the cliffhanger from Army of Darkness, which never got followed up, was not the true ending because the studio changed it. Yeah. But this ending of Ash vs. Evil Dead reminded me of that ending in Army of Darkness, where it had that weird open-ended where, like, okay, really, how would you follow that up? Like, it's just it's like, there's
Mad Max now.
Yeah. So even though, I've noticed some people say like, oh, well, it ends on it's a shame that they didn't get to follow up. It's like, you know what? This is the best way it could have ever ended.
I was fine with it. Yeah, I was fine with it. I think they knew that they probably weren't getting a season 4. So it does kind of have like a little bit of a conclusion before that. He makes peace with his daughter, he's like says bye to his friends and stuff. Yeah. So I thought it wrapped up nicely. And like the ambiguous ending, I think that just works for the series. What was your favorite demon in all of the franchises? Like the scariest one?
The scariest one. I think it was probably that like weird. It was the mom in the cellar in Evil Dead 2 probably. It turns into like the bird thing. And, I swallow your soul. I swallow your soul. Swallow this.
I really liked season 1, that pale demon with the gum, like the gums exposed. Yeah, remember, because like his gums stood still, but the rest of his body was vibrating.
That was a pretty creepy one.
That scared the shit out. I'm like, that like is uncomfortable to look at.
Yeah. I'm more of a movie guy than a TV series guy, but I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm getting a whole lot more than what I would have gotten with one movie. So, hey, I'll take it. Yeah. Great. So I'm glad. So thank you, Bruce and Sam and everybody. You know. And just so you know, not all these videos are going to go as long as this one because we had 3 movies plus a series. So, yeah. All right. Hey, Mike. Sorry to drag you down here in this dungeon, talk some movies. Remember this movie Incubus?
I do. We watched it back in college.
Yeah, you showed this to me, and I remember it had this trailer on there because William Shatner's in this movie. So we did a video on this a while back. It was top 10 shitty Shatner movies. And actually, I don't think this is a shitty movie. I think it's actually pretty good.
Well, William Shatner thought it was shitty.
Yeah, it's funny, there was a Q&A at a panel he did with Nimoy, and they were talking about Incubus, and Shatner had a lot to say about it. Like he was saying, it was filmed entirely in Esperanto, and he went into the whole history of it. And then Nimoy asks, "So was it a good movie? Was it interesting?" He goes, "No."
Yeah. So what's funny to me is that Shatner was doing not so good movies prior to Star Trek and then not so good movies after Star Trek. So he had a whole history of
it was early 66, I think,
I do want to mention though, he has done some good movies. They were all shit.
Now available from Windstar Home Video.
So it was made by director Leslie Stevens, who did The Outer Limits. And Shatner was on The Outer Limits, a couple episodes.
That's why he probably got into this.
Yeah, and he was in a couple Twilight Zones, of course.
Everybody knows that Twilight Zone episode, the Nightmare at 20,000 Feet. But those Outer Limits ones are really funny. Remember the one where he's in the spacesuit?
Yeah,
that one. He makes some crazy.
He's just making faces,
expressions.
And there's a monster coming in through the portal of the ship. Basically, if you just take Shatner making a crazy facial expression and combine that with some goofy-looking monster, you have cinematic magic.
Yeah.
Lost in a film vault in France for nearly 35 years.
So this movie was lost for 35 years until they found a copy in France. But the original idea was to film the whole movie in the language of Esperanto.
I wonder if it was lost on purpose because it was so bad.
I don't know. Well, we'll get into that because it has merits. It definitely does. But the idea was that Esperanto is a universal language and people speak it all over the world. The idea was that they would appeal to a wide market, although what they didn't consider was you're not going to be able to fill a movie theater with all Esperanto speaking people. So
I never thought about that.
Yeah, because you're not going to find enough people in big numbers in one spot.
Didn't it have something to do with like Gene Roddenberry also? I think he wanted to film Star Trek in that.
Yeah, could you imagine if Star Trek was in Esperanto?
That would have been bad. From what I saw and heard from like those people that have learned the language, apparently the actors in the movie didn't really do the best job. Like they mispronounce a lot of the Esperanto.
Yeah, like it's not good Esperanto. Yeah. They weren't native speakers.
They mispronounce this made-up language, so it's a big deal.
Hey, do you know any Esperanto? What do you got? No, I don't.
Packed with gorgeous blondes, satanic sacrifices.
So this movie, it came out right before all the hype about like satanic cults and like, evil material like Rosemary's Baby, The Exorcist, The Omen. Mm-hmm. This was kind of right before that phase happened. So what it's about, roughly, just in a nutshell, this movie, Shatner plays this soldier named Mark who returns from the war, and he's seduced by a succubus, who are like a female demon that seduces men, but then they actually end up falling in love. But she has a sister succubus who gets pissed off that she's not gonna like kill him or whatever. Mm-hmm. So succubus, this movie sucks, all right. Yeah, good one. So the sister succubus raises an incubus, which is the opposite. It's like a male demon.
Right.
So then Shatner has to go head to head with all these demons and shit, and there you go.
So it's mostly about like the succubuses, but like is the monster at the end, is that like the demon? Is that,
the goat?
Is that Incubus?
Oh, the goat. It's the incubus turns into the goat at the end.
Okay,
and then,
that's right.
And then wrestles with the girl, which is really weird the way it's shot, because they keep showing this fake goat head, but then they cut to like these fake hooves.
Yeah, because you can see like the tongue coming out of the mouth and stuff. So it's like stock footage of a goat combined with, or maybe they shot it, I don't know. I had thought that it was, my memory, like Mandela effect. I had thought that it was William Shatner, because I was like, in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, it's kind of like when he fought the Mugatu or the Gorn.
Yeah,
and then
you
watch the movie, he doesn't, it's the girl who's fighting.
Yeah, I mean, Shatner's like, he's like in the church watching. We mentioned that he does not fight the goat. He does fight the incubus though, who turns into the goat later. Yeah. And that the scene where he's fighting the incubus has that awkward fight choreography, which he would be known for.
Jumping up against the walls and doing the karate chops.
Yeah. It's kind of like, I remember like a part where he has the knife and he's just like kind of like, he almost looks like he's like dancing with it or something.
Right. He was always like slamming into background objects, kind of like you just did. Right there.
Yeah, he bumped the lantern there. So I mentioned there's some good merits with this movie, and so let's get to that. Okay. I think it's mainly the cinematography is great. It's by Conrad Hull, who later won an Academy Award for American Beauty. I
feel like this might be a good thing if you want to like throw that stuff on in the background on a TV at like a Halloween party. That could work. But the fact that it's like you can't understand the movie unless you happen to speak that language kind of hurts it a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's subtitled. I mean, that's not a problem.
True.
It's like, it's like any movie that's subtitled.
Now, earlier we talked about how, they couldn't get the people into the theater because it was in Esperanto, but, the fact that it's subtitled, it's kind of like, well, people go to see movies that are subtitled, so what would
Not as much. I think that's the problem, is just that a lot of people don't want to watch subtitled movies. I think that might be what hurt it. The best shot in the whole movie, which you have to mention, we got to show a picture of that. So 8 minutes in, there is a shot where the succubus is killing the first victim. She's stepping on his head, forcing his face into the sand under the water, and you're just thinking, some poor guy is holding
that, right?
Yeah, like there is no way to fake it. Sure. Some guy is holding his breath with somebody's foot on him. Like, it's just hard to imagine like how that was done. But
I mean, the guy probably just held his breath. And,
but like, what if he needed to come up? Like, how would he let them know?
Right.
But it just looks nice too. It's just like this really creepy, disturbing shot.
Yeah. Now that was filmed on the beach. Is that around the same area of the movie where the guy's sucking on the egg?
No, it comes later, but yeah, it's near. That's near the beginning too, but it's after that.
Yeah.
There's a guy holding a frog while sucking on an egg, and they don't explain it or anything. It's just
I feel like that's just, it's already Esperanto. I think that's just like some art house shit they were throwing because what does that mean?
What
does it mean?
What does it mean? There's this like satanic cult, and there's like all this weird. You know, when you get into all that stuff, it's just kind of like oh well, maybe that's like some like custom that has to do with that. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe there is. Maybe there is.
I like your defense of the egg.
There's this one shot where there's this window frame and you're looking through it, and there's this big wind machine that's blowing all the grass, and that was a cool shot. There's really good lighting on Shatner's face. That part always sticks out to me.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
You know, a well-lit Shatner face is always good. You remember they'd always do like those lighting shots in Star Trek. Those really weird, like they're just lighting your eyes, but the rest of everything
kind of like
else is dark.
Lugosi and Dracula. Yeah, it's with
true.
the eyes,
Yeah.
Wrapping this up, basically, I think it's a really good atmospheric horror film, but it is kind of uneven. It's a little bit, you know, it just has a bizarre nature to it. You know, it's really funny. There's the trailer on the DVD, which you showed me in college.
The trailer is great. The trailer makes it very entertaining.
Yeah.
If nothing else, just watch that.
It's not a vintage trailer. It's a trailer they made after.
It's a DVD
It's
trailer.
a DVD trailer. They put it out after, and it says, packed with satanic rituals, resurrection of the dead, and William Shatner. According to the DVD, there was a curse. Leslie Stevens, director, his production company went bankrupt and he got divorced. One of the actors killed his girlfriend and then committed suicide. So one of the actresses also committed suicide, and the daughter of another actress was kidnapped and murdered. So this was kind of like one of those, those like cursed movies, you know?
Isn't like Poltergeist? Isn't that one of the other cursed? Yeah.
Poltergeist had a bunch of stuff happen. Yeah.
Top 10 cursed horror movies.
Maybe.
If there is that many.
Here's a curse for you. Fuck you. What can you say? I love Ernest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we did a review of Ernest Goes to Jail, so check that out.
Yeah, which I loved.
Yeah, actually, for me, it's a tough pick, but it's either Ernest Goes to Jail or Ernest Scared Stupid.
Yeah,
is my favorite.
I don't know which one I liked better either, to be honest. I loved both of them, and I'm coming at this new. I never watched these growing up, so I'm seeing these for the first time when we watch them, and I love everything about them. They're cartoony, but they're also like endearing, and Ernest is amazing. Jim Varney's an incredible actor. He's so animated. Every facial expression he does is something I could never do. I love that sideways, like kind of like kind of laugh that he does like all the time. Every time that hits, it's one of my favorite moments of the movie.
Yeah. Like, he's such a noble character all the time. Like, he's always trying to do the right thing, but he's, you know, he's a screw up. But that's really cool to know that, seeing it fresh, you know, all this time, that you could still enjoy it as much. Yeah. Because I saw this in the theater. I think it was the last one that he did that was really good. I think after that it started to go downhill, but still, you know, he kept it going for a while. So this movie, I mean, it is the perfect fun horror comedy where it's kind of got like horror elements. I mean, there's parts in it that are really creepy. Yeah. But it also is really funny. The opening credits, I remember I always loved as a kid because all it is Ernest reacting to all these horror clips, which are all public domain. It's Nosferatu, Hideous Sun Demon, Brain from Planet Arrows, and Screaming Skull, and probably some others. But I remember just the opening credits, I was just always wanting to find out what are all those movies. Yeah, that one that they show with the giant brain and the guy is attacking it with the axe. Yeah. I think from Planet Arrows. Is that okay? Yeah. I think they use that in Malcolm in the Middle's intro as well. So, but there's a lot of killer brain movies, so it took me a long time to figure out which one it was. But the plot of this movie, it's just Ernest fighting trolls. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, he I guess his descendants put a troll into the ground, and of course Ernest generations later or
unearths this troll.
Yeah.
You know, and of course he's trying to tell the townspeople, like, look, there's a troll running around, and no one believes him, except for the kids who actually do.
Yeah.
But, you know, of course, no one's going to believe kids and Ernest.
Yeah.
When Ernest is always just, you know, he almost kills himself in the beginning of the movie by getting stuck in a garbage compactor. Like, the first thing he does.
Yeah. So he's like the friendly neighborhood garbage man, and he helps the neighborhood kids build this epic treehouse.
Yeah, which is awesome.
Yeah, like I mean that treehouse was amazing. Like I wanted something like that as a kid.
I never had a treehouse as a kid, but every time you see these movies, like there's so many movies from this time that there's a treehouse, but it's the most amazing treehouse you could ever build in the world. Yeah. And I used to just always want a treehouse so bad because of these movies. Yeah. Anytime there's a movie with kids in a treehouse, I'm just like, I'm into it because it just makes me think about what it was like being a kid again. Running around in like the woods and stuff like that. Parents used to make you actually play outside. You weren't allowed to play video games until, you know, it was dark. No, this was... But of course, this treehouse happens to be built on an ancient tree, which is where the trolls it's used to entomb this troll. And of course, Ernest goes about doing everything that he shouldn't to make this troll come back out. Yeah, because there's this old hermit played by Eartha Kitt, who is the only person who knows about the troll. Yeah. And, you know, I guess she's like, everybody else thinks she's just like the neighborhood, like lunatic or whatever. You know, she was around, or she was a kid, I think. I think she was like one of the little kids who didn't get caught. Which was like a long time ago. And now in the present day, she's like this old hermit living alone. She's like, you know, freaking out over like the troll's going to come back. And then, if you say the magic words, that's the thing. She could just not tell him the magic words and they'd be fine. Of course, she tells Ernest the magic words, and then of course he goes over to the tree and says the words, and and then revives the troll. And Eartha Kitt is like, she is Catwoman. And she keeps up with Ernest the entire time. She is just as good as he is in this movie. She's really funny because she's so weird and creepy. But her acting is just as like over the top as Ernest is. Where you think like, you know, when we were talking about like Dumb and Dumber, where people were saying like, oh, you're not going to be able to keep up with Jim Carrey. She is step for step with Ernest in this movie. She's great. There's parts where like she like talks in like a really low voice, like she's reading off a book or something, and then she says something loud, and Ernest, it looks like Jim Varney is genuinely like startled every time she like This one is, I would say I like this one as much as Ernest Goes to Jail. Ernest Goes to Jail is a lot more lighthearted. This movie has its moments that are downright upsetting. This is a movie I could see, you know, you take your kids to, but it's horrifying at times. And there's a lot of movies from that time that were like that. There were kids' movies that are terrifying and you know, like as a pockets kid. of terror, of like pockets of fear mixed with all this comedy. Like the scene that sticks out, like because when I saw this in the theater, like it just freaked me out. But I think in a fun way. I mean, I loved that I was freaked out, but it was the scene in the bedroom where the little girl is like looking under her bed for the troll, and then she comes up and the troll's like laying in her bed next to her. That really like got to me. Also when the troll is chasing the other friend and he's using the voice of the little girl, it's really creepy. Like she's just like, "Hey, I'm coming for you," and it's this troll running, and the troll is really gross. Like it's nasty looking. Like every time it opens its mouth, there's like slime stuck to it. It's got like boogers coming out of it. And it has two noses that are both like, boogers are just everywhere. It's so gross. Oh, and the effects were done by the Kyoto brothers. They did Killer Clowns from Outer Space. That makes sense. Okay. And they actually, I think they were on like a time constraint when they did this. They actually, we're pretty sure that they recycled some of the clowns from Killer Clowns. Because people have done screenshots where they basically took like the Killer Clown mask and they would paint it brown, and so they basically just modified the same like masks. That's one thing too I noticed was like, you know, because the main troll that's throughout most of the movie is really articulated. Its mouth moves, its eyes and everything. But the other ones are just kind of like still faces sometimes. Like there was one that gets hit, I think it falls, and it's just like its face just doesn't change at all. but it didn't take away anything from it. I think honestly, like the one thing I will say though, when eventually they find out the troll's weakness and they spray one of the trolls, and this thing, it explodes in this like kind of like digital effect, which is funny and all. But then when they show it, it's a pile of gore. And bones. And I was just like, whoa, like, wait a minute. It's like pulsating, bloody weirdness.
As a kid, that blew my mind. I was like, wow, that is awesome.
It was like, I couldn't believe it was, because this movie seems like throughout most of it, it's a kid's movie. It doesn't seem like, know, and I think that's also why like it's funny is because it's so cartoony, but it seems like a kid's movie. Yeah. And then all of a sudden it gets scary and gross. Like,
because it has a body count. Like that the troll is, I mean, he doesn't actually kill the kids because they come back again in the end. He turns them all into statues. Yep. But temporarily, those kids, they're out of the picture. Like every time when he like takes one of those kids, like their soul or whatever, it's just like, oh shit, like you're not going to see that character again. Yeah. So basically, like, you have this funny Ernest movie, but then you have this troll who's basically like killing off kids. And like I said, they come back at the end, but it's really dark.
Yeah, it is.
But then getting back to the funny parts, the one gag that really stands out is the Miak.
Oh, yeah.
Because, early on, there's a smudge in the book where there's like the Eartha Kitt's reading off this old book, and it has the only way you can kill the troll. And it says milk, but the L is blurred out, so Ernest just assumes it's Miak. Yeah. Which, right away you're like, okay, there's no such thing as Miak. It's just like Ernest is an idiot. It's funny enough, but then later on, it comes back to it. He actually finds Miak.
Yeah, he has a jar of Miak in his hand.
And it only raises more questions because he says to the troll, he's like, I bet you didn't think I could find any of this time of year. So it's seasonal.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's like, okay, it's Bulgarian, it's seasonal. Is this a real thing? Like that, it actually got me wondering if it's real. And I don't think it is, but people have like made Miak. So it's kind of become like something that's sort of come into existence because of this movie.
Yeah, that's
like,
funny.
Yeah. And nobody even knows what it really is. Like, it's like a honey or a syrup, maybe.
Like a marmalade or something.
Yeah, but it just has you wondering. Like, I want some Miak. Yeah, anybody from Bulgaria, let us know if you have any Miak.
If you have Miak.
Yeah. Miak.
None of that imitation shit. Authentic Bulgarian Miak.
I think what I like the most about this movie is that it reminds me of what it's like to be a kid. And when Halloween was really awesome, when it would just get your imagination going. Because the kids in this movie are the heroes. Yep. And, they have their water pistols, which it's like you got tree houses and water pistols.
They had the Super Soaker 50, by the way, which was like, that was the yellow one.
Yeah, but then they did like the 100, and it's like every kid had to like get the next best one. And then they had that like ZX 2000 one, which was like
the one that went on your back, and you actually pulled a lever, and it was like, that thing hurt. I remember a friend of mine sprayed me in the eye with it, and so much water went into my eye that like I couldn't open my eye, and then I went like this, and water poured out onto my face. Like it got trapped in my upper eyelid.
Jeez.
So
At first I thought you meant hurt your hand to like.
No, he like hit me square in the eyeball, and I guess like the water just rocketed into my brain.
Yeah, I hate when that happens.
So he might say he stabbed my eyeball with that.
Well, at least you had eyeballs.
Oh, the worst when you get like water up your eye. Yeah. But I remember the Super Soaker 50 was like better because it was you could like pump it out faster. But like
that was like the baseline. Like I had a Super Soaker 50. I had a friend who had like every one of them, and I was just like, they all shot almost the same. I would say the 50 wasn't much worse than the 100.
Yeah.
But we digress.
The police are inept in this movie. It's like one of those movies where the adults are always the shitheads. Where like they either don't believe it or they don't know how to handle it.
The cop is awful because the parents are like, my kid has been gone for a few days. Help me out. And then the cop's just like, well, he's probably at the party. Just go to the party. And it's like, wow, dude, like you should probably look for these kids, man.
So it's like the kids got to step up and fight the trolls with Ernest. So it's kind of like it's one of those movies that empowers the kids, like Home Alone or like Three Ninjas, that kind of stuff. I mean, this is one of the most Halloween movies.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it takes place on Halloween. It's about monsters and stuff during a Halloween party and everything.
And it's kid friendly, even though it is a little creepy. It pushes some boundaries.
But I'd still show it to kids. Like, it's not that bad. I don't think this is something that might freak a kid out a little bit, but it's like
you gotta get freaked out every once in a while. Like, you gotta work your way up to Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, right. You can't just jump in.
You need these steps. Yeah.
One thing, actually, at the part where the crowd is going after the cop, where they're just like, my kid's been missing, all this stuff, and there's this one part that cracked me up where all the parents are like, my kid hasn't come home, like, you gotta help me find my kid. And one guy's like, my garbage hasn't been picked up in 3 days or something, because Ernest was, and he doesn't, like, there's these kids going missing, and this guy is just there because his garbage hasn't been picked up, and he's yelling at this cop. Wow. And that part just made me, like, crack up, because there's a few lines like that where it's just, like, these throwaway lines, but it's pretty funny, like, that, they would, when all this horrible stuff is going on, there's one guy in there who doesn't care. He just wants his garbage picked up by Ernest. And also, Ernest.
It's always him failing at some kind of job. Basically.
Yeah, I imagine that after Ernest goes to jail, he didn't make it at the bank, so now he's in this town. Yeah, kind of thing. Because I was like, rim shots there, and everyone kind of knows him there, but he's not in the same town he was in the first time. He's not a banker. Yeah. So I imagine he kind of like left and was like, you know what, bye, I'm done in this town. I got to go off to another.
Yeah, but then there's also those two guys, that the Penn and Teller type.
That are always like hanging. Yeah,
it's clearly like an homage to Penn and Teller. The one guy who doesn't talk. Yeah. So, but every movie they have like a different business or something else that they're getting into. So
yeah, he was like security in the other one, I think, and in this one they're just these awful salespeople. Yeah. They sell Ernest all the troll stuff for like $1,000 they rack his bill up.
Yeah, they have all that like troll repellent stuff.
Yeah. And he says the thing where it's like, oh, do you have that album of all the troll love songs ever made? And he's like, and he pulls it out and it's an album of troll songs. Yeah. Also, Ernest's like multiple personalities he does throughout the whole thing, where when he's explaining about the treehouse. And he cuts into this like Australian kind of outback hunter guy. Yeah, these older women. Julius Caesar, the Ottoman Empire guy. It's really crazy.
Yeah, and also to get this out of the way, we've always been calling it a treehouse. It's not just a treehouse; it's like a fortress.
Yeah, it has weapons and stuff. It is a fully like functional like death house. That thing.
Yeah, it's awesome. So yeah, I mean, I just love this movie, love it to death, and check it out.
Yeah. Go and see it for sure. Or, well, not go and see it. Rent it or, buy it if you can. What do you think?
I liked it.
A 1 hour photo.
Yeah.
This is a good movie.
Yeah.
I processed these photos as if they were my own.
1 hour photo. If you might be younger, you might not know what that is, but you used to drop off pictures at a store. Yeah. And then you'd get them an hour later, which is actually too quick. It was usually like a day or two.
Yeah,
later.
It used to be 24-hour photo, and a lot of times they would be like a little booth in the middle of a parking lot. Like I remember just doing like a drive-through thing where you just drop off your roll of film, and then you come back, you pick it up.
When I was in high school, everyone was still using like disposable wind-up cameras, or they had something like that. And then you just drop off your film after like going on like senior trip or something like that, and you get them a few days later, and they'd be awful. And then I started doing the thing where you get like the photo disc, so you could put them on the computer. Oh, okay. But then as soon as like the first few digital cameras came out, like Nikon Coolpix, I started doing that instead.
It's like now everybody's got a camera on their phone. It's so easy, you take it for granted, but like taking a picture was a bigger deal.
Well, that's the whole point of this movie is Robin Williams, who's fantastic in this, a very serious, dramatic role. He has this whole spiel about how pictures only show the happy side of things because so much trouble goes into making them and getting them developed and things like that. You only show the happier side of things like that, which now you don't. You film awful things on your phone constantly, but...
Of course, like most things, there's far more to it than meets the eye.
Robin Williams plays a guy who works as the in the 1 hour photo, even though it's weird because they don't ever get their pictures in an hour in this movie.
No, I think it's just the name.
Yeah.
Well, he works at I think it's called Save More or something like that. It's basically Walmart, which is funny because he hates digital cameras, he brings it up. But the first thing you see in the movie is a digital camera take a picture of him, and it's a mug shot. So you already know he's been arrested and he's getting
really
interrogated.
ruins it. Why put that at the beginning of the movie? I think they really dropped the ball with that. And I mean, first of all, just the concept of this movie, I think is just brilliant because I'm sure it started by somebody thinking, isn't it kind of creepy that you hand your personal pictures off to somebody else to develop them, and then they just they give it back to you, no questions asked, nothing. But he starts off mildly creepy before he goes full psychopathic.
Yeah, and he's going after this one family with his wife and kid and husband.
It starts off the first scene you see where he's handing the camera back or whatever. He's giving them the pictures and he's like, "Oh, so I see you had a nice birthday party," and he's asking these personal questions, which you can see he doesn't realize how invasive it is or how it's weird to make it so known that he was looking at their personal pictures, and it's okay, this guy's kind of weird. He doesn't really understand the social norms.
Yeah.
But then as it goes on, he becomes full nutcase.
Yeah.
I would have rather have seen that more gradual, because pretty early you're okay, this guy's nuts. And especially with the mugshot ruining the whole thing at the beginning.
So a story about this, when this came out in 2002, me and my friends illegally downloaded it off MIRC, if anyone remembers that. And we had to burn it on 3 VCDs, video CDs. And we labeled them wrong. So we watched the first one, and then we watched the third one.
Okay.
So it skipped from him finding out.
Well, then it's really abrupt.
Yeah, because he just becomes not a murderer, but goes crazy instantly. And then so I never saw the second part of the movie, the second disc, I guess, until I watched it for this.
He has this attachment to this family. And we find out soon that he's keeping copies of the photos, at which he plasters his whole wall with, because he has no other life. And they do hint at a backstory where he had a traumatic past, and he doesn't have anything of his own really anymore. So all he does is just pretend that he's part of this family.
And he's amazing at social engineering. He sees a book she's reading and then shows him reading it later. He buys a picture of some woman at a flea market and then says, "Oh, that's my mom." And so he has a life. There's a point where the little boy wants to get a figure, which is an Evangelion figure, which is really weird because I don't think that would be in a store. And the kid says it's a good guy, but it's definitely a bad guy. One of the mass-produced Evas. But anyway, and he brings it to his soccer practice later to give it to him, oh, here's the gift that your dad wouldn't get you, I got it for you. And even the coach is hey, are you okay, kid? You know, they're I don't know, it's this creepy dude around these kids and stuff, but but the kids thinks nothing of it, oh, he just happened to be here. Cy Parrish always happens to be at the right place at the right time.
Did we mention Robin Williams yet?
People who do comedy are usually excellent at doing drama, and or vice versa, Robert De Niro or Joe Pesci doing comedy and that stuff like that.
Yeah.
But Robin Williams being strictly comedy and then hopping into this role, or his role in Death to Smoochie.
Off the top of my head, this is the best performance I can think of.
Because he's creepy, he's a perfectionist, he's doesn't really get it. He fantasizes about being in these people's family.
Just looking back, I mean, I just go right to this role and well, that is Robin Williams. That is a perfect performance right there.
Yeah, I think it's one of his top 5, definitely.
Yeah, and it's really a shame that as we all know, he died from committing suicide. Just to think what kind of personal pain he was going through, how much of that real experience did he put into this role?
I know he was really into the role, and then, that was like his Evangelion figure. He has like a Gundam, he was a huge Weaving nerd, he named his daughter Zelda, so he put a lot of that stuff and a lot of himself into the film, so it makes sense. And that's what I wanted to bring up, is I think at the end of the film when he gets arrested that his character should have committed suicide, and it would have been a picture of him at the end, which ties it all together. But
not even connecting it to real life. You're just saying in this movie,
because you never should have saw the mugshot in the beginning, and it should have reached its natural conclusion. But
that's my only complaint, is just showing the mugshot right off the bat, and not enough slow pacing in the beginning. I think it just got there too quick. I think I wanted there to be a part in this movie. I wanted early enough on to like the guy, to sort of feel okay, maybe he's just a little awkward, but he's okay.
Well,
and then hit you, like a ton of bricks, oh fuck, he's nuts,
The thing is, it's not like he wants to be with the wife or take the kid. He just wants to be part of their family.
Yeah.
And then when he finds out they're not the perfect family, because it turns out the husband has been cheating on the wife, which he finds out because he's developing the mistress's film and finds pictures of the cheating going on.
And that goes with what he says early on, how people don't take pictures of the things they don't want to remember. So it asks the question, what do pictures tell us? It seems like it's easy to make up in your mind a story about a person who you only know from this one select moment.
Yeah, because he wanted to be in their perfect family.
But all he knew about him was the pictures.
So when the illusion was broken, it set him off. And he decided to then ruin their family. And he takes the cheating pictures out of one thing and puts them in the kid's disposable camera. So when the mom is looking through them, she finds the pictures of the cheating. Imagine you're going through your kids' pictures and find your spouse cheating. What the frick? They pull off the side of the road. It's a whole scene.
And you don't even see her look at it right off the bat. You just see the car swerve, and then he's watching from the rear, and then it's what's happening.
The wife does not confront the husband about it. She was going to let it go or something like that, which sets Robin Williams' Cy Parrish off. And he decides he needs to escalate it. And he eventually social engineers it so he gets into the hotel room of the mistress and the husband and, puts them in sexual positions to take photos to use later. And that's when he gets caught. And then you find out he actually took pictures of just random stuff around the room, and he actually didn't do it. It was this weird psychological thing, which is why I think the last picture should have been him committing suicide. He even goes through the window at one point. You think he's going to jump out, and I don't know. I didn't hate him as a character, even though he's the bad guy.
He's the guy who just got really messed up by a lot of bad things that happened to him. It seemed. He doesn't murder anyone in the movie. He's not that type of psychopath. He's just
he threatens. He has a big hunter's knife that he steals from the Walmart.
He definitely threatens. Yeah, I mean.
I asked him, and I'm like, "Oh, you saw 1 hour photo?" They're like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Oh, how many people does Robin Williams kill in that?" They're like, "Oh, a few." I'm like, "None."
Yeah.
He just imagined stuff.
At one point, I was even debating on including it in Monster Madness because I was like, "Is it really a horror movie?"
It's definitely a psychological thriller.
Yeah, because we did. Well, I'm not sure. I forget the order off the top of my head, but we have done some other psychological horror films this month. But there is a scene that definitely sticks out, which is kind of random, where the blood is pouring out of his eyes.
Yeah, when his eyeballs explode in blood.
If you need the verification that this is horror, just go
But
to
it's
that
so
clip.
symbolic because it's the wife seeing the photos of her husband cheating and him seeing them. It's he's experiencing all the family's pain. I love the two cops in this movie at the end. It's the one guy who's the Soul Glow guy in Coming to America and also Jacob's Ladder. And it's also Agent Coulston from Marvel playing a cop for the first time. So it's is Cy Parrish an Avenger gone rogue or something? It's kind of weird seeing him there. And lastly, the boss, Lumberg from Office Space, is also the boss in this. And he plays a perfect dick boss and gets him fired, which really sets him off. In fact, if he wasn't fired, the movie probably wouldn't have reached its pinnacle. It's because he's stealing prints of the family, and because he's so mean to the guy who fixes the machine, they find out. Hey, why are we missing thousands of prints?
And through a lot of that, you get the sense that he's reliving some of the trauma from his childhood, because right after he's fired, isn't that where he's sitting on the bed in the store, there's the child's bed, and he's kind of just sitting there you know, as if he's a child himself.
Next to Hello Kitty.
Yeah, it seems like every shot of this movie, you could rewatch it, and there's probably a purpose for every single like moment.
There's so many shots in this movie that make like a perfect desktop background, where it's like, wow, that's a really well composed shot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this movie is intensely unsettling, and yeah, what else can I say? It's really good. Highly recommended, definitely. All right, man's best friend.
Man's best friend.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, I haven't seen this movie since like 1994.
This is my first time seeing it ever.
Oh, really? You never saw? Okay.
I was expecting like a low-rent version of Cujo. Instead,
no.
Wow, this is okay. This you already know, even without seeing that, it's a killer dog movie.
Yes.
However, this isn't just any killer dog.
No.
This is a super dog, genetically bred with snake DNA.
Yes.
Built
and other DNA, lots of DNA.
Yeah. Too many to name.
Yeah.
And it's built to be a deadly weapon. Has super speed, super jumping, super climbing. Pisses acid.
Knows a lot about car parts. Is very versed in car parts.
Yeah. And late in the film, all of a sudden, it does like a predator cloaking invisibility. I thought I was losing my mind when I saw that.
James, I forget who recommended this, but was this me or you?
You.
Oh, it was me. Okay, so I haven't seen this since I was a kid. My mom rented it because the cover is a Rottweiler. It's not a Rottweiler in the movie. It's a Tibetan Mastiff that looks like a Rottweiler. I grew up with Rottweilers. I had one named Reggie.
It's also like half metal, too.
Yeah. And I had a Rottweiler named Max, which is the name of the dog in the movie. So I remember watching it as a kid. I remembered specific things, but I haven't watched it in so long. I was watching it the other night. I couldn't stop laughing and screaming why and what. Yeah. This is, tone-wise, this is the most confusing movie we watched in a long time. Like,
it's one of them, yeah.
This feels like we talked about how Leprechaun was supposed to be like a Gremlins type movie and was changed to rated R. This feels like it was a rated R movie that they tried to get to PG-13.
Okay.
They didn't succeed because there's cartoon music.
Oh.
Like the movie is filmed like a comedy for most of the movie. Like all the dog stuff is filmed like a comedy with cartoon whimsical music.
Turn around.
And then it's serious when Lance Henriksen is on the screen. And then it goes back. I was so confused. I couldn't figure out what was going on.
Yeah, especially that predator cloaking. I laughed myself to tears because it only happens once. Yeah. It's just like the way most of these dogs, the dog's superpowers, he only uses them kind of like, he has so many different abilities and you only see it do him like once. Yeah. And it just keeps getting more and more ridiculous, but nothing can prepare you for that predator cloaking. And it first happens in like the background. Like you see like, these characters are talking, and I thought it was a glitch on the TV or something. I'm like, wait, what just happened? What was that in the background?
It looks like there's like a mistake, Yeah,
and I was like, what was that? And then I see the dog come out. And
So the beginning of this movie, you know how they were like, build up to your monster? I thought we were going to see like them making the dog and they start to notice the dog. Because I haven't remembered this movie. No, this dog is straight up evil and it just kills someone right away.
Oh, and it has a body count, like a big one. It kills 11 people, I think, in this whole movie. God. Or 11 people, including animals. That doesn't count people who it's injured and didn't fatally...
So it kills one scientist, and then there's these investigative reporters that... Because they want to show that they're doing illegal testing or something. And they break in with the biggest VHS camera I've ever seen with a giant light on it. Wearing like denim over, like dressed as super nice.
It's not discreet, really.
No, it's not stealthy at all. So they find the dog and they take it home, and I guess the dog likes the girl and is like, oh yeah, she's great. And then Lance Henriksen is basically like, oh no, our super weapon got out, we need to get it back.
He's like the Sam Loomis in this movie.
Yeah.
He's just like, he's the only one who knows like what trouble the dog is gonna,
and just no one's taking him seriously. It's just a dog. The dog kills famous stuntman Thomas Rosales Jr. The guy who like mugs her, gets her purse, but you don't find out he killed him till like way later in the movie. They find his body. So basically, the dog is very jealous. Like it bonds. Apparently, it bonds with you, and if you break that bond, it gets very aggressive. Because
it's kind of like Monkey Shines.
Monkey Shines.
That's a movie.
That is a movie. Because I guess Lance Henriksen had a bond with it, but then he shot it when it was attacking the girl, so that broke his bond. So it wanted someone else. And the dog is creepy. Like, the dog can be cute, but it's creepy when he's, like, watching the girl and her boyfriend and stuff. Like, through the keyhole.
Yeah.
And its eyes like a camera, almost. Oh, my God. Like,
I mean, this movie would have worked if it was just some, like, crazy rabid dog, but they had to make it like this supernatural.
So I looked it up, like, it's the director of Child's Play 2, and he helped write some of the Child's Play movies. So part of me is like, is this a horror comedy? But it doesn't feel... It never lands on if it's straight up horror or comedy. Also, again, the dog knows car parts. I want to stress that. There's a guy working on the car, and he's like, oh, I need a brake line, and the dog picks it up. It's like, no combination of DNA in the world is going to have a dog know what a goddamn brake line is.
Yeah, like maybe the chameleon DNA made more sense than that for the cloaking thing, but
yeah. And then later in the movie, by the way, I loved the boyfriend in this movie. He was the only character who I relate. Like, I'm like, oh, he's like, look, you already brought the parrot in. Now you bring a giant dog from a lab. Like, you can't have this dog. And then later on, the dog cuts his brake line. And I was expecting like a huge explosion. It didn't happen. But I love that the boyfriend figures it out right away. He goes, oh, that dog's trying to kill me. There's no like mystery. He's like, well, clearly it's the dog.
Yeah. Another laugh out loud part I had was when you see the mailman walk up to the doorstep and he's whistling, and you're like, okay, a mailman who you've only seen this one scene, you know he's in big trouble. Like, you know he's not gonna make it.
Yeah,
a mailman in this type of movie.
Yeah. Oh, you know who else
whistling and
you know who else doesn't make it? That poor cat. What was the cat's name again?
So you had a dog named Max.
Yeah.
I have a cat named Boo, and the cat named Boo in this movie gets killed, which I was not happy with at all in any way.
So this is one of the two scenes that stood out the most to me. So they show earlier in the movie that it's got like leopard-like skills, like it can climb a tree like a leopard. And when you see a leopard climbing, it kind of hugs the tree.
Yeah. So you see the claws like come out like.
Yeah. So you see the dog go to climb, and it's not hugging the tree because dogs can't do that. It's clearly shuffling, and it looks scared and nervous to do it. And then when they want to show go to the tree, they tilt the camera sideways, and it's on a soundstage, and the background looks so goddamn fake, and it's just so awkward. And then it eats the cat, and it's like this stupid puppet head of a dog with an even worse puppet cat scream.
He doesn't like eat the cat. He just swallows it all like a snake. By the way, they did say snake DNA.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So the dog is actually a good actor, like the physical dog.
Yeah.
But whenever it cuts to the puppet, it just looks like such shit. It looks so terrible.
The dog is called a son of a bitch in this movie. Well, technically, that's correct.
That's true. This movie also does the thing where it name drops its title. And Lance Henriksen is like, this isn't man's best friend.
We're not talking about man's best friend here.
So the second most horrifying scene is the one with the collie. The dog, the lady dog, where like Max looks at the lady dog.
Oh, God.
And the lady dog like goes into the house, and I like... Again, I watched this as a kid. Something sparked in my brain. I'm like, oh no. I was there with my old roommate. We were watching this together, and I was like, oh no, I know where this is going. So the dog is chasing. By the way, they're playing this cute song. They call it Puppy Love. And the collie goes up into the bed, and I'm like, oh no, this is going to get bad. My friend was just like, oh no, she's just playing coy. It cuts to the dog screaming. Like, was there a dog rape in this movie? And it was treated as a comedy. I like spit my drink out. I just started screaming, what? Like, I thought, I thought this was the movie I would have the least amount to say. Wow. I couldn't believe it. And then it ends tragically, I guess. The Lance Henriksen kills the dog, and the dog kills him.
Which I had to rewind that part because I actually did not understand what happened. Because
Yeah.
It's the way it's edited.
Yeah.
So Lance Henriksen like shoots the dog.
Yeah.
You see the dog, like
the dog's like,
but then it cuts back to Lance Henriksen falling in the exact same way as the dog.
I guess the shotgun blasts him back through the window.
I guess, yeah. So he smashes through a window, and then lands on something electrical.
Oh my god! Wait. So the boyfriend, the girl gets rid of the dog, sends him to a junkyard, and then he kills a guy. And the boyfriend feels bad that she had to get rid of the dog, so he gets her like a puppy. And they show that the puppy knows how to unplug wires. And you're like, oh, that's a weird thing. And it turns out it's set up for the end of the movie where Lance Henriksen falls in the thing and the dog fucks with the wire and electrocutes it. So a puppy kills Lance Henriksen in this movie.
Does that count as 12 then? 12 deaths? Or maybe, I don't know.
I think the puppy is the one that kills. So that's one for the puppy.
Oh, well, yeah, but... Death by an intelligent dog, though.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Because that's just a regular dog. I can't believe there wasn't a sequel to this, because they definitely set one up.
Oh, yeah, they did.
The main girl, who's the goth girl from the Breakfast Club. I forgot to mention that.
Oh, okay.
They go to the collie, who has a bunch of puppies, and there's one that's a Tibetan Mastiff, and then that song plays again. I was shocked they didn't make more sequels to this.
Yeah.
It made money, but I think it's one of those things where it's like, all right, we made our money, but our reviews are shit.
Wow. When did this come out again?
93. So this is a few months after Jurassic Park.
Oh, okay. I made a movie called Death Puppy in 2000.
Yeah.
If I would have seen this, I would have just gave up and no, it's been done better than it could have ever been.
I will say, like I said, the cover's going to mislead you because it looks like a Rottweiler who is a robot. It is not a Rottweiler or a robot, but there is a movie called Rottweiler about a Rottweiler who is a robot. We'll have to revisit that at some point too.
Yeah. Does the dog piss in somebody's face?
I don't know. Oh my god, it melts the boyfriend's face.
It melts and pisses in his fucking face.
Oh my god, I felt so bad for him. I'm like, and he doesn't die either, so he's just got to go through life with imagine him trying to date someone afterwards. So what happened to your face? Well, my girlfriend brought a chameleon snake dog, and then it pissed. What animal has acidic piss? Other than they're ripping off aliens, what animal gave it that power?
Yeah, Lance Henriksen has a thing for
Yeah. Speaking of which, the 2 days after I rewatched this, I saw Lance Henriksen at Monster Mania. Oh, cool. He was walking around, so I didn't want to bother him. But in the back of my head, I'm like, all I wanted to do was be like, "Hey, was Man's Best Friend a joke? Can you explain that to me?" That's all I wanted to say to him. Not ask him about Aliens or Terminator, just hey, was Man's Best Friend a joke? Was that serious? What was the real with that? Oh my god. That's all I got to say. I can't believe that was a movie.
Wow. It definitely is. It's unexpected.
It's very unexpected.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Chameleon dog.
Alright, so I have a question, James.
Uh-huh.
When you made the head incident in 1999, did you ever think Kraken Rum would be sponsoring this video?
18 going on 19 making this movie.
Couldn't even drink Kraken Rum back then.
Yeah, I would have never imagined, no. So this was an interesting choice because I was like, how funny would it be to bring in a movie that I made? And the fact that it's 20 years old now. This is, it was finished in August, but this is still roughly the 20th anniversary. Yeah. That now that there's been so much time between when I made it, I can just look at this movie now and be like, what the fuck? What was I doing?
Yeah. So this was released in August, which means it's older than the Dreamcast.
Yeah.
Is.
Well, released, yeah. Released as far as showing friends on a VHS tape and stuff. But I don't want to get into behind the scenes stuff as much. Or if you have questions, feel free to ask them. But I'm more about just talking about the movie objectively, just like what is going on with this. Well, I can say one thing. I do know that my intention was to make it funny but creepy. Yeah. So I was going for this B-movie feel. And at times I kind of regretted it later. I was like, oh, I should have just made it creepy, because I kind of had something going there. But now, after all this time, I'm like, you know what? I like the funny parts too.
Yeah.
Because what I understood at that age was that B movies, like really bad horror movies specifically, have to have a certain level of badness where it has to look like some weird choice that was made. Mm-hmm. It can't always look like, oh, well, well, they didn't have the budget for that or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it's like, that's simple. It's like, okay, well, it's not going to look as good. But like when you make a weird choice, like why do you have the ventriloquist dummy head attacking the guy? He's rolling back and forth, screaming at the top of his lungs, and to just keep on rolling and to show it all and to not ever cut. You're like, okay, in any other movie, he would die or he'd fight it back or something new would happen. But to just linger on that, just that,
I love the like 8-minute fight scene that's
a
few shots. Like there's the same like punch like this that's filmed from down here. And like it goes on forever of just the man in black getting his ass kicked and not
he doesn't fight
doing
back.
anything back. Like
he just stands there. I don't know. Did you want to describe the plot in a nutshell?
Okay,
like
so it starts off. This guy is in, I guess, some sort of psychiatric office that is in a basement somewhere, and he keeps describing that I guess he's haunted by this floating dummy head, and a man in black that they found while driving down like an abandoned road.
The man from the neighborhood watch signs.
Yeah, pretty much. And they see this car driving slow, and then a floating head, which is totally not attached to, someone's arm dressed in black. And two kind of like stoner buddies, I guess, see it and then are haunted by the visions of this floating dummy head and man in black for some reason. And then it turns out that numerous patients in this psychiatric facility are also suffering the same delusions of this head. So the man then goes into the story.
And it was based on a true story.
What?
I mean, not that I was going to go too much in behind the scenes, but my friend and I, we were on the school bus at the time. Like, we saw somebody in the bus in front of us waving around one of those styrofoam heads that he had painted or something, and he was just waving around the back seat, and we're just like, we're just laughing at it, and the dialogue was almost verbatim, where it's like, dude, I ain't seeing this man.
I ain't seeing this man.
I ain't seeing this man.
Which I know you've used in nerd stuff.
Probably.
And I never, once I heard it, I was like, oh, because I know you like to throw those in once in a while, like the American movie lines and things like that. But I was like, oh, okay. I find like the more I watch your stuff, the more I hear things that you use in the nerd. That I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, and like my character's like dialect changes every like scene. It's like I play at least 3 characters because I'm the psychologist guy, but then I'm also the stoner friend,
dude,
and then I'm also the man in black in certain scenes. See, it's like Halloween, where like 6 different people played Michael Myers.
I think like my favorite scene in the movie is when the 2 of them are like sleeping over.
And
like the one guy's like, "Come on, man, like let's go and do this," and you're just like, "No, man, I don't want to do it." And he's like, "We could trash the place and it'll be fun." And he's like, and you're like, and you guys just. Thumbs up.
It holds on the thumbs up for like a really long time.
And then there's this drawer filled with just mischievous items, like Bart Simpson has, like it's spray paint and bricks and like.
I might have been thinking about that, like a Bart versus the Space Mutants. He's got the spray paint, and then he's got the brick. And
it's like, who has a drawer like that? Like it's
with
like
a brick in it. He's got a brick in his
bricks
drawer.
are it's just a brick in the drawer.
Yeah. And then the character Bob that I play, like every time he goes, yeah, man. And every time he says it gets longer, like, yeah.
It seemed like, just like a fun movie being made with friends. Like, let's make a horror movie. And it's kind of ridiculous, but you're like, eh.
You never see in any movie is like those weird zoomed in shots, because the whole movie, of course, it's filmed off of a TV screen, or most of it, because that was the only way I knew at the time how to get it black and white. Was to turn a TV black and white and point at it.
Well, there was this scene too where the kid's running, they show like the man in black chasing the kid and stuff, and then he's like on the ground. But the like a blue like gel goes over the screen. And I was like, how did that work? Like how did he put the blue gel over black and white footage? I don't get it. And I guess you just put it over a TV screen.
So it was like over the camera lens while I was pointing. So it was like it was basically like, because this was all edited on 2 VCRs, and it was just like, you know, when you look at it now objectively, like I look at it 20 years later now, and I kind of don't really remember a lot of that stuff as vividly, and then I just watch it, I'm like, this is just like a really weird, like I kind of created something kind of unique and weird with it, you know? And those are the type of movies I was watching too. I was like, just kind of like, there's like an art to badness. Like there has to be this certain kind of like mystery to why that happened. Not just what it was low budget, but like why did they think to do that, or like why did?
I think that's why like movies that are so bad they're good kind of work. The reason why they work is because someone tried to make something the right way, and it just turned out not. Like I watch a ton of bad movies, but I genuinely enjoy them because this person went out and made a movie. They finished a film, and it may not be great, but it's like you're entertaining the hell out of me right now.
Yeah.
I loved the montage of effects at one point. Like,
okay.
There's just a part where like everything is an effect. Like each shot goes to like, you know, like there's a part where they like kind of kaleidoscope in.
Oh, okay.
And there's like one is like warped funny, and then there's one where it's all pixely and stuff.
And those were all in camera effect. Like the camera had like some digital effects in it.
Okay.
It was a VHS camera, but it had like, you know, like where you could turn it to negative or something stupid. You know?
I had one of those where it was like the screen comes out on the side and it has like little buttons you can do the strobe light effect, and it just like makes the thing all jittery and stuff.
There's the one scene where he puts the head in the oven, and then to like, you know, kill it by just heat, but then he just turns the heat up to a certain temperature, and you see him just going beep, 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 like as if there's a certain, there exists a certain cooking temperature to kill a murderous dummy head.
Like preheat the oven to 425.
Yeah, I remember even then, I that part I thought was hilarious.
Yeah.
And Rick, the character who plays Rick, my buddy, who I have talked to recently about doing a sequel to this.
Oh, really?
So
I would like to see a remake or something. That would be awesome.
Because his style of acting in it is so funny too, and like I find it even funnier now, I think, because he has this like self-awareness to it where he can act really good. Like there's scenes where he's like really serious about it, but then there's parts where he's like, you know, he says something in a bad way on purpose, where he's like, if we keep dreaming the same thing every night, it's got to mean something, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And he's a huge fan of Halloween, you know, like me and us, you know, so he's like, a lot of times, every now and then, he slips into like a British Dr. Loomis accent, like every now and then. Also, this was the first film I made with Kevin Finn. So I had just met him, and I cast him in a role as like the psychiatrist in this, or the psychologist.
The pipe smoking guy.
Yeah. And I remember I called him recently. We were talking about it, and I was like, hey, here's all the ideas I have for the sequel. Like, this is what your character goes through, and we talked all about it. I don't know when the sequel's getting made, by the way, or if it's happening. But anyway, I was like so. We'd have you smoking the pipe again, like, but now you do it more like you're nervous, and instead of in the first one, and he's like, "Do you want me to use the same pipe?" And I was like, "You have the same pipe?" And he's like, "It's in my hand right now."
Oh, does he actually smoke a pipe?
He had it in his hand. Yeah, he still had the same pipe from 20 years ago, and it was in his hand while I was talking to him on the phone about it.
Wow.
Yeah. Anyway, that was fun, just like looking objectively at the head incident from 20 years ago. And I mean, if you want to know where to see it, it is on YouTube. There's a link in the description. So, yeah, go check it out.
Yeah.
Hey James, thanks for lending me At Midnight I'll Take Your Soul. You can take it back now because I think it's haunted.
Wow.
The night after I watched this, I went into the other room. I was getting ready for work, and out of nowhere, my PlayStation turned itself on and then ejected the Coffin Joe disc. Woo. So you might want to take that to a priest, get it exercised. Yes. I went out of my house because it scared the hell out of me. I ran around my house with like a stick, seeing if there was anyone home. And that was the scariest thing about the movie. But yeah, it was a very interesting movie. I guess you could take it from here.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of a series, basically. I mean, starring the character Coffin Joe, played by the director, Jose Mojica Marins, who's really popular in Brazil. So whenever, because I talked about these on Monster Madness a long time ago. Like
that's how I knew about it. I was familiar with your review of it.
Or third year maybe, but yeah. And I remember it was like all the Brazilian fans were saying like, you know, like thanks for giving more attention to him because he's like a, you know, big star. And I'm surprised why in the United States people don't know who he is as much because these movies are amazing. Yeah. And I think the first two Coffin Joe movies are like two of the most underrated horror movies, you know, of all time.
And we should mention this is Brazil's first horror movie.
They never made any before that?
From what I'm reading, everything says this is the first horror movie. There's no way to confirm that, but it seems to be this is the first horror movie.
Yeah, it's more brutal than any
That's what I was going to say. It wasn't very scary to me. It was brutal. It was disturbing.
Oh, yeah.
This made more sense. There's a Brazilian YouTuber I'm friends with, Izzy Nobre, and I asked him about it. He had never seen it, but he told me that this guy is like legendary in Brazil. He's like, oh, I know exactly what this guy is. He's Brazilian John Waters. And then he said that his family was very religious and they were not allowed to watch it because he does a lot of sacrilegious stuff in this. And I'm like, oh, the audience for this is very religious people. Like, he's eating meat during Lent on a Friday.
Which is a hilarious shot.
It's so funny.
Okay, like a big part of the character is like, he's like this undertaker who is basically like a big thing of him is that he's like denouncing any type of religion.
He's a total like I thought he was like the devil or a demon, but no, he's just a total atheist.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like he's not like a devil worshiper. If anything, when he brings up the devil is just to spite like religion. But the part you mentioned with the meat, I remember it's like his wife or whatever doesn't want to cook he's like demanding that she cooks the meat for him, but it's like a holy day, you're not supposed to eat meat. So he says the line, he's like, I'm gonna eat meat even if it's human flesh. And then she says, that's the devil tempting you. And then he goes, vou convidá-lo para jantar. Well, if I meet the devil, I'll invite him over for dinner or something. And then the next shot, he's like in a window eating the meat while there's like some kind of like holy ceremony going on. And he's like looking out the window.
He offers it to the priest. He's like, it's like, oh no. So I think we're not really the audience that was meant for this when it comes to the scares. Because I can see being very religious and superstitious, that being like, oh my god, no, that's awful, don't watch this.
Yeah, well, this is early 60s as well, and this is this is before Night of the Living Dead. Yep. This is probably the most brutal horror film of its time.
It was very even like from today's standards, like he does some awful shit. Coffin Joe's a fucking dick. He does some awful, like, pretty creepy stuff. Also, I just want to note for guys out there, if you're walking a lady home and someone who looks like the fucking devil offers to walk her the rest of the way, I know you're not supposed to judge a book by a cover, but don't let her walk home with that guy.
There's nothing supernatural about the character. He's just an asshole. But he's an asshole who, like, gets his way because he makes people fear him, and like everybody's just kind of like afraid to like.
He gives them that like because part of me is just like, how's no one killed this guy?
Yeah,
he doesn't seem that
there's
tough.
one guy who like stands up to him, and you know what happens to him.
Well, is that the one with the fingers or the eyeballs?
That was the eyeball stab. So,
I was wondering why.
This was going to be. I think Justin was going to do this.
Oh, really?
Or Kieran, one of them. And then I think it got switched to you.
Okay, so
probably for that reason.
So I get to do the movie about a guy named Antonio having his girlfriend stolen, and then he's murdered, and then also another guy gets his eyeballs stabbed out. That's great. Yeah, I was definitely the perfect person for this movie.
Yeah,
I was really pissed when he was like shitting on that guy named Antonio. I'm like, hey, that's my name.
Yeah.
Stop it. For those of you who don't know, my full name's Antonio. I don't think we've ever established that before. But yeah, he's like such a dick, and then like I love how he tempts the witch. And the witch is like, you're going to go to hell, man.
That's right. There is a witch character who starts the movie as well. Who kind of she's almost like a campy horror host in the beginning.
A little bit, yeah.
And the way the movie starts, it's black and white, and it's got like the way the titles appear, and then there's like these animated like bats or an owl or something that flies by, and it sets it up like it's going to be this like this hokey, spooky like old fashioned horror film, but then once it gets started, it's just about this brutal, nasty character, and it really makes those brutal parts stand out more because you weren't expecting it for a movie of this type or this time period.
So what does he do? Like, does he kill his wife with the spiders?
I forget. Yeah, I forget because he uses spiders in this movie and the next, and I kind of forget which is which. But one of them, because to back up, Coffin Joe, his whole mission is he wants to find the perfect woman to impregnate to carry his bloodline or whatever.
Yeah, he says, like, what is the point of life if you can't have a son to continue it or something?
Yeah, and he specifically wants a son. If you can't,
because your last name, you got to have your last name going on. It's more important about the name, really.
Yeah. So basically, he's really hell-bent on that, having a son, and it has to be this specific woman he's looking for. And one of the reasons how he's able to find out, and this might be the second movie I'm thinking of, but he covers them in spiders, and when you're watching this, you know that it's real. They actually put spiders on the actresses.
I only remember one girl with one spider in this. So maybe you're thinking of the sequel?
I must be, yeah. So the first movie, I think he kills someone with a spider. Yeah. But the second one, it's like a test where the one who's able to tolerate the spiders is the one who he wants as his wife.
Yeah.
But in this one, he kills somebody with the spider. And
he pokes a guy's out. He cuts someone else's fingers off.
Yeah, he cuts the fingers when they're gambling or whatever.
So I know that there's sequels. You
Yeah,
mentioned it. I've seen the reviews for them. I watched the end of this movie, and Coffin Joe fucking dies.
Oh yeah, he dies.
Yeah, his skin's ripped off his face.
Yeah, his eyeballs are coming out. Oh, actually, just to back up, since we're gonna move into like sequel talk for a minute, the shot that stands out in this, there is a long take, like a 5-minute take, where it's just him like screaming, and it's like there's a storm going on.
Come on, why? Look, I'm not really religious or anything, but I also don't go into cemeteries and just taunt the dead. Just in case. But he's all like, come on. They said they're going to come at midnight, punish me, blah, blah.
I know.
And then they show up and he starts freaking out.
And he's also like, he's mad that he didn't, because what happens? Like, I think he impregnated somebody and then she died.
She killed herself. She killed herself out of spite to curse him. Yeah.
And then he's yelling to like God and like being like, if you're real, show me. I want proof. And he goes into this long dramatic monologue, and the camera just kind of follows him through the room. And by the end of it, he's like upside down somehow. And he's just like laughing. I remember even there's a DVD feature where Jose Mojica Marins is talking about that scene and says that that's like his highlight. That's his like best performance, you know. And I agree. I mean, that scene stands out.
Okay, so how does he come back to life in the sequels?
It's the same way anybody comes back, really. They're just like he's in the hospital and then he recovers from his wounds. It's one of those.
Oh, so he just grows skin back perfectly on his face, no scars or anything.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then
that happens.
Yeah. And then he goes back to business pretty quickly.
Oh, so he found out that there is an afterlife and God hates him and the supernatural hate him, and then he's all like, well, I learned nothing. Let's just go back to murder.
Yeah, if anything, he's even worse in the second movie.
Yeah, because now he knows, all right, well, that was the best God could throw at me, I guess, and I'm still...
The second movie, of course, is called This Night I'll Possess Your Corpse. Yeah. The scene that stands out, if you're going to see one scene in this movie, you'll know what it is because it's the only color scene.
Okay.
He has this nightmare where he gets dragged to hell, and hell is in color.
Yeah.
And this is probably the most outlandish depiction of hell I've ever seen. I mean, first of all, it's not usually you imagine fire and stuff.
Yeah.
This hell is like ice, and there are body parts in the walls, like live body parts, and I mean like they cut out holes in the set, and actors would put their butts, their boobs, whatever into these holes, and it's just everywhere. And there's like these devils that are like whipping them and like poking them with pitchforks.
I saw that in your review,
yeah, which we had to heavily censor, but yeah.
The ice thing might be, I think in Dante's Inferno they say the lowest level of hell where Satan is like ice cold.
Oh, okay.
It might be a reference to that, I'm not sure. But yeah, I guess I'll check out the other one was made like recent, like early 2000s, right? The third one? There's a third one.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot in between. So it's confusing because for a long time I thought the third one was Awakening of the Beast.
Okay.
Which also has like body part monsters in it, which is really, really weird. But then there's like the Haunted World of Coffin Joe. Like there's basically like a lot of different things he did. So he basically portrayed the character for a long time, but none of them were actually the third in the in this storyline.
Oh, okay.
So Embodiment of Evil came out in like 2008 or something.
Okay.
And it's still him. He's still playing
Yeah.
the same character.
Yeah.
I did not see it yet, but I plan to. Because I want to catch up on like the rest of them as well. But that's like the third in this.
That's like the official third. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Yeah, it's very interesting. I guess if you're Brazilian, it's historically significant to you.
Yeah.
Don't show your elderly grandmother this movie. She'll probably have a heart attack.
Yeah. And no matter where in the world you live, I mean, these are mandatory to see. At least the first one, and for the nightmare scene in the second movie, you gotta see them because these are like if you like anybody who likes horror should see these. It's really a shame that they're so underrated and they're rare. Like they're not streaming anywhere. You just have to find.
I found a really horrible copy on YouTube. Yeah, I borrowed that. I sent that to my friend Izzy, and he's like, there's physical copies of this? I'm like, yeah, there's several apparently, but they're really hard to find.
Yeah, and just hope they're not haunted, I guess.
Yeah. Spoiler alert, they might be haunted. They might start turning things on in your house.
Yeah.
God, I was so scared.
There was like a set of them that came in like a coffin.
Oh, that's cool.
But it's like, I think it's region
locked. Or...
I'm not sure. South American region. I don't know.
There's ways around that these days, though. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, check them out any way you can.
Yep.
Today, the monster comedies, Gremlins and Gremlins 2. Gremlins and Gremlins 2. If we have time to get to 2. I mean, I love them both. How about you?
Yeah, I like them both.
Yeah, I think they're two of the best mashups of horror and comedy that there is. I mean, this is cream of the crop.
Evil Dead, too.
Yeah, definitely. So this is a repeat because we covered this, we did a short review of it a long time ago.
We reviewed it for Spike many years ago.
Many years ago, I think like 2008, 2009, something like that. Okay, so what is it about this movie that makes it so special?
I mean, the fact that, it's just really the Gremlins themselves, Gizmo and the Gremlins, they look alive and they look realistic. I just watched it again the other day and I was like, God damn, this movie still looks good today. And it's really impressive because even for like little, miniatures and like stop motion stuff, some stuff like that doesn't age as well. But Gremlins, I look at it now, I'm like, this looks just as good as it used to.
It's some of the best creature effects. It follows a very familiar format of the monster on the loose. So to describe this movie, it doesn't sound very special. It sounds very typical. Because in the 80s, they were paying tribute to the 50s a lot.
It's the execution of it, how well done it is.
Exactly. So Joe Dante obviously was a fan of all the monster movies in the 50s. It follows the same format where a town is invaded by some creature. There's one person who tries to alert the authorities, but they don't believe him. And then there's this mass attack that takes place at the end. And then they find out there's some weak spot, some weakness where they can, kill the monster. So really, it's very typical. However, it's so fresh and so different.
It's that classic formula, and in the 80s, brought back, once again, almost like what George Lucas did with like Indiana Jones and Star Wars and all that. It's like bringing those old formulas back, but doing it, newer and better.
So the things that make it so special, I mean, first of all, it starts like a family film. It has a very gentle sort of...
Yeah, there's a Christmas thing, family,
Gizmo's so
selling.
cute. Like, you look at Gizmo, Gizmo's on the cover, he's on the posters, it's like, you see Gizmo and you're just like, oh, he's so cute.
It's like he's buying the family, like, dog kind of thing, comes home with Gizmo, like, Merry Christmas, and he's like, he pops out of the box, they're cuddling, and
you'd think it would just be all about this cute, lovable character. What would go wrong? Probably just like some other, like, scientists want to capture Gizmo to study him, and they kidnap him, and the family has to get him back from the scientists. So it could have gone in that direction, but then Gizmo gets wet, multiplies, and then they eat after midnight, and then they turn into the green.
Speaking of the eating after midnight, so this is one thing I just wanted to bring up, not to go too off topic, but with eating after midnight, my question to you is, so if they eat after midnight, we know what happens. At what point can they start eating again? Is it breakfast time? Is it daylight? And I figure it's probably when the sun rises again. That makes the most sense to me. But Let's say that somehow the Gremlins got onto a space shuttle and there was like Gremlins in space.
Yeah.
How would that work?
Since they only made it to number 2, like if they would have made Gremlins 3, Gremlins 4, maybe we would have seen Gremlins in space.
It's like Leprechaun, they would have got to that, yeah.
I think by number 4, we would have had Gremlins in space. But the thing is, in the second movie, they bring up all kinds of points. There's that scene where, which has Time Winners. He's the one who asked the question. Time Winners was in the Angry Video Game Nerd movie.
Oh, that's right. They bring that up in the second one, don't they?
Yeah, because the second movie makes fun of the first movie.
Yeah.
You know, Leonard Maltin is
which is why the second one's a good movie.
Yeah.
Just like Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, how they didn't try to just keep going with it. They kind of made fun of it, or it's you know.
Exactly. It's kind of like a spoof of it. You know, Hulk Hogan's in the theater, and the parents are complaining that the movie's too violent for kids because that's what happened.
Leonard Maltin.
But to get back to the question, though, Time Winners raises, what if they're on an airplane that cross a time zone?
That too. Yeah. That
and then,
too.
of course, they don't even have time to answer because Stripe, or I think it might be Spike or Mohawk in the second movie. He comes out of the...
Which is the best answer to the question.
I know. It's
the
like,
Gremlins come out of the wall.
Exactly. Like they throw so much shit at you, you know. Yeah, but that's... the second movie's so funny. It's so great. But to get back to the first one, it's the first movie where the monsters don't exist to eat people. That's not what they're trying to do. Like, they're not trying to eat or kill people for any logical reason. They just want to have fun. Like, they're just these really hardcore, violent party animals that are just going ape shit. And
well, that's the idea of Gremlins even outside of it. It's like, once again, that Shatner, you know, there's the gremlin on the wing, and it's tearing the, you know, wings apart.
Yeah.
And there's that Bugs Bunny cartoon. It's like, Gremlins are just mischievous creatures.
Yeah, so it goes back to the legend, which I think originated in World War II. There was like a legend that planes were malfunctioning because gremlins were inside the machines and they were causing, and that's, you know, like we talk about, like when a game glitches out and, you know, the character, the game graphic glitch gremlin. And so it really is, the root of it is machinery failing people. So the gremlins exist really to just make people into fools at the hands of their own inventions. I mean, it's almost like an anti-technology movie where like all the machinery is failing, because the dad, the main character, Hoyt Axton, who plays Mr. Peltzer, he's an inventor, but he's a really bad inventor, and everything he invents is always screwing up. He's like the symbol of the future, of like the future going wrong. And then you have the old man, who's a symbol of the past, who's played by Key Luke. He's the one who's like anti-invention. Like he's all about just the past. And in the second movie, you know, he scolds Gizmo for watching TV or whatever.
And Joe Dante, you know, I've heard at least that he's not really like he wouldn't want Gremlins 3 to be made in like CG or anything. So it's like I almost wonder if, like, you know, he was kind of just an anti-technology type of dude, or the movie is just, you know, about anti-technology.
Oh, good point. Yeah. Which they go a lot farther with the second movie with Daniel Clamp only likes color. That guy's strange, you know.
That's true too with the second movie.
Yeah, like all the which he, you know, has this huge, extreme modern building where you can't even sit in a chair without the chair like talking to you, or like things like that.
It's a commentary on the dangers of technology and sort of becoming too like you know, connected to it, like our cell phones, how everybody can't look away from it.
It's kind of like stepping back and kind of laughing at ourselves. Like just now I set a reminder on my phone and I spoke to it, and then when you stop and think, it's like, remember when you just wrote it on a piece of paper? You know, it's like,
or just remembered it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, it's like this is you know, that's kind of what the movies get into. Yeah, so the mom, Mrs. Peltzer, is played by Frances Lee McCain, and yeah, I mean, she is like, you know, the Jamie Lee Curtis equivalent, where she just is like, okay, I'm not going to take this shit anymore, and she just starts fighting them.
The Gremlins aren't really the villains in that part. She's like stabbing them to death, and she's like
messes those gremlins
it's
up.
It's like Rambo mom or
something.
I
mean, that mom is badass.
Yeah.
I mean, she kills almost all of them. Like, they're almost all dead, and if it wasn't for Stripe, then,
getting away.
And then multiplying again.
I like how the one comes out of the tree and everything.
Yeah, as a kid, this scared the shit out of me. Like, there's so many freak out moments. And this movie, it was rated PG, and so was Temple of Doom. Spielberg was executive producer on Gremlins, and after this, I think he suggested a rating in between PG and R, and that's how we got PG-13.
There's a character I'd like to mention, so we don't leave her out. Mrs. Deagle. I think that's a great character in the movie because it's clearly a parody of The Wicked Witch. You know, the way it's going after the dog and everything. I think the funniest scene in the movie, involves her. You know, going up the staircase.
Because they make her up to be like so mean and evil.
And she is.
And then at the end, or when she meets her end, it's a big payoff. Like when they don't just kill her. They launch her through a window and like 100 feet away from the, it's
so funny.
It's good. And then she's laying there with her feet up in the air. Futterman basically dies in this movie, but you don't see it, so they brought him back in the second one. Futterman is really funny, like looking at it again, because he's kind of like, like everybody's had a family member like him. Like he's just kind of like he can't understand why anything would be manufactured in any other country besides our own. Like the first scene you see him, he's like scolding Billy. He's like, "Oh, you got one of those foreign cars?"
Right.
He's like this xenophobic, stuck in these outdated ideas. So he's really funny. You can't have a real 80s movie without Dick Miller in it.
He was in a lot, like Terminator and stuff. We mentioned Rambo, how the mom's a little like, Rambo and everything. Billy a little bit is too. How about the scene where he like blows up the movie theater? He's like, it's a very action-packed movie, I guess is kind of what I'm getting at. Like, the scene that I think is actually maybe the scariest. I guess there's a lot of scary moments in the movie, but near the end when Stripe pulls out the fucking chainsaw and he goes after Billy with the chainsaw, and Billy's got like the bat and shit, and it's like like coming after him. It's just fucking absolute madness.
Yeah, it really is.
Phoebe Cates' speech. It is absolutely hilarious. Do you have anything to say about her speech?
Yeah, I mean, the Santa Claus part. If you've seen the movie, you know what we're talking about. The Santa Claus speech is so morbid and just so out of place. Like, it just comes out of nowhere. But that's what makes that so special, because they wanted to cut that when they were making the movie. I think Joe Dante he was like, no, we got to keep it.
And even Futterman is like watching a thing on the TV before the Gremlins are like fucking up the antenna, and he's watching a Santa Claus on a roof.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't make the connection.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's intentional, but yeah.
So basically, and then of course the Gremlins are attacking Santa later. So this movie's really cruel to Santa. I'll say that. This movie's really cruel to Santa. And of course, there's all kinds of references in here. You have the robot from Forbidden Planet. You have the time machine from the Time Machine. And Spielberg comes by, rocking Ricky Rialto. The billboard is clearly Indiana Jones.
In the beginning,
So it's a little bit of self-referencing, Spielberg.
There's one part where they're actually playing Star Wars, the arcade machine. The Gremlins, I think it's in the bar. They're also playing the Donkey Kong tabletop. Which is great because
was it Donkey Kong or Pac-Man?
I think it was Donkey Kong.
Okay.
And because it's like they're opening Christmas presents.
And I have that machine too.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think I have a Mandela effects thing with that movie, because I feel like, how that's the projector, maybe it's in the movie, but is there a thing with like blood like being splattered on the projection screen, or maybe I cut or something, or maybe that's just in my mind?
Well, they're showing like a heart, like a beating heart of like an animal.
Okay.
So they're actually watching like some kind of biology video, which I remember as a kid thinking was pretty gross. So you may be thinking of that.
Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, there's so much great stuff about this movie. Really briefly, the second one, which could be a whole other video.
I think that'd have to be.
Yeah, Gremlins 2 is so much fun. It's one of those movies where you can't even talk about it without just talking about every single scene, that happens. Because there's Gremlins 2 is self-aware, does not take itself seriously. A gremlin drinks a potion, turns into a bat, flies through the wall, and leaves the Batman logo.
Oh my god, yeah, that part's great. The thing that makes that movie, I thought from the last time I watched it, was Clamp. Like the character.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, he's great.
I know, he's like such a dick, but he's so good in this. Yeah. I'm just gonna leave it off with Happy Halloween, Merry Christmas. What do you think? Merry Christmas, Happy Halloween! Spaced Invaders.
Yeah, not Space Invaders. It's got nothing to do with the video game, sadly.
Spaced Invaders. I saw this as a kid, and I loved it back then.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
That's why I recommended we do this one, and I was wrong.
We had the same reaction then. You brought me like, how about Space Invaders? I'm like, oh yes, I remember that movie. I want to watch that again. And then, yeah.
I always thought this was the movie where they need to find like Halloween candy to power their spaceship home.
Oh, that's the last Halloween.
Ah, fuck.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to watch.
Yeah, okay.
But nope, we watched this instead.
Yeah, so this one, it did not hold up, but I do remember it fondly.
It's weird. It came out in 1990. It has decent suit creature effects, much like the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah.
The same year.
It's definitely like has a lot of Ninja Turtles influence because you have 4 green, wisecracking creatures that go around in public in disguise.
And they were doing a lot of Mars, because, they're Martians. So they were doing Mars stuff before Mars Attacks or Red Planet or any of that shit. Mission to Mars. Because Mars got hot again in the mid-90s, I guess.
Okay.
And then, of course, it was super hot in like the 50s
Mars Attacks,
and all that. So it's kind of a throwback to that.
Yeah. So, like, Martians hear a rebroadcast of Orson Welles' War of the Worlds, which is that famous, radio play where they, adaptation of the H.G. Wells story, which in the 30s put people in a panic because they tuned in later and didn't realize it was a fake, broadcast.
Just a prank.
These Martians hear a broadcast from their spaceship in space, and then they think it's real and that it's happening on Earth right now, so they want to get in on the action.
Get on the killing.
Yeah. So
that's the thing is, the aliens, the Martians are non-redeemable assholes, every single one of them. They don't really befriend the kids in the movie well. Like, you figured they would become their friends and stuff. They're all kind of dicks to them, even when they're, like, hanging out together. They're never nice. It starts in space, and there's the Imperial Atomic Space Navy. So there's this probe droid thing. I think it's called an enforcement droid or enforcer droid. They're putting them on every ship in the galactic whatever in across their fleet. And they go to the Arcturus sector, and they all die. They crash into the sun. So then it cuts to a ship of wisecracking aliens who are on like asteroid patrol in the asteroid belt in our solar system.
Who taught you to drive, you moron?
And they decide to attack Earth because they hear the War of the Worlds broadcast and think it's the Navy calling for help. But it makes no sense. If they're assholes, why wouldn't they have already owned and taken over Earth if they have an atomic space navy? It never made sense to me.
Well, aliens come down on Halloween, so we can at least leave it at that.
Yeah,
So,
like, I'd be fine with, Martians come down to Earth, but they build this whole thing up, and they made these giant space props that look like Sequest DSV, shuttles and whatever. Like, I don't know why they did that. When they could have just said Martians hear it and they attack.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And they show up at the radio station because they
which
trace
is
the broadcast.
WELZ for Wells.
Oh, okay. The main hero is this little girl, Kathy, who is Ariana Richards from Jurassic Park.
Yeah, the Unix system.
Yeah, she's like this sci-fi fan who's the only person who knows what's up.
Her dad's this new sheriff in town from Chicago, and there's like a farmer who is getting foreclosed on a guy who dresses up as Hulk Hogan later in the movie, but they don't really acknowledge that much. And he wants to get pictures of the alien ship so he can make money, but then they trick him, but everyone speaks English. The pilot of the ship talks like Jack Nicholson, right? And he has like a leather bomber's jacket, like they've been to Earth.
It was in Mars Attacks.
Yeah. So he's been. It kind of reminds me of Destroy All Humans, where the main character kind of sounded like Jack. The movie's weird.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, so they've been to Earth because they dress like humans and they wear the same clothing and they
have people think they're trick-or-treaters and stuff.
Well, that's another thing. Well, the pilot doesn't really go trick-or-treating. It's the other aliens who want to kill everyone, which is kind of a funny point when they're forced to go trick-or-treating with the mom and all that stuff. But
I guess we can mention some good things. That the aliens do look cool. I mean, they're expressive.
Because of how the heads were, they couldn't see out of the eyes, so they're completely blind the whole movie, which is why they like stumble around into things.
Okay.
Because they have to be told where to go.
There's this guy in the background of one scene who looks like the old man from the Enter Sandman Metallica video.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he looks a lot like him. I compare them side by side. They look very similar. Or maybe it's the same guy. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, and also
this was 1990 and Enter Sandman was like 91, so...
There's also the candy bar.
Okay, so that candy bar, the Zagnut bar.
Yeah.
I've seen that in Beetlejuice
Yeah.
also. And I'm like, what's up with that candy bar? Was that like a thing in the 80s? I don't know. Do you know anything about that?
I thought Zagnut was just like a chocolate bar they had back then, because there's no way it was just in Beetlejuice and this.
So I've never seen that bar in real life until now.
Wait, did you go to the store and you find Zagnut bars?
So I went on Amazon.
Oh, geez. Why? Because you saw it in this fucking movie?
Here we go, Zagnut.
Oh my god.
I wonder if it's actually from the 80s.
You should get these out on Halloween. Oh.
It's good.
So anyway,
I wouldn't mind seeing a sequel. Just update it a bit, do a little bit better job.
I feel like you can make an awesome movie like this, even with the same title or otherwise, where you could have aliens, they do another War of the Worlds thing, War of the Worlds thing. Aliens come down, they hear it, and then there's like a trick-or-treating thing. I think like no one will even remember this movie happened. I think you could do it fun nowadays.
They spend so much time rebooting and remaking all these films. Why not reboot something like this that could use some improvement? Space Invaders.
Well, because when you reboot things, you have to make the most money.
And not enough people are going to remember Space Invaders. Is that the idea? But
Right.
then aren't you trying to, if you're rebooting it anyway, aren't you trying to like bring in a new audience? Otherwise, just make a sequel.
Right.
So I don't know. I don't get it.
A few things I like. I like the captain of the ship, who's a real dickbag, gets hit by a car.
Much credit.
But he ends up at the gas station where he enslaves a guy in a Zorro costume that looks like Christopher Lloyd a little bit, young Christopher Lloyd. And he does his biddings, but I thought the acting of the Zorro guy was really good. And he ends up building this giant farm death machine that's like 50 stories tall and is made of farm parts that's supposed to like water the crops or whatever. Because the whole town's in desolation, and that's a plot point of the movie. And they use it to escape at the end. And, of course, they blow up the enforcement droid, which was the problem the whole time. They pretend that they're going to blow up the Earth with the Donut of Destruction, which is stupid. And their ship's going to accidentally cause a black hole in the center of Earth and kill everybody. A lot of stuff happens.
That was a movie, too, the black hole.
The black hole's good. But the movie ends like halfway through, like it's kind of resolved, and then it keeps going. The movie drags.
On the other hand, I wish that you loved it so much you could have livened the mood of this video. But I'm very sentimental towards this, but I just don't think it's that good a movie.
I mean, Zagnut, Beetlejuice, I have a Ghostbusters reference in this movie. So they are using their weapons of destruction to destroy the Earth, and they shoot a missile silo, but it's a corn silo. Get it? And they turn it in the popcorn, so the popcorn shoots all over the city. But when they're shooting it, the same ray that comes out is the same from like a proton pack. Like,
really?
Yeah, it looks exactly the same.
Wow.
And I'm like, wait, did they just rip that from the Ghostbusters? That's weird. I guess the last thing I want to say about this is the guy who directed this also directed Baby's Day Out. And wrote fucking Dragonheart with Sean Connery, so you kind of get what you put in.
For a while, Baby's Day Out was, whenever I was asked, what's the worst movie you ever saw, I'd answer with Baby's Day Out. Even though it's a little bit too mainstream, it has too much of a budget for it to be like, I don't know. I mean, budget's not really the answer either. It's just, I've seen worse movies, which we will do sometime. We want to do the worst movie challenge.
I'd like to see a gritty reboot of Baby's Day Out.
A gritty reboot of
You know what? A gritty reboot of Space Invaders would be good.
Yeah.
It'd be like a Killer Clowns from Outer Space type thing.
Yeah, like use the same type of aliens, like have it be the same characters, but just make it more like, I don't know.
Or do it like a Stranger Things type like Netflix show where there's like kids and the aliens come down and it's like a little mini series. That'd be fun. One more thing. The end credits have a custom song about the Space Invaders, so I'll let that play while we.
I don't know if I think I might have hit stop before that.
Definitely. It's awful.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, in all the years of Monster Madness, I knew one day we would get to this. And because I've talked about so many horror films of the 30s, and it's a good reminder that not all 30s horror movies are universal. So, are Universal monsters. From Germany, this is M, directed by Fritz Lang, who did Metropolis. Starring Peter Lorre, it's one of his early roles. And the subject matter is pretty brutal for 1931.
Yeah. Extremely dark.
Yeah, I mean, just considering this was made in 1931, and it's about a child murderer. It's a serial killer who specifically stalks children, who's played by Peter Lorre. And it's just so morbid without showing very much at all.
Yeah, I don't think there's any violence in the entire movie, really.
No.
There's a couple scenes near the end where people are fighting, but they never show anything. They allude to it in such a way that just is disturbing. And also, there's no music.
Yeah, well, all early 30s horror films, or any films really from the early 30s, didn't have music because they had just come off the silent era so abruptly. And I guess they didn't really think to put music in or didn't know how or whatever. And it only makes it creepier.
Yeah, it works more. I think it works without the music fine.
Yeah.
It just, the beginning scene just starts off a kid walking down the street, and it keeps cutting between the kid and the mother waiting for her kid to come home. She meets the murderer, but you never see the murderer at first. You just see his shadow. And then you see, just a collection of images that show you that what's happened to her fate and everything. And it's just upsetting. You see him buying the girl a balloon from a street vendor. It cuts to the mother waiting for her. Then it cuts back. It goes to her screaming out her name out the window. And then it just cuts to empty rooms. And then eventually you see the girl's ball roll out of these bushes and the balloon floating into like power lines. And then it goes to the next scene. And it's like, without the music and just knowing the feelings, it does such a good job not showing and not blatantly throwing it in your face what's going on, but your mind paints this picture that's way worse than what is on screen. And it's such a disturbing film. It's also an incredible film. The way it's shot, everything, it's one of my favorite suspense films, like horror films. It's just upsetting and disturbing and sad.
There has been other scenes where a child is murdered in other movies. Frankenstein, the monster does murder a girl, but it's a different circumstance. It's like by accident. But yeah, I mean, horror movies, especially like the ones in Hollywood, were limited after like 1934 when the Hays Code came into effect, because then it was just restricting films from doing anything too violent or whatever. So a lot of these early 30s films got away with all kinds of stuff. And this one being a non-Hollywood film, this one being made in Germany, I think they were able to do more. Really, Fritz Lang, I guess, got lucky to make the movie when he did, because this was right before the Nazi Party.
Yeah, really before World War II.
The Nazi Party was on the rise at this time, and Fritz Lang had a lot of trouble making this film. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty disturbing thinking like the context and the time period. So it's kind of interesting. It's not a whodunit film. Like you're not trying to figure out who the murderer is, because the audience know the whole time.
Yeah.
You don't see Peter Lorre very much until past the hour mark. You start seeing more of him.
Yeah.
You see him in a few brief scenes early on, but the whole time we know who it is, and we're just waiting for the police to find him. But there's also vigilantes who are looking for him.
Yeah.
And everybody's kind of just arguing with each other. So they're very inept at finding the killer in this movie.
Yeah, it's the criminals that are basically, it starts with a bunch of people just accusing everyone of being this murderer. So it goes into this witch hunt mode. So to which the police decide to just raid every place they possibly can, which is hurting now the criminal business. And the criminals decide, you know what? We got to find this guy. We have to put an end to this. We can't deal with constant raids from the police, and the police aren't doing a good enough job, so we're going to go and get this guy. So they employ all the beggars of the city to basically look out for this guy, anything they see, and find this murder.
And then finally, I mean, the scene I think that really makes the movie is at the very end when he's caught by the vigilantes. Then finally, Peter Lorre gets lines. He finally gets to speak. And he's demanding a fair trial. Like, he wants to be turned over to the proper authorities. And they just have him like in a basement or something.
Yeah, in an abandoned building somewhere.
Yeah, and of course the whole thing, it's like, okay, like this guy's a child murderer. He needs to get what he deserves. But then it's the first movie I can think of where you're put face to face with the killer at the end, and you hear him kind of like explain what's going through his head, and he's like saying that he doesn't like that he kills kids. Like he says he can't help it. He's like almost like it's like this curse or something.
Yeah.
Which they would exploit in more horror films in more supernatural ways, like the Wolfman. You know, he doesn't want to kill people. It's just like something that happens to him and he can't help it. So like this guy has some kind of like illness where he just has to, he's like compelled to do these horrible things and kill children. And when he finally speaks at the end, it's like that whole monologue just resonates. Like
it's a really powerful scene in all of film history. I'm not a huge, black and white or old timey kind of movie guy, but I saw this in college in a film study class. And I remember, going to that class, it was like, oh, cool, whatever. I get to sit and watch movies most of the day. But this was the first movie that I watched during that, where I was blown away that the fact that the subject matter is not something that I thought would be a movie in the 30s, talking about a murderer of kids. And then the monologue at the end, just him saying how he can't help it and the people don't care. And it's both sides are valid. You don't want to like the murderer at all. The entire time you want him to get what's coming to him, but when he speaks and he explains it, it's such a heartbreaking scene.
It's like tragic.
Yeah,
it's like,
and you still somewhat side with the people. Like, no, kill this guy, because they bring up like, what if he gets out? What if he is pardoned and he's just free to murder again? And the thing is, even the ending, not to spoil it, but it doesn't really give you much satisfaction in what happens. It kind of just ends, but it's such a powerful film, and the story in between really like wraps everything together. All the people that are coming together and seeing how society kind of reacts. You see this in normal, everyday life. Anytime there's anything going on in the media or anything, this is much like, alluding to the future, I guess, in a way or something. But this movie, in my opinion, it's not, I'd put it in like a top list of my movies. I would definitely say I just find this movie really amazing. It's shot extremely well. Everything about it is it's very mesmerizing, and it makes you really feel an emotion. You feel for the parents, you feel for, him at the end and everything. It's just it's a movie that you wouldn't expect to feel the way you would, and you wouldn't expect it from something coming out of 1931.
Yeah, I mean, lots of horror movies, they had psychological elements like, Jekyll and Hyde, where it's like the good and evil nature. But this is one where there's no supernatural element whatsoever. This is just like real life, what could really happen. And Peter Lorre, he's went on to become like one of the big horror stars, but he never had like one role that he was really known for. He's kind of just Peter Lorre. Like he's just, after this he was in Mad Love, The Beast with Five Fingers. That one really sticks out to me, which is about a killer hand. So it's a little silly, but Peter Lorre sells it with his acting.
Yeah.
And that's another one where he's like psychologically disturbed. And then, of course, Tales of Terror. That's probably the funniest one that he's done. So he has like a humor side too. So he's had a lot of range as an actor. But this is really where he got his start in like horror.
I was reading on Amazon, when you rent this, it has the trivia, and it said that he was actually the first person to ever play a James Bond villain, I think.
Oh, really?
It was in a television series of James Bond or something, and he played one of the first ever villains or something, and I was like, wow, that's like, he had a long range, and I mean, he's parodied in Looney Tunes.
Oh, all the time.
They always, they are constantly using, like, you know, there's always the you know, kind of character, and he's always, you know, he was someone I never had heard of before, but I realized as time went on that I had seen him in so many different things, whether or not I knew it.
They make me laugh.
I didn't realize who he was until I saw this movie and learned about who he was. But it's an incredible film.
We also mentioned how there's no music in it whatsoever. It may be one of the first movies to have a musical motif, however, because the only music in the movie is the character whistling. Like, he's always whistling, and it's Hall of the Mountain King, and so every time you hear that, you know the killer is near.
Yeah.
And that was the first movie, I think, to do that, to have a motif to come in like that. Like, one of the earliest movies I know to have a full score is King Kong. And then it seems after that point, mostly every movie had music. But this was in that one, like, short window of time when horror movies didn't have music, and that only made them creepier.
Yeah. No, it definitely helped. Honestly, I think the movie would not be the same if it had a musical score behind it. It's what adds to the foreboding and creepiness of the movie. You're basically a fly on the wall watching as this all happens. You don't feel like it's almost even a movie. It feels like you're along with these people in the room, seeing how they're each going to go about finding out, you know, figuring out what they're going to do, and eventually trap the murderer. The thing is, Peter Lorre is the main character of the movie, but he's barely in the movie.
Yeah.
It's more about all these other people just trying to find him, but the idea of him as a murderer is always in your mind. And it makes him the main character, but he's not in the movie as nearly as much as many of the other characters in it. But his performance is also the standout point of it too.
You also have to say, I think there's more smoking in this movie than I've ever seen in any movie ever. There's like every scene, especially with the police, it seems like it's always in a cloud of smoke.
Yeah.
That they're just smoke. Sometimes they're smoking so much that there's smoke covering their face. You can't even see. Like, there's one shot in particular, I think, where they're all sitting around a table. Every single person that shot is smoking like something. And there's just this layer of cloud on the top of the frame.
There's even that one guy who has a pipe with a cigar stuffed in it.
I did that before I was dead.
They all are. Every single person in this movie smokes. There's a guy who even has like a bunch of used cigarettes and cigars in a box that he pulls out and smokes one of them. Like, it's kind of gross. Like, it's just like every single person.
The only other thing I have to say, I mean, the only negative that I have about the movie is that it's very slow paced, like especially until like the second half when you start seeing more of Peter Lorre.
Yeah,
and it does feel like there's long parts, especially when they're chasing him in like the lockers, like the storage areas, and it just goes on and on and on and on. But you know, it's definitely a fascinating piece. It's something, you know, they show you in film school, and you know, rightfully so. I think at some point everybody should check this out. You know?
Yeah, for sure.
All right, welcome to Cage Match. This is where we take two Nicolas Cage movies and just...
Which movie will exit the cage alive? Mandy or 8mm?
Yeah, so think of this as a pilot episode for a possible future Cage Match of all different types of movies.
Well, what's your favorite Nicolas Cage movie?
Well, that's a good... You know, I think... maybe National Treasure.
I'm either Con Air or Raising Arizona man myself, but I guess today we have to do Mandy versus 8mm. And I picked these both. They're both very ultra-violent, both uncomfortable films, both very stylized, so I figured they would be a good matchup for this Monster Madness.
And they both deal with... Nicolas Cage plays a character who is basically avenging the death of a girl.
You want to start with Mandy?
The first thing I think of is this movie has lots of red. It's just like every scene is just doused in red.
Yeah, it reminds you of like a Dario Argento film.
Yeah.
Suspiria. It feels like a throwback to a, late 70s, early 80s, just fever dream mixed with heavy metal covers, or even like animated movies like Heavy Metal and Heavy Metal 2000. And that's just what it looks like.
It takes place in the 80s because everybody fucking loves the 80s so damn much all the time. So the Nicolas Cage character watches his girlfriend brutally killed, burned alive, basically.
After going through like a psychedelical fever dream trip.
Yeah, and there's always that trailing effect in this movie. So he sees her killed right before his eyes by crazy cult members.
Yeah, the children of the New Dawn.
He mourns her burnt corpse, like right in his hand.
Like ashes,
He takes her ashy face, which is just a pile of ash in the shape of her face, and then it blows away in the wind, and it's just like, damn, that's rough. And then he's in the bathroom in his underwear and a tiger shirt, chugging vodka and fucking screaming out of his mind.
Yeah, it's a
2-minute shot. It's a 2-minute shot that goes on.
The problem with Mandy, when everyone thinks about this movie, they think about that shot of him screaming and like the long shots.
Oh, they do?
The cool colors, the murders, the fighting sequences. But the movie, unfortunately, has a lot of, it's not boring because it's stylized. I'm going to get a lot of flack for that, but...
it's a slow build-up.
It's a super slow. Like even through like the rest of the movie, it's like
when they're talking about Jupiter and everything, it's like or wait, I forget if it's Saturn, whichever.
The thing is, there's a huge build-up, but you never really learn to like the characters that much. You just want the other people to die.
Yeah.
Because I didn't care if Nicolas Cage really lived or died. I just wanted to see those other people die.
Yeah, but once it gets started, though, then it's like...
It keeps going,
yeah. He forges his own battle axe and flames and shit.
Yeah.
He fucks up the cult members and,
He has to fight the evil demon biker army.
Yeah.
Thanks to Bill Duke from Commando and such fame, giving him like a crossbow and special arrows and all sorts of shit.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And unfortunately, Bill Duke's at the age where to be in a film, he has to kind of sit there and, kind of Bill Murray it. Like,
that's the first scene where the cage comes out, where it's just like, they killed my girlfriend, or whatever he says.
Yeah.
And then...
not when he's wearing a tiger shirt and his underwear screaming.
Yeah, there's that. Which is amazing. You have to show that 2-minute shot. Like, just the part where he's just like, So he's killing the cult members, and one of them spews blood on his face, and he smiles back. After killing a bunch of them, he takes some LSD and cocaine, which just blasts through his mind in a surge of bright colors, and then he kills some more.
Yeah.
He decapitates a flaming body, and then by the end, there's so much blood on his face, you can't even recognize it's Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, he just drives away at the end. It's like, after he finally gets his vengeance.
This would make Leatherface seem like... This would put Leatherface to shame.
Because in the beginning of the movie, you realize he's a logger, to the point where they're like helicoptering them into the mountain and stuff like that. So he knows how to use a chainsaw. But then the other guy has a longer chainsaw. So then they have to chainsaw fight.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah, but the weapon he made is also really awesome. So he's like a lumberjack, blacksmithing, TV watching, funny guy, I guess.
And he crushes a guy's face with his bare hands, and the eyes pop out like smushed tomatoes.
Yeah, that was the last kill.
Yeah. Oh my God, that is one hell of a kill. So yeah, this movie is like Evil Dead on crack.
Yeah, let's go into...
All right, we're gonna go into 8mm now.
We're gonna go back 20 years.
And at first I thought, like, what's the connection? And then I was like, okay, they like the avenging the girl and everything,
and they're also two of his most like I said ultra violent before, but more pervasive movies.
Yeah. So this movie's rough, but it's great. So Nicolas Cage plays a private investigator who's hired to investigate this snuff film. Do we have to explain what a snuff film is?
Sure.
I don't want to.
I'd like to do that.
No, let's not.
Okay. You can look that up. Well, they explain it in the movie.
On the film, it's this girl getting murdered, basically.
Yeah.
And he's trying to figure out, is the film real? Like, was it?
Because it's in this old like rich guy dies, and his wife goes in their private safe with their like butler lawyer guy. And they find the film, and she wants to know, was my husband like a crazy person? Where did this come from? Is it real?
Spoilers. We'll get into spoilers. Just Just so you know, in case you haven't seen it, if you want to be surprised. But the first scene that really sticks with me is when you see him watching the film, and it's like the way he reacts to it. Like, you just believe that he's really seeing something like awful.
Mind you, at the time this came out, like, I mean, you look on the internet nowadays and everything's terrible and you can see people dying and there's porn everywhere and it's a mess. But in '99, you didn't see a lot of stuff like this, and there was still this big like underground porn thing, which they get into later in the film. So I feel like this worked better back then, and that's why he's just so like downtrodden. It's kind of like 1979 hardcore with George C. Scott, whose daughter's in porn, and he has to like watch a bunch to find her in it and find the guys who are in it to like track her down in LA. It's very similar to that, except that there's a private investigator looking for the girl who was murdered. So the movies have a lot of correlation.
The big turning point, it's like the thing about that he finds out is that the film was real and the girl was murdered. And I kind of feel a little bit like it was a letdown because I wanted to see that the girl was okay. Like, I would have rather...
Yeah, but much like in Mandy, if the girl didn't die, he wouldn't go insane. Because he even calls the girl's mother, and he's like, you know, or talking to her, and he pretty much like, if I had the person in front of me who went after your daughter, would you want me to like go after him? Because he eventually finds James Gandolfini from The Sopranos is one of the guys and has him trapped in a place, and then he's like, you're not going to kill me, you're not going to kill me, and then he calls the mom, and she's like, yeah, do it, and then he goes back in there and just like fucking pistol whips him to death. But cracks his skull.
But of course, you know, we're just breezing through it. I mean, this is a heavy, heavy scene because he calls the mom, first of all, to like inform her, like, your daughter was killed. And then,
and by the way, I found the guy.
Yeah, and by the way, the guy's here, and he's like, just give me permission. Give me permission to kill him.
It's kind of like a whodunit movie, but also like it's kind of like watching a movie like Clue or something, but when they find the murderer, they kill them horrifically.
Yeah, because he starts taking it personal, where like now it's not just for him to like, you know, complete the investigation and find out answers. Now it's more about like, well, he's gonna...
he has to go. He has to like. He's now a part of it. He has to get vengeance.
He's part of it now. He's avenging the girl. Yeah.
Unlike Mandy, he's also joined by good character actors. You got Joaquin Phoenix. You have James Gandolfini. You have Peter Stormare from Armageddon, Russian space station, and then of course you have the Machine.
The Machine is the like the S&M guy who is
who killed the girl.
Film. Yeah, but he like, you know, he's the one doing the murdering. But he's masked all the time.
And you think that he's like this crazy psychopath. But it turns out the Machine lives with his mother who goes to church, and he's like lives a normal guy in like New Jersey or whatever.
Well, there's this really creepy shot where it's his yard. It's like the backyard where the Machine lives, and it just pans over, and Nicolas Cage is in the background standing like behind the fence.
Oh, that's a great shot because he looks like he's in the fucking Matrix. Yeah. He looks like Neo from the Matrix.
Yeah, he's got like he has like a trench coat on or something. Yeah, and he's just like there. He's like ready to just...
But he goes up to the Machine's room. He's like the final guy he has to kill. And you know the Machine's crazy because he's listening to Aphex Twin, and he has Glenn Danzig posters because you know he's not a man you want to trifle with that kind of metal shit going on. And then he fights the Machine outside in a graveyard.
In the rain,
while he's wearing a mask. So you have the avenging force fighting a man in the mask in a graveyard in the rain, in the dark. I want to point out this is directed by Joel Schumacher, who directed Batman 2 years previously. So basically Nicolas Cage fighting the Machine is like Bane versus Batman.
Yeah, but it's way better. I think this is a tough Cage match.
It's almost like if the 8mm movie like had a sequel, it would be a Kick-Ass because he would turn into Big Daddy, the Batman style guy, if that makes a lot of sense. There's also a sequel, 8mm 2, in 2005. They just renamed another movie that. It's really bad. So I don't know what how do you feel about this Cage match?
Oh, it's a close call, but I don't know which one you're gonna go with.
I mean, they got a lot in common. Nicolas Cage is a heavy smoker in both. They're super violent. They're all about making illegal drugs or making porn, and there's heavy metal music that's really good throughout both of them. Oh man, but you know what? I think I might pick 8mm. I thought it was the better film of the two.
Yeah, it's tough. I think I'll go with Mandy though.
Okay.
So we'll have a tiebreaker. What do you think?
Between 8mm and Mandy, I say face off.
All right, there you have it. Jackson's Braindead, also known as Dead Alive.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, what's Braindead? I don't know what that is. I've seen Dead Alive many times.
Yeah, I know, because apparently only here in the U.S. they call it Dead Alive. Everywhere else it's Braindead. So,
yeah, I don't know why they do it.
So we're the weird ones, I guess. So yeah, this is Peter Jackson after Bad Taste, but before The Frighteners and Lord of the Rings.
Yes. We mentioned this briefly in rental reviews, the goriest movies we ever saw. This was my pick.
We did. I think we brought up a stat, which I forget again, but it was something like 300 gallons of blood used in it.
Yeah, something like that. I mentioned that...
and this was a repeat from 2007 again, so...
I mentioned, like, my short film, the school that everyone's in is the Father Magruder High School, which is named after the priest in this. So I really love this movie. But now we can talk about it, like, fully. We were focusing on just the gore last time, so...
Yeah. Which I guess really the gore is the main
really
thing.
is the biggest focus.
But I do remember the plot vaguely is about this this guy's overprotective mother gets bitten by some weird... like rat monkey at a zoo?
The Sumerian rat monkey. James, where did they get that Sumerian rat monkey from?
I don't know.
Oh, the movie begins on Skull Island.
Oh my gosh, really?
A New Zealand guy and a bunch of other people are stealing a Sumerian rat monkey on Skull Island. It says Skull Island, and they're being chased by the natives. Wow. The guy gets bit, and they're like, "Oh nope, you're gonna turn into a zombie." And then later on, when Peter Jackson remade King Kong, there's a part where they go into the bottom of the boat where they keep all the animals, and there's a crate for Sumerian rat monkey.
Wow, that is good trivia. I did not know that.
So Peter Jackson was working on his King Kong expanded universe many years before he even got a chance to remake King Kong.
I think we find a Lord of the Rings connection somewhere. Yeah, it's a hard one, but
the rat monkey is Gollum. So they bring the rat monkey, which has an infectious bite that turns you into a zombie.
Yeah, and then it just spreads from the mother to everybody else. And then by the end of the movie, you just have all-out madness of like a house just full of zombies. And it's a lot like Evil Dead. It has the same thing where like a guy is like fighting all these like undead creatures. And
as cartoony as Evil Dead can get, this is very cartoony. Like every character is over the top in this.
There's a soup scene.
Oh my god.
That's disgusting.
Oh my god, I gotta like stop myself from throwing up. So they're like, or no, pudding. It was pudding, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right, pudding.
They're eating pudding and like the mom is already turned zombie at this point, and like her ear is falling off into it.
In the soup.
Gross.
And then somebody like eats it, and you know it's coming. You're like, oh crap. Somebody's head gets pulled back, and then whoa, I hit the lantern here. So somebody's head gets pulled back, and then they feed them through the neck or something.
Oh yeah, was that the priest? No. There's another character. So there's a little bit of a love story in this too. You wouldn't think that the goriest movie ever, full of blood and vomit and shit and zombie babies being thrown into blenders, would have a nice love story, but it does. There's this whole theme of like trying to like grow up and be your own man because you're right. His mom is overbearing. You find out later on that she killed his dad out of like jealousy.
Okay.
I'm like, well, that's messed up. It's just a solid all around good film. A lot of little just a little bunch of weird things. Like again, the priest knowing karate and kung fu.
Yeah.
What did that have to do with anything? It's awesome.
Kung fu priest.
Yeah.
It has the most quotable line. I kick ass for the Lord.
The guy doing the embalming at the cemetery, I think he's like a secret Nazi. At one point, his shirt rips and you see the swastika underneath. It's like, oh, so is he a Nazi that snuck away to New Zealand and is just hiding out? I'm like, again, nothing to do with anything, but there it is.
Wow, I don't remember that.
Yeah. And then like the priest has, the zombie priest has sex with someone. And they have a zombie baby. And then
that's right, yeah.
For some reason, the main character decides he's got to treat this baby like a real baby, and he's taking it to the park, and it's trying to eat people.
And doesn't it like it fights with somebody, and then the baby gets like kicked all around, and then it cuts this drunk guy who's like, yeah, and he's just like, it's the best thing he ever seen.
There's some cool foreshadowing, which we might have mentioned in rental reviews, where like they show the guy with the lawnmower. And the lawnmower comes right up to the camera, and you're like, that's going to come back. And of course, it comes to that famous scene at the end.
Oh, the lawnmower massacre is where that's where all those gallons of blood come into play. Because the entire scene becomes red. Like the color red is on everything. There's so much blood. Like if you thought Ash Williams' face was covered in blood in Evil Dead, This movie, I mean, his entire face is red except for his like eyeballs, and then there's these intestines that are farting, and do you remember that?
Yeah, so like every part of their body, it's kind of like Return of the Living Dead. Like every part of their body is alive. So if you take their intestines out, their intestines are just going to move on their own.
Which is surprising that more zombie movies haven't done that. They're all, you shoot them in the head.
Yeah, they tend to stick to the head thing.
Yeah, like nobody ever does the Return of the Living Dead thing, but this one does.
And I guess Evil Dead, but they aren't really zombies. But yeah.
Yeah, and this one takes it as far as you can go. I mean, this was like the goriest movie to end all gore movies. Like, I don't think it's ever been topped since.
I mean, maybe there's a movie that has more realistic gore, more effective gore, but if terms of just volume, I think we said, like, this is it. This is, you can't be this.
And also, the Dead Alive version, I think, it was cut. Like, they cut like a...
Yeah, I was going to say, I've only seen the Dead Alive version. And what is different in Braindead?
It's more gore. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's even gorier. Yeah. I mean, I think it's like, I don't remember, like anywhere between 6 to 12 minutes of extra gore footage. That basically was like, okay, this was the parts that were too gory for them to use, but it's really not that much gorier.
So Peter Jackson, he's a very big special effects director, and you see like a lot of early stuff. Like he's good at using all of the, like Lord of the Rings, not just CGI, it's forced perspective, which I think is used at the end of this one. So his mom is like the main zombie.
Yeah.
And at the end, she kind of turns into like a rat monkey. She starts to look like the rat monkey a little bit. And she's gigantic, and to make her look bigger,
they use grows at the end.
Yeah, they use like forced perspective to make her look like this giant Godzilla sort of thing. Which of course was used in Lord of the Rings many years later. Lots of forced perspective. Just so many creative camera stuff. Like the hockey puck head. Remember the guy's head that gets cut off and like knocks around like a hockey puck? The transitions, like it's definitely a prop when it's sliding, but then it'll cut to a shot with the eyes.
Oh yeah,
and it's almost seamless. Like you kind of you're like, oh shit, is that like a person?
And there's so much going on. Like you don't have time to focus on one thing.
Yeah.
And then of course the mother scene we mentioned, like then he goes into like the stomach and like remember that, where she like opens up her like stomach and puts him in there. And
then, I think she eats him and then he cuts out of her stomach.
Okay,
I forget what he cuts out with. Was it a chainsaw or something? I don't know. He cuts out of her somehow.
Yeah. And then there's just blood just spraying everywhere.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's so fucking gory and great.
Yeah.
And comedic. Like you wouldn't think it's as funny as it is, but it's very funny.
Yeah, it's like a cartoony gore.
Yeah. Now I never saw Bad Taste. Is that like similar to this?
Yeah, it is. Bad Taste is also really gory, but it's a precursor to this one. Like he made that first.
Okay.
It's not quite as sophisticated. Like it's not anywhere near Braindead quality gore, but it's still definitely worth checking out.
Okay.
But I think that, I mean, I know a lot of people have requested Bad Taste, but I just don't think you need Bad Taste when you have Braindead. Like it's just so much better.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind reviewing it, but this year we just had to like be more economic and go to movies that I've seen already. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had time to do all this.
Yeah.
But final thoughts on
final thoughts. Like you said, very innovative with the score. Much like Evil Dead, go back and check this to see where big directors got their start. Because like it's kind of funny that he did this and then eventually did Lord of the Rings and remade King Kong.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
It makes no sense.
I know, it's so different.
Yeah.
Like you know, after Lord of the Rings, I'd tell people about this. Like, oh, do you know that he did this really gory, movie? Yeah.
And they're like, what?
Yeah. And like, you know, he won all these awards and he's recognized in the mainstream, but this doesn't come up in the same universe.
Yeah.
Like, you know?
And I guess this is technically the sequel to his King Kong movie because it takes place afterwards. So, you know, do a double feature of 3 hours of gorilla fighting and then 2 hours of just blood and guts everywhere. You'll have a great time. Hi, James. So I wasn't supposed to be in this episode. Justin was. And he decided last minute that he didn't want to review every Phantasm movie. And he thought I'd be able to talk about it. I've only seen the first two 20 years ago on Monster Vision, and I haven't watched them since. So I had to watch every Phantasm movie last night. I was up till 3 a.m. I've binge watched them all, and I'm ready to talk about every Phantasm movie.
Last time I saw him, it was in December. Joe Bob did his Christmas marathon.
Yeah.
And he did all the Phantasm movies, except for 2. I think they couldn't get 2 for some reason. But anyway.
Yeah, 2 is owned by Universal, I think. So they probably
3 recaps too in the beginning.
Yeah.
So that was the first time I saw all the sequels.
Yeah.
Like, I saw some of them a long time ago, but this was like last time. And it's a lot of fun. It's a
they vary in quality.
They do.
Sharply.
They definitely vary.
I really enjoyed the first one a lot. Like, I know a lot of people say it's confusing, but I kind of like surreal, trippy stuff, like ambiguous. When I was a teen, I didn't, so maybe that's why I didn't watch these. But as I got older, like, I kind of like that you can't tell what's a dream. And
some movies are like a stream of consciousness. It's not really meant to make a lot of sense.
And I think that works. And then I guess 2, they weren't allowed to do that. Like, the studio said they weren't allowed to be ambiguous. And
well, it's written and directed by Don Casarelli, who did Bubba Hotep.
Yes, and Beastmaster.
Beastmaster,
Beastmaster's good. I like Beastmaster. It was good. It was a good. Is this his debut? I think directorial, 1978.
I'm not sure if it's his debut, but
okay, but it's a good it's a good way to start.
Yeah,
I
and
enjoyed.
Plot in a nutshell is just weird stuff going on. There's this the tall man.
Yes.
They call him the tall man, played by Angus Scrim.
Yes.
Who's kind of like a modern day Bela Lugosi. Like he looks like a classic horror star.
He does. Like, if you would have told me he was in a Hammer horror movie, I'd be like, oh, of course.
Yeah.
I don't think he was, but
no, but it feels like he would. Yeah.
So basically, there's like shenanigans going on at this mausoleum. Like, the tall man's just stealing coffins. The kid's noticing that there's like these little Jawas.
He's like an Undertaker or whatever. Yeah, that's right. There's Jawas also.
Yeah, there's like a crazy lady who might be the tall man. It's kind of like weird, and then later in the movie they explain that he's from another planet. He takes bodies, shrinks them down to dwarf size because the gravity on their planet, and sends them through a portal to be slaves. Slaves for what? Who knows? It never gets answered in all 5 films. But there's like, 5 movies to explain it.
Then there's the silver balls.
And then I guess they're weapons.
Which is how Joe Bob justified showing it on Christmas. He's like, they're Christmas ornaments.
Here's the thing about the silver balls. This is a drinking game you can play if you ever have to binge these. Drink every time you see a light, a crew person, or a camera rig in the reflection of the silver balls. Spoiler, every time. It's every time you see the silver balls. But those are the most iconic things in the movie.
The deaths too, like just the thing. I never thought you'd see so many ways somebody could die from a silver ball.
The effects in the first one are a little kind of cartoony, but they work. They have like a low budget charm. It reminds me of the first Evil Dead a little bit. I liked it more than I thought I was going to like it. I was like, this is fun. This is fun. I wish I got more into it as a kid.
Yeah, it took me a couple times. I think the first time I saw the first Phantasm, I was just like, okay, this is weird and confusing. I don't get it. And then the second time I started to enjoy it more. And you mentioned Evil Dead. There's another kind of connection a little bit, like the character Reggie, played by Reggie Bannister. He's kind of like Ash Williams a little bit.
He reminds me of Ash Williams. He reminds me of the guy from Tremors, where you don't think they're going to be that big of a deal. And they end up being the stars of the series.
Exactly.
I didn't think Reggie the Ice Cream Man was going to be the star of 5.
That's right. He's an ice cream man. But then he becomes a total badass. And
by the way, women love Reggie in this series. Women can't get enough of, like, every girl in these movies are like all about Reggie. Like, to the point I'm like, is he writing his own scenes?
Well, I mean, there's like this thread in all the movies where he's trying to get laid, and he always he like fails all the time. And so it's like he's like the comedy relief character, but he's also the action star because he just looks like a regular dude.
So the second one was 10 years after the first one. They recast the main actor. It's okay. It's very derivative of other movies. Like, it feels a lot like Nightmare on Elm Street, Evil Dead, like Reanimator a little bit. It felt
how the budget increases.
The budget increased, the effect, because the same guy did the effects on some of those movies.
The effects in 2 are great,
And it's a lot like Aliens, where like the first one's a horror and this one's an action movie. The guy puts his welding torch on, they got flamethrowers and stuff. And I enjoyed it, but I'm like, this just feels like, it feels like they were trying to, where the first one felt so original, This one's like, let's be like this movie, let's be like that movie. They even reference Sam Raimi in it. They put his ashes in a bag, and it says Sam Raimi.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. But they're in the funeral. The guy, he cremates someone. He puts the ashes and says Sam Raimi.
Wow.
And then I texted you last night.
Yeah.
There's a RoboCop connection in like.
Yeah, Alex Murphy.
Yeah, the girl's walking through the cemetery with all the graves dug up, and one of them is Alex Murphy, beloved husband and father. I'm like, is that RoboCop? Is this in the same universe?
That's a good find.
Yeah.
I never noticed that.
I enjoyed too. I enjoyed the effects and everything, but it just felt derivative of other stuff. It didn't feel like its own thing. What did you think of it?
It's weird because I kind of like 2 and 3 the most, maybe because it's like, because when the budget increases, it kind of becomes a little more comedic and like, you know.
It is funny because the first movie, they try to hide the dwarf's face. They don't really show you. In this movie, minute 1, they're like, here's what the dwarfs look like. And they're like all mutated. And I'm like, oh, I get it. The budget went up. And now they can show them.
It's kind of like the Friday the 13th series.
Yeah,
it begins very low budget, and then as the budget increases, it tends to get sillier,
a little bit more ridiculous.
Yeah, but it's really entertaining. Like I feel like the entertainment factor goes up with the sequels. So
I was getting a big Nightmare on Elm Street 3 vibe from it, with like they can communicate through dreams and stuff. Yeah. I was just sad that the second one I read they weren't allowed to be ambiguous. Like Universal was like, no. Which leads to the ending where they're like, this is a dream. And the tall man goes, no, it's not. Like, he like straight up goes, no, it's not.
It's only a dream.
No, it's not.
But that was enjoyable. I did like 3.
Yeah.
3 starts off like Home Alone. Like, a kid straight up murders 3 adults in the beginning of 3. With like the crazy he has a Frisbee with razor blades on it and shit. I was like, what is going on here?
I like how it has a road trip quality. As it goes on, they almost become like road trip movies. In a way.
mean, they all end in a mausoleum at some point, but except for 4. But yeah, I think that I read like Don Coscarelli didn't know how to do a sequel, and he came up with a road trip idea, and all of them afterwards decided to do this whole like road trip following the tall man thing.
Yeah.
I did enjoy that. Actually, you know what? 4 is probably the one I like, the sequel I like the most. Oblivion, yeah. Because the IV looks like a 4 Roman numeral. I enjoyed that one because that one felt the most like the first one, where it's kind of ambiguous. There's different kind of timeline stuff. They give a little bit of an origin to the tall man, but not too much. Also, okay, so I binged these last night.
Yeah.
When I got to 4 and they show flashbacks to the first one, I was like, wait, I don't remember any of that. I'm like, was I not in the room? Apparently, before they made 4, they found all these lost scenes.
Oh, okay.
And put them into 4. So 4 keeps flashing back to stuff that's not in the first movie, but was filmed during the first.
Okay.
So I'm watching all these scenes. I'm like, I don't remember any of this shit. When did they hang the tall man?
Yeah, you might as well use the footage, I guess.
I mean, it helped budget-wise. Like, we have a lot of footage.
Yeah.
Like, apparently, Phantasm 1 was almost 3 hours long. And there's still footage that hasn't been seen. So who knows what's going to happen.
Huh.
But I enjoyed 4 probably the most, like, tone-wise, because 2 and 3 are very comical, which I think probably why you liked it.
Yeah, they were funny.
Yeah, but like 4 really feels like a return to form.
Okay.
I enjoy that too. I do like that the original actor comes back after 1 because they replaced him in 2.
Michael Baldwin as Michael. Yeah.
Yeah. Everyone. By the way, I think the actor who plays Reggie's name is Reggie.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, Joe Bob had Reggie on the show recently when he did the marathon. He was really cool.
Yeah, he seems like a cool dude. He seems like a fun dude.
Yeah, he was like, Joe Bob was like, let me recite the whole plot to the Phantasm series, and you tell me if I get it wrong at all. And he's like, okay. And then he just goes into the whole thing. He's going through, and the whole time Reggie's just like laughing. He's like, okay, yep, that's pretty accurate. Yep.
So that was 4. What did you think about 4 overall?
They tend to blur now. Like now, I got like sequelitis where they blur together.
Yeah.
The one thing we got mentioned, of course, is the score.
The score is great. Yeah. The score is really good.
It's got a little bit of like a Exorcist Tubular Bells kind of like.
Yeah. There was like a modern movie. I think it might be Hereditary or Midsummer. Some of the score in this was reminding me of the score in one of those 2 movies.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like I was really into the score when I was watching this. I'm like, oh man, I'm digging this. And again, I really wish I watched the first one more growing up. I think I would have really liked it. I mean, I do like it, but I think I would have been more into it.
Yeah, especially the last one. I feel like because I enjoyed them all.
Yeah.
But I feel like the last one would have been great if you were a Phantasm fan who was following it like for like a long time. and then there was that long gap, and then finally Phantasm Ravager,
Oh,
the final
God.
one comes out, and it's like I feel like it did a lot of fan service, like
yeah, you know.
and, yeah.
I didn't enjoy 5 that much.
Okay.
Speaking of fan,
Well, if you binged them all in a row, I imagine you're like,
you know what? Thank God I binged them, because there are some continuity errors, but they will sequels will call back to very specific things that happened in previous movies.
Okay.
Where if you have like a year or two gap not watching it, you're gonna be like 5. They're like, let's go north. He hates the cold. I'm like, when the fuck did? I'm like, oh yeah, 3. 3 they mentioned, or 3 or 4 they mentioned. They're like,
yeah, I wouldn't have remembered that.
yeah, 5 like. I watch a lot of fan films on YouTube. It felt like a fan film, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. I mean, that's because like the effects were very like,
yeah, the effects are,
you know, they were like effects that we could do if we had a little more time, basically.
Even like the camera work seemed like it was an HD camera, but it seemed like stuff like I would film in like college and whatnot. Like, so that kind of took me out of it.
But that kind of like made me feel like it was a little more tangible, like knowing that this was kind of a movie that fans just wanted to happen.
Yeah.
And it wasn't going to happen with a major studio's, you know, input. It was a really troubled production from what I hear. Like it took a long time for them to finish it.
Yeah,
which is why,
you could tell. Like Reggie looks like he ages in between whatever sequence they're doing. He he looks like he ages a lot in between sequences,
which kind of like helps it, I guess. Then you have those two like realms that he's in, so it makes sense that they. So it really is like almost like an unfinished movie, and then they finished it up later. And Angus Scrimm, it was, you know,
it was his last movie. I think,
I mean, he died shortly after that, or even I don't remember.
I think it was after. I read it. I think it was after.
So it was released and then.
Okay.
But it was cool. They got him back one last time.
I love the. There was a little bit of an Ed Wood in there where there's very clear stock footage that they added. Like there's footage of like military planes flying or like riots in other countries, but they digitally added balls everywhere. I'm like, oh, this is totally Ed Wood.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's like Ed Wood if he had a green screen. And if he had computers.
But no, I mean, it's a very interesting series. I recommend you binge it. I really recommend you binge them.
Yeah. The Joe Bob Last Drive-In is a good way to binge it. Although you'd have to rent 2 because you didn't have 2.
Yeah.
They have the rights.
Yeah, and like I said, I know I said it was derivative, but if you like Evil Dead and Nightmare on Elm Street, you probably like 2 and 3 the most.
If you don't like the first one, I say stick with it, see what you think of 2, and then 3, and if you're still not digging it by the time you get to 3, then okay, you're fine.
Yeah, but, you're good. Like, because like I said, 4 and 5 they are kind of closer to the first one in tone, but they're built around what happened in 2 and 3. So you kind of can't watch them without watching the others. But I say just stick to the first one. Really, it ends on a nice ambiguous ending. It's kind of surreal, and I enjoyed it. All
right, cool.
Wish I didn't have to watch all 5 in one night, but yeah.
That Justin, what a bonehead!
Devil's Rejects. This is another repeat that I talked about the first Monster Madness way back. But it's definitely worth bringing up again, especially now that there's going to be another sequel. Well, it's okay. It's been out. It's been out by the time you see this. Three from Hell is the new one. Devil's Rejects is a sequel to House of Thousand Corpses, but really, it's a different movie. It's a totally different movie. I would say you don't need to see that. Just go right into Devil's Rejects. I have not yet seen Three from Hell at the time we're recording this. But this is my favorite Rob Zombie movie by far.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen... Oh, I've seen Halloween, and I've seen this. And I like this better than Halloween, but man, I don't like any of these characters. Like, I wanted them to die the entire time I saw this movie.
They're horrible, horrible characters.
Yeah, there's just nothing likable about them at all.
It's weird because there is some dark comedy in this. So no, I would say there's nothing likable about them for sure. I mean, they're serial killers, but they have moments where they're kind of funny.
Yeah.
There's like moments where you laugh at it because, you know, it's just a movie. So the plot of the movie, in a nutshell, there's not much to it. There's 3 serial killers who are going around killing people for no reason either.
No.
They're just they're just going around to just...
They're just sadistic, basically.
Yeah, they're just fucked up people played by Sid Haig, Sherry Moon and Bill Moseley. House of Thousand Corpses is its own thing. There's just, it's just music video, crazy colors, and Texas Chainsaw Massacre influences. Like House of Thousand Corpses is just nuts. This one actually has like a method to the madness. So yeah, so they're going around, they're killing people, and they don't just kill them, they like verbally insult them, they humiliate them, they torture them. They're just like horrible, horrible people. But what makes it more disturbing is that they all are so aware of it. Like when you have one serial killer in a movie, it's like, okay, well that person is like completely fucked up in the head. But when you see three of them who are all very different from each other, but they all share the same thing by killing each other, and none of them is bothered by it. Texas Chainsaw Massacre, which Rob Zombie is very much influenced by, was like the first movie to really show us, the first major movie that I could think of that showed us a family of psychopaths.
Yeah.
And this is kind of like that, where you see them sharing a bond, and it makes it even more disturbing because in their circle, it's okay to kill people. And it's just like, wow, these people are so messed up.
I think if anything, Captain Spaulding is probably the least evil out of them. I know he's like pretty messed up, but he
the least evil. Yeah,
he only knocks out the mom that he steals the car from.
Yeah,
he doesn't kill her.
Which, I mean, it's like, this is where the dark comedy comes in, where like he punches out a mom right in front of the kid, and he's in his clown makeup and everything, and he comes in and he's like, hey kid, don't you like clowns? Ain't we fucking funny?
Yeah.
Aren't we fucking funny?
Like, and then threatens him and says, I'm gonna kill your whole fucking family. Like, he at least had the courtesy to not kill the kid, to let him go.
Yeah, he made the kid like leave.
Yeah, but it's so fucked up. But like, those are parts in the movie where it's like, it's borderline like, this is really messed up, but it's also kind of like funny the way it's presented. Like, there's the scene where they all go for ice cream.
Yeah.
And there's the line that
Tutti fucking fruity.
Tutti fucking fruity.
Tutti fucking fruity. It's like, okay, I guess serial killers eat ice cream too.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like these like little moments to like humanize them just makes it like more disturbing. The line that always sticks with me in that scene is where he says, "There's no ice cream in your future." Like, it's such a funny way to phrase it, and like, I've adopted that into my speech a lot of times, where I always say like, "There's none of that fill in the blank in your future."
Yeah.
And it's just kind of like, it's a quotable movie. Like, it's just full of quotes.
No, I mean, the thing is, like, with the dark comedy and everything, and the way they act, as opposed to when we watched M, where there's really nothing funny about that movie. There's a few, like, there are like scenes that are somewhat like, meant as comedy, like the guy popping out of the floor and getting caught by the police. But in this, as opposed to M, where the murderer in M doesn't want to kill, but he just has to. These people
like
want to kill. Like the Devil's Rejects,
like, they
are not
joy
compelled. They just love doing it, and that's what's kind of scary about them. Is you don't feel sympathy for them. In fact, like, so every once in a while, there's scenes where you can kind of chuckle at them or chuckle at things they say. Captain Spaulding had me laughing when he gets up from bed next to the woman, and he's just got like shit stained underwear and stuff like that. Like, it's so gross. But but like, they are people that you just want to see get punished throughout the film.
Yeah, let's get to that. Before we get to that, though, let's mention a few more of the funny moments. Like, there's the Johnny Cash guy. Okay, there's a guy.
Yeah.
There's a guy who his claim to fame is that he shook Johnny Cash's hand once. You only see him in a few scenes, but he mentions the Johnny Cash thing more than once, and everybody has done that before. Everybody knows somebody who has a story that they always tell over and over again. You know, I probably mentioned, like, I was at a Metallica concert and caught Kirk Hammett's guitar pick. Like, that's probably mine, where I always say that. So this guy, he once shook Johnny Cash's hand, and he always brings it up. And then he brings it up to the girl, I think her name's Baby, played by Sherry Moon Zombie, and her reaction to it is just like, oh, I bet the girls want to fuck you.
Yeah.
And then this guy is just like, blows his mind that she said that, and then
he's like, say that again. Like, he keeps asking her to say it. Like, he can't believe that she's just all over him, kind of.
Would you say that again?
Exactly, cannot believe it. And he's like, did you kiss your mom with that mouth? And she's like, that's not the only thing I kiss with this mouth. And then he's just like got his hand over his face like, oh my God. And then you know what's gonna happen is that she's gonna lure him into the hotel, and then she's gonna torture him, and all this stuff, bad stuff is gonna happen. And then it leads to a really disturbing like torture type scene. But that moment of like where she exploited that like weakness of his, it was kind of peppered with humor. And then there's the chicken fucking conversation where I think he buys the chicken. We never know for sure what he buys the chicken for. Maybe it was for chicken fucking.
I mean, and that's why he got so offended by it. Or something.
Because it was true. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And the way he has to describe it in detail, and it's so sick and disgusting. Like, cut the chicken's head off, and then
stick your dick up that chicken's ass, and it'll go. Blah, or whatever. It was like.
And then Ken Foree, who from Dawn of the Dead, who plays the character who's buying it.
Keenan and Kel from the dad, Keenan's dad.
He plays it with the straight face where he's like acting completely shocked that he has that when he's like buying it for like his friend or whatever, I forget. He basically just like puts on a face where he's like you're asking me if I'm buying this to fuck a chicken, and like they're, and the guy's like, look, I'm not like saying anything against it. I'm just
and he's like, you think I would fuck a chicken? He's like, well, no, but your friend looks like the kind of guy. He looks sexually frustrated.
And then the longer it goes on, the longer they dwell on it, the more awkward it gets.
Oh, and the friend is the dude from what's it called too? The Hills Have Eyes.
That's the he's in a lot of stuff, but very recognizable. I'm trying to think of what else he was in. Joe Bob had him on the last drive-in. He was
cool.
He seemed like a real cool guy. And there's the other line, a really quotable line I remember, where when they first meet the Ken Foree character. And they're like old buddies, and they just start like reconnecting, and then he says a quote. He's like, "No sense standing around like stone-foot roosters in a fuck farm." And they all scream it at the same time. Like this is something they've said a lot.
They say it all the time.
Stone-foot roosters in a fuck farm.
And it's such a specific line that I've never heard anywhere else. It's just like that's their thing. We got to get to the next character, the sheriff. Played by William Forsythe. The sheriff character is trying to avenge the death of his brother. They killed his brother. So he's the closest you get to a good guy in this. However, he starts torturing the killers. And at first you're kind of just like, okay, like these people have tortured.
Give it to him.
Give it to him. Like they tortured so many people the whole movie. It's like, let's see them get tortured. But then there's actually a line where then it starts to cross it where, oh my gosh, this sheriff is just as psychopathic as them. And then you're kind of like, I mean, you never sympathize with them, but you get to a point where you're like, okay, I think they that was enough. I think they might have learned their lesson now. Maybe optimistically they'll lead a different life now. They'll change. But it's kind of like you just want to see them like learn some kind of lesson. But then he goes so far with it, you start to like want to see the killers get loose again. And it's like I got to a point where I'm just like questioning like, what kind of justice do I want of these people? Like what exactly would be the correct justice? And it's just, it kind of like only the best type of movies make you think that way. They make you debate in your head. Like they give you something to think about long after the movie's over.
With me, I wanted them so dead. I was so into what he was doing to them. I was like happy. Like I was like good. Like
you never got to a line?
I never liked them the entire movie.
But did you like the sheriff? I mean,
no, I love the sheriff. I actually really, when he killed the mom first, and then he was showing them the pictures and everything, and how he's like stapling the pictures to them and stuff, and he hammers the nails in their hands. I loved every minute of that scene.
But is that not sick and fucked up too?
It was, but it was something that it's almost, I felt like it was necessary. Like this guy was so driven by vengeance, and he understood like, look, he was a cop, but he's not a cop right now. He's like, these people need to be put down, and they need to be put down in the worst possible way, because they're doing it they're gonna just keep doing it. And I guess they're gonna keep doing it in another sequel.
But he's also taking joy of that too. Like he's not doing it just for justice. He's doing it for like his own pleasure. Like he's laughing right in their face.
I guess like the
And he's
horrors he was
burning them
put
and,
through,
like-
though, you know,
Yeah.
like he had to see all those people in the
Mhm.
hotel room, his brother, all these other countless things. He
Mhm.
found the house that they were in, saw what they did to countless other people. Also, he hires those bounty hunters played by Danny Trejo and Diamond Dallas Page, which which was pretty awesome seeing DDP
Yeah.
in this movie because they were great too. Like they were just funny characters. I liked them a lot better than I liked any of the Devil's Rejects, except for like Captain Spaulding, who really throughout the movie I don't think he killed anyone. Like, did he?
I can't remember. But like you said, he was the least evil. But that's what type of movie this is. It's just what's the lesser evil in this movie.
He seems
And,
more
like,
together than they are. Like the
yeah,
other two
a
seem just
little bit,
psycho,
but-
and he seems kind of like.
But they're all psycho. And
Yeah.
I think the sheriff's a psycho too. Like he's stapling shit to him. Like I think it's just as fucked up.
Nah, I liked it. I wanted them dead. I was so
Yeah.
disappointed.
I mean, I did
that
too, but
he,
then it
you
went
know,
so far with it.
Yeah,
Like,
he shouldn't have tried to burn the house down. He should have just ended it. He should have just put him out, and he didn't. And he made the ultimate mistake because he ends up getting it.
yeah.
You know. And if you haven't seen it, like definitely watch this movie. It's jarring and it's disturbing. This is probably one of the most disturbing movies I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
And I've watched a lot of but movies like this where it's just this killing, like senseless killing and stuff, is really upsetting because there's nothing supernatural about it. This is just, and there's people probably in the world that are like these three individuals, and that's a really scary thought to think about, you know. But this movie is, it's not subtle in the slightest. Like M was, foreshadowed and alluded and used metaphors and visual cues to tell you what's going on. This movie shoves that shit up your ass pretty much. Like it's like dead things, naked people constantly. Like it's just,
and that's what Rob Zombie does. Like that's what his movies are all. But I think a lot of them, it's just like, okay, like fine, we get it. Like it's just exploitive gore. This one, I think it kind of has like a purpose. Like this is the only one where I kind of feel like he does it in a different way. Like there's something different about Devil's Rejects I've not seen in any of his other movies. 3 from Hell, I'm gonna check out.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna take a look at that too.
Yeah. But I think like the characters are the best thing about it, that he's just able to like invent these fucked up characters and like, and there's like, I mean, they're just every person in this whole movie is, every main character is all fucked up.
Yeah.
Like now, at least 3 from Hell has the advantage where the characters are established now, so let's see where else he can take them.
To be honest, not just the characters are fucked up in this movie, everything in this movie is fucked up. Like everything just looks gross and dirty and run down. Every little detail. There's so many details, like even just the shit on Captain Spaulding's underwear. That was a detail that they put in willingly. Like everything is like every scene is just, it looks like this hot, gross 1970s summer in the South.
Even like the gas station in House of Thousand Corpses, it says gas and food like right next to each other, and like you don't want to think. I mean, you get gas and food from the same place, but the way they put them together on the sign puts like a mental image in your head of like gas and food like together, and you're just like, that just doesn't.
Gross.
So there is like that attention to detail that he gets from his movies, and a lot, like I think, his films have their ups and downs, but, I think this one, all his strengths are on full display here.
And by me not liking these 3 characters doesn't mean I didn't like the movie or wasn't entertained by the film. Honestly, like I love the movie. It made you, it gives you like feelings. It's disturbing and upsetting, and it's not, a lot of movies you can watch, horror movies, and it's just kind of popcorn stuff. This is something I don't recommend popcorn with.
Yeah, even Phil Mosley said like that it was really uncomfortable when they were filming. Like
I can imagine.
Like, but I mean, like at the same time, I mean, he had to have fun saying a line like, "I am the devil, and I'm here to do the devil's work."
Yeah, that was one scene I will say I liked, was when he's standing over the guy and he's like, "Pray, because I want God to strike me down. I want fucking lightning to hit me." Like, and it's like you're sitting there and it's just this hopeless. That's the thing. It makes you feel hopeless the entire time because they run the show.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do. These guys are going to fucking kill you. You're not going to get out of it. Like, they are... I wouldn't want to run into these three, let me tell you.
Yeah. Or else if you do, the next words out of your mouth better be some beautiful Mark Twain shit because it's getting etched on your fucking tombstone. The dialogue in this is fucking great.
No, it's good. It's good.
Yeah.
The devil rejected me. That's why I'm here.
Hey, I just saw 3 from Hell. As we mentioned somewhere in the Devil's Rejects review, I think was that we recorded the review before the movie came out. Well, I think it was very confusing because the movie only came out in like a few theaters here and there on only a few specific nights, but it's out on VOD now. I just watched it real quick. And another thing that happened after we had recorded the Devil's Rejects review was that Sid Haig has passed away, unfortunately. Really sad to see him go. But man, what a long career. I mean, he was in the original 66 Batman. He was in all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that's really sad. And he appeared at a lot of conventions. I saw him a lot of times, and a lot of the New Jersey conventions like Monster Mania, Chiller, Fangoria. Really cool guy who was really funny and really awesome with the fans and everything. So anyway, rest in peace, Sid Haig. He was really, really good in 3 from Hell, although he was only in one small part. And that's what I want to say. If you were expecting him to be a larger part in this, just to let you know, this is not a spoiler. This is just a heads up that he is very... little of him is in the movie. So it's expected. I think that I can understand because he was probably not in the best health. I don't know for a fact if that was the reason. That's just my guess. Because I think otherwise they would have probably made him a bigger part of it. Before this, I only saw a brief trailer, a very short trailer. He was in the trailer, but that scene of him is the only one that's in the movie. So anyway, he was the best part. I mean, the one moment he is on screen, he is phenomenal. So it's kind of sad. But like I said, great run. He had a long career. And this kind of was like a good send-off for him, actually, I think, because there's no way they could have known that this was going to be his last movie, or at least the last movie to come out, while he's alive. Or I don't know, I actually forget which happened first now, because like I said, the release of this movie was kind of fuzzy. Anyway, his replacement, because the 3 from Hell is... it does not include Captain Spaulding. It's really this new guy who is Otis's half-brother, named Foxy. The character's name's Foxy. The actor, Richard Brake, you may have seen him in Batman Begins. He was Joe Chill, the guy who shoots Bruce Wayne's parents. He was also in a lot of Rob Zombie movies like 31 and Halloween 2. He's a great actor. He does a good job playing these psychotic characters. He did a good job in this movie, but he was no Sid Haig for sure. I mean, that's the problem with this movie, was that there wasn't really any major side characters. Like Devil's Rejects, we mentioned had the sheriff and the pimp and all these memorable characters, but this one there wasn't really that much else. The chemistry between the 3 psychopaths, they don't it's not the same. All the stuff that was in Devil's Rejects is not really on full display here, like the Tutti Fruttis and the chicken fucking and all that like hilarious stuff. There isn't really much of this in this movie. There's nothing that really sticks with me. I don't think this is going to go down as a memorable film the way Devil's Rejects did. And to begin with, it doesn't have the expectation. I mean, there was no point of this movie really existing, but I was glad also to see these characters one more time. So it was kind of just like a little gift. It was like a pleasant surprise, like, oh wow, I never thought they would have made another one, and now there's a trilogy, and we can debate on what was better, and I think it might be better than House of Thousand Corpses, but nowhere near as good as Devil's Rejects. Didn't have any major problems with it. It was just I think it was okay. I think the beginning was the best, and then it kind of went downhill. I think it would have been great as a courtroom drama of the killers on trial, because that little bit in the beginning was so good. I think it began with a lot of promise, but then it kind of turned into more of the same, but not as good, you know? So I wish I could give it more of a glowing review, and maybe it will grow on me as time goes on. I just saw it minutes ago. Also, the last thing I wanted to mention was that they make extensive use of a movie ranch, which is supposed to look like a Mexican town. I know exactly where that is because I filmed there for the Nerd movie. There is a final battle scene that takes place in 3 from Hell, and that exact spot where they are is the spot where we drove the van through all the fruit stands and everything. So that little stretch of road that leads up to the church, like that is where we filmed, and that is where a lot of movies filmed, but I've never seen it used so extensively as here. So it's kind of funny when you're watching something like that and you know exactly where they are, you know. Anyway, I think it was all right. Check it out. Jacob's Ladder.
Jacob's Ladder.
Wow, this is good. What do you think?
Pretty good. Jacob's Ladder is ridiculous, and it also helped, you know, video games like Silent Hill. They lifted a lot from Jacob's Ladder.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. In Mega Man X8, there's a Jacob's Ladder, which is weird. Well, it's not called that, but like I always think about it as like a space elevator called the Jacob's device or something. I'm like, I like when I first heard of Jacob's Ladder, that's what I thought it was, a Mega Man reference, but.
Okay.
It's a horrifying movie.
It's some kind of biblical reference, from what I understand. Actually.
Yeah, it's a biblical reference. In this, you know, you find out later the ladder is actually called something, but
the ladder to heaven or something.
Yeah, and the guy's named Jacob.
He happens to be named Jacob. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the best way to describe this, it's kind of like a feature-length Twilight Zone episode. Okay. It has a lot of different possibilities where you can speculate on what it is that happened. It's a little bit weird and trippy at times, but then it has these really just good acting. Like really,
it's simple. It's a Vietnam War freak out LSD trip movie about purgatory, heaven, and hell, and your choices in life and accepting death. Simple.
There you go. All right. The plot, basically, there's this Vietnam vet played by Tim Robbins who returns from the war.
Well, it starts in Vietnam.
Yeah, it starts there.
And they all start freaking out.
Yeah, they experience horrific hallucinations while they're in Vietnam.
Yeah, he gets bayoneted in the stomach and wakes up on a train in New York in the 90s.
Yeah, and he comes back and he's haunted by memories of his son who died, who is played by Macaulay Culkin, who's very young at the time.
Hey, watch out!
He keeps slipping into different realities all the time. So he goes between the war, his old family, and his like current life.
Yeah.
As working as like a postal service guy. Then he meets up with fellow veterans who share the same hallucinations, and they believe that the military gave them drugs as an experiment, basically to turn them into like, you know, more ruthless killers or whatever.
Yeah, which mirrors like real life experimentation, LSD, CIA stuff, MK Ultra, Polybius.
Yeah.
All down the same rabbit hole, my friend.
Exactly, yeah. So he goes to a lawyer.
George Costanza.
Exactly, played by Jason Alexander, and to look into this whole situation. And then after he looks into it, that now he's basically just pushing back against it. He's saying, look, you know, you guys were never in the war, this never happened. And then his fellow veterans stop talking to him. And it turns into like maybe this whole thing is some kind of conspiracy against him. And then you're also wondering, well, maybe he's just insane. Maybe it's like none of this happened. So you're left with all these different possibilities and you're not exactly sure. But you just get more and more interested as the movie goes on. He talks to this guy in this like alley or some kind of like abandoned.
Yeah, he's a guy that created the ladder.
Yeah, so he says he was enlisted by the army to develop this type of LSD, the ladder. It was basically meant to turn the soldiers into violent maniacs.
But instead of attacking the Viet Cong, they attacked each other.
Yeah.
So it was brother on brother, man, which I think he said.
Everybody in this movie just does such a good job acting that I think otherwise with this type of material, this would have been really hard to pull off.
Yeah. I mean, the movie was hard to pull off in general. And because to me, it feels like 3 separate films.
Yeah.
And I hate saying that because I kind of want to see the movie where the Vietnam vets get back at the government for like fucking with their minds.
Yeah.
And all that stuff. I want to see him, like someone who dies and they have to figure out going from heaven to hell and all that stuff. And, or I also want to see like the LSG Fever Dream stuff and like the MK Ultra movie. But this is like all 3 in one, where he's seeing demons on the subway train. There's like the demon like sex scene, which reminds me of the sex scene in Species, when they're at like the house and stuff.
Species.
He literally has fever dreams where they have to put him in an ice bath. The movie is super disorienting. It's super uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Much like all of our deaths.
Yeah. Which I know is the idea, that it's supposed to be disorienting. Like they want you to feel what the character's feeling.
Danny Aiello's in this, the chiropractor.
Yeah, that's right.
It's like his guardian angel, quote unquote.
I think he is. Yeah.
But who's also in Leon the Professional. He's like the guy that gives Leon all the jobs, and he's also in Madonna's Father, the Papa Don't Preach music video. I love Danny Aiello. Just off shot of The movie's super symbolic. There's a ton of tight editing. All the demonic stuff. He's like reading books on demography and all that stuff. There's flashbacks. There's a ghost train, like in Ghostbusters 2.
Yeah.
There's just so much going on in this movie. It's hard to kind of even review it.
Those are the reasons why it's good, I think. It's mainly just how committed they are to the source material.
I guess we can talk some of our favorite scenes. I love when the U.S. government has been trailing him the whole movie, like secretly, and they eventually put him in a car, and he fights back, and they throw him out of a car. A Santa Claus, Salvation Army Santa Claus, robs him, and they bring him to a hospital, which seems like a normal hospital at first, and then it gets deeper and deeper and deeper into like a satanic type hospital where they're like there's like organs and feet on the ground and like kind of like a freak show type thing going on in the ceiling, and then they chop him down. They start putting things in his eyes, and they're gonna like saw his head open and look at his brain and stuff, and he's just like freaking out. That's a good part.
I mean, I already mentioned my favorite scene by far is when he meets the former hippie LSD guy who invented the ladder.
Yeah, because I like when he's like, his friend, he's like, oh, where's my former doctor? He's not here anymore. Oh, he died in a car bomb. Okay, that's weird. Or his car exploded. And then he's hanging out with the other Vietnam vet who thinks people are trailing him, and then his car explodes. Because I kind of like seeing that court case, no one believes him thing. But then it's like also there's demons, and also it could be a mind trip, and also he's sometimes in Vietnam getting stabbed in the stomach.
Yeah, I mean, the part I could have done without, I just have to get to the spoilers. That's the only way, so.
The movie's already been spoiled.
It already, I guess, but in case you haven't seen it, then this is your spoiler section. You could take it any way you want, but it seems to imply that he was in some kind of purgatory the whole time, because it ends with his corpse in Vietnam.
In like a medical tent.
Yeah, as if he never left. So in this purgatory, all these characters, I guess, represented angels and demons that were trying to take him either to heaven or hell.
Yeah, the concept is the whole movie is in his head, and he's trying to rack his brain why he has to die and how he has to release. So he built the whole life from himself, and it keeps getting chipped down. Danny Aiello, his guardian angel, says, listen, if you're ready to go, everything looks like angels, like you're going to heaven, like his son, Macaulay Culkin, brings him to heaven at the end, or they're going to look like they're demons and they're going to keep dragging you down. And even the Vietnam doctors, when he dies, are like, oh man, he put up a hell of a fight, but he had to let go. So
it's like you could see like, okay, that's Macaulay Culkin taking him to heaven, or that's just a flashback of him holding hands with his son.
Right,
so
that's true too.
I mean,
it's kind of like near-death experiences where like your brain fires off when you die, and like your life flashes before your eyes. But he makes like this construct up. I kind of wish he just walked up the stairs in Macaulay Culkin and you just didn't see the ending with him in the tent, because then it's up to your own interpretation.
Yeah, I know. It's like, and this is funny because if you've seen the Siskel and Ebert review of it, you know how they argue about everything?
Yeah.
They both liked the movie, that's the thing, but they just find that one thing to argue about. Gene Siskel, he brings up that he didn't like the ending because it like kind of explained too much. He would have rather had it be open-ended. And then Roger Ebert just jumps down his throat the whole time and just like attacks him completely for it. Which is what they do. I mean, that's why they were so entertaining to watch. But
regardless of if the demons or the things are in his head or if it's real or not real or whatever, he still dies in the end, and he still has to let go of the realization that yes, he has to die and he has to stop fighting. That's what a great message.
I think I would have rather it been more about, like, is he insane or is it a government conspiracy? But having it be like, oh, he was dead the whole time, I kind of didn't like that as much.
One more fun thing.
Yeah. It's a great movie. I think regardless, it's really good.
There's a part in the beginning where the first time you see Tim Robbins, he's taking a shit in the woods in Vietnam. And he walks up and all the guys like Ving Rhames and whoever are like yelling at him. He doesn't talk to them. He just keeps chuckling. He keeps going like, so I'd like to put together a reel of all the chuckling in the opening because it's really fucking weird. Tim Robbins.
All right, Tales from the Darkside.
Yeah.
We're talking the 1990 movie based on the TV series.
Which I never watched.
Yeah, I've seen some of them. They're good.
They're good? Okay.
It's like, you know, if you like the anthology series, you know, like Twilight Zone or Erie, Indiana, or like some of those. Like, I'm thinking more like, you know, what was there, Amazing Stories?
Yeah.
So this is, you know, if you're thinking more like 80s type stuff. It was originally going to be Creepshow 3, apparently.
Which I could totally see.
Yeah, George Romero wrote one of the stories. So a lot of people refer to this as the unofficial Creepshow 3.
Yeah.
Because there is a Creepshow 3, but I think that one didn't have any endorsement. You know, it was kind of...
Yeah, I don't even remember. I never saw Creepshow 2. I've seen one a million times, but I know there's a Creepshow show coming out, but...
Oh, yeah, that's right.
But I can see, like, when you told me this was Creepshow, would have been Creepshow 3, I'm like, oh yeah, that fits perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's got 3 stories in it, which are framed by this weird kind of like Hansel and Gretel type thing, where there's this young kid who is locked in a kitchen by this, I guess she's supposed to be like a witch, where she's gonna like cook them in the oven or something.
She's like having friends over. It's gonna be like a whole thing, I think.
Yeah, so it's like this weird dark thing, but it's done in this really silly, you know, like way. Basically, the boy stalls her by telling her scary stories,
which is kind of like the famous story 1001 Nights.
Oh yeah, that's
Arabian
right.
Nights, where she's like stalling her murder by being like, "Oh, let me tell you this story, and this story, and this story."
And that's just a way to connect all the stories.
Which is clever.
Yeah, so it's an old you know, format.
Yeah,
very traditional. So going into story number 1, it's called Lot 249
by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle.
249, yeah, that's right.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Steve Buscemi's got a damn mummy in a crate, which he's going to use to butcher his colleagues who are competing for a scholarship.
Yeah, they kind of screwed him over. They framed him for something, and it's Julianne Moore and Christian Slater and some other guy, and he's using a mummy, and the mummy looks really cool. By the way, the effect is really cool. Not the coolest mummy I've seen. I mean, I've seen way cooler mummies, like Mummy Cop. The series. Anyway, no, I never read the original story, but I really enjoy this one in the movie. Like, Steve Buscemi is great.
Yeah.
He's such a dick, but he's kind of not like justified, but you can totally see why he's doing all this.
I love that it just starts with a mummy.
Yeah.
Like right off the bat, it's like, you know, it's more, it seems to be more popular to go with like a vampire or a zombie or something, but it's like, no, we're doing mummies right off the bat.
No, I really, really like the filming is amazing in this, by the way. Like, the cinematography is beautiful, and Buscemi's great. I love that he proves that he is smarter than them too.
Okay.
Like, when it comes to all the Egyptian text, like he outsmarts the guy and whatnot. It's very, very clever. I don't know how much we want to give away, but it's a very, very clever script.
Yeah. So the second story, Cat from Hell. Ooh, this is a good one.
This is a good one.
So this was a screenplay by George Romero based on a Stephen King story.
Yeah.
And it was originally, I think this specifically was the story that was going to be in Creepshow 3.
Okay.
If not all of them. You got William Hickey from Christmas Vacation.
Yeah. Puppet Master, right?
Is he? Okay.
Maybe, I could be wrong.
It's been a long time.
Yeah. No, William Hickey, I miss that guy's voice when he would show up in movies. He has such a very specific raspy voice.
He does, yeah. The cigarette voice.
I don't like jokes.
I don't make jokes. Sit down. Here.
So, I mean, the plot in this one, I don't know.
I can explain this one.
All right, go ahead.
So basically, William Hickey's family, they are in pharmaceuticals, and they made some like drug or chemical that they made millions off of. But apparently it's like just one step above and legal enough to not be heroin, but it's on par with like street junk heroin and stuff. So they tested it on cats. And then one day a cat shows up, and then suddenly it kills his sister, her friend, and his caretaker.
We've been having a theme of killer animals lately.
I did a double feature of this and Man's Best Friend. It was a great way to pitch that.
It is. And both of them have a cat
being
going into a throat. So this time, instead of the cat being swallowed, the cat murders the guy by forcing itself into his throat and then like busting out of his stomach or whatever.
And both times, it's a terrible cat puppet. It looks ridiculous.
I forget, does it come out of his stomach or does it go back out?
It comes back out of his mouth.
So it like eats him from the inside?
So the cat is like there to get revenge, and William Hickey hires the bad guy from Mr. Nanny. He's a hitman to kill the cat. The hitman's just kind of like, what? This is stupid, but it turns out to be a problem. And the cat's just too smart for these people. And like you said, it straight up murders him.
Which I did not expect.
No.
But wow, it's a really funny effect.
And I'm still confused, like, was that a cat that was experimented on and now it has superpowers? Or is this just like fate, like this is like the universe punishing this guy, so it's sent in the form of the cat. I don't know.
It's like the black cat. It's
the
Poe story.
Or is this like was it the same lab where Max was brewed from Man's Best Friend? Was he in the other cage and got out?
I don't know, but all I know is that murder scene where the cat goes in the throat, like that is just
this is
that makes the whole thing. So none of the rest matters compared to that.
This is the weakest one story wise, but I do again the cinematography. I love when he's telling the flashbacks, and you'll see it like, and then the light will go off, and then the light will come in front, and they're like there. I like how it transitions to the flashbacks. It's really really well done. But it's worth it for that cat scene, like you said. It's ridiculous.
It makes it so worth it. I mean, that's probably the best moment that you could like take out of context of the whole movie.
Just send that to a random person and see what they say.
Yeah. However, I think my favorite story is the third and final one.
Oh yeah.
Which is Lover's Vow. And this one is it's basically based on like a spirit of Japanese folklore.
Okay.
But anyway. This movie, I mean, the only way to really talk about this one is to spoil it. So if you don't want to be spoiled by it, I mean, it's not entirely unpredictable, but I mean...
This one's got the best... The other ones don't really have twist endings. You kind of know what's going on. This one actually does have a twist ending. So this one definitely watch it.
This is my favorite one. So.
Yeah, it's my favorite. I always said, like, for years, I'm like, that could have been its own movie. Just that... I would like to see that just, like, stretched out. Like, it would be really cool to see.
Yeah, so the reason why this one's so memorable, going into the spoiler territory, is that basically this guy witnesses this gargoyle murder somebody.
It's James Remar, who was Raiden in Mortal Kombat Annihilation. Oh, okay. Good actor, still acts today. I watch him in Black Lightning. He's really, really good. Yeah, he witnesses that murder, and then the gargoyle monster is like...
Yeah, it speaks to him, which is creepy.
Your life in exchange for a promise.
So this is K&B. This is K&B, the guys who did... This is like a year or two after Army of Darkness, I think. So the demon looks really cool, unless it's... When it talks, it kind of looks a little goofy and takes me out of it. So maybe I wouldn't have had the mouth move. I would have had it be more telekinetic.
Oh, okay.
Or not telepathic. Yeah. But no, so it gives him the thing where it's like, hey, I'll let you live. Just never say what happened here.
Yeah.
Never repeat it. Don't tell anyone what I look like. Don't say anything. Yeah. And so he says yes.
Yeah. So then years and years go by, and then he like meets this girl, and they fall in love. They get married, and then
he meets the girl that night.
Yeah.
And then he falls in love. Yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of time passes, and then he has these young kids.
And things go great for him, by the way. Because we skipped over his agent. He's an artist, and his agent drops him. He's like, you're done. You're never going to be anything. And that night turns his whole life around. Suddenly he's got a big exhibit and all his art is selling and he's got tons of money. So,
and then I think it all goes to shit when he just makes a sculpture of the gargoyle.
Yeah.
And he shows it to the girl, and then she freaks out and then turns into the gargoyle.
Yeah.
So it was her all along. And this is the scene that just gives me chills, and I'm getting like goosebumps just thinking about it.
Yeah.
When she's like, telling him that he broke his promise, and then and all the kids become gargoyles.
Yeah,
so
the
it's
kids.
like,
It just cuts to the kids. They're like, "Wah!"
yeah, it's like
with their weird googly eyes, like, "Ah!"
yeah. So all along he fathered these gargoyles, which is just creepy in itself. But the part that just gets under my skin is when there's that face looking at the guy and like reasoning with him and being like, when he says "I love you" to it, and this gargoyle's like, "I love you too, but you broke your promise, and now you have to die," and then it kills him in front of the kids as these child gargoyles watching.
And it's super tragic because you find out at the beginning that the gargoyle above his studio was that monster. So like clearly it was watching him for a while.
Yeah.
And loved his work and admired him and it really wanted to have this relationship.
Yeah.
And then it's like this guy loved her and it's like, I want to give her everything. I never told her the truth. I need to prove my love by telling it, and that's what undoes it. It's like, oh, it's such a bummer. No,
I know.
And then it ends with like the gargoyle. They're all gargoyles, so she's holding the kids above the thing. I'm like, that's a bummer. It also has a weird stop motion effect. I could have done without that, but other than that, really good end. Like that stuck with me as a kid. I'm like, that is like gut wrenching and terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just that thing looking. I mean, you said you found it kind of
when
silly,
it talks, it's a little weird. When it's just like growling and stuff, it looks awesome. The talking is what takes me out.
Oh,
of
okay,
it.
yeah. Because I think the talking may have been what creeped me out.
Really?
About it, because there was something so weird about it.
Yeah.
Like it's just having that thing talking to you. I don't know. There's just something about it that just freaked me out.
It is one of the coolest looking like demon monsters. The wings are really cool.
Yeah.
It's really neat. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of good creature effects in the 80s. Like I like the
Or is this 80s or 90s?
Oh, 90s.
Yeah.
You know what? I think of it as the 80s because the show was the 80s.
Yeah,
And that type of effect is what you'd see in Twilight Zone, the movie.
Yeah.
Like with the monster on the wing. So it kind of reminds me of that, where these creatures, which they're kind of hokey, but they're kind of, creepy at the same time.
This looks like something they might have had for Army of Darkness that they didn't use.
Oh, yeah.
And it feels like something that would have showed up in From Dusk Till Dawn, because I think it's all the same effects company. So like it really fits in, but no, it's cool. And then I guess the movie ends. The kid outwits the witch, like Hansel and Gretel throws her in the oven.
Yeah. So I mean, it's a good movie. I don't think it's as good as the first Creep show, but it's
I can see that. I can get that. But it is, if you like anthology horror, because anthology horror was big for a while.
Yeah, and it should be big again.
Yeah, it kind of is. They've done a few anthology movies. I think they're mostly low budget, but in the world of TV. Like American Horror Story, every season's its own thing. Like Haunting of Hill House, the next season's going to be a whole new story.
But I mean, that's different because it's like a whole season.
Yeah, but like the idea of the anthology is it's kind of morphed. But I do miss these kind of movies where it's just like 3 stories and they're all interconnected kind of.
3 or 4, sometimes 5. But I think 4 is a happy number if they hit that.
Yeah.
I'd love to see more movies like this.
Yeah. I think Trick or Treat was kind of like a return to that.
Okay, Trick or Treat.
Trick or Treat, yeah.
Oh, kinda, yeah. I mean, they were connected a little bit, but
there's a Christmas anthology, and I think William Shatner narrates the in-betweens.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it a Christmas horror anthology?
I think like Santa ends up fighting Krampus or something. There's one where like Santa's elves turn into zombies. I want to check that one out.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, so if you like anthology horror, if you like the people who wrote these stories, Stephen King, George Romero, and Arthur Conan Doyle, like you're gonna love this. You can't go wrong with this movie.
Yeah. All right, today we're talking Monster Brawl. Wow, I had a lot of fun with this one.
Yeah, me too. This was really awesome, actually.
Yeah, now the concept, let's just explain what it is. There's no plot. It's just a wrestling tournament to the death.
It's a pay-per-view, pretty much. It's awesome. I like the way that the backstories of all the characters is told as if like they're going to commercial break.
Yeah. So that's the only plot part. So basically, they set up this whole tournament, all these classic monsters to fight to the death. It's in this cursed cemetery with the commentators are in like a shack, and and the monsters come out and taunt each other before the fight.
Yeah, they cut promos and everything, like a wrestling tournament, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, just imagine a werewolf talking shit on a swamp monster.
Yeah,
before.
swamp gut.
And then they go into these like short backstories where they explain where the monsters come from, and like they have like a little, they each are given a little bit of a cinematic origin story. The great thing about this movie is that there's so many versus movies where most of the time they're going to spend most of the movie setting up the plot. That's usually what would be the right thing to do.
Yeah.
But here's a movie that's like, you know what? We're just going to give you the monsters fighting.
Exactly. That's what's cool. That's what I like, is that it plays off like as if I am watching a pay-per-view. I'm not watching like a movie, really.
Yeah.
And the fights are actually awesome.
Yeah.
They're choreographed so well. It's like watching a wrestling match that they're actually making contact.
Yeah.
And it's got a lot of cool wrestling references in it. Jimmy Hart, Mouth of the South, is the ring announcer. Kevin Nash plays one of the characters in it.
He the one up there?
Yeah, that's Kevin Nash right there. Also, Super Shredder.
So he was the Super Shredder.
Herb Dean, who, God rest his soul, is killed off in the first round of this movie. He's the he's one of UFC's refs, like one of the main guys that is always refereeing UFC fights. He tries to tell them not to kick in the groin too much. And Witch Bitch, who is, one of the characters in the fight, just slits his throat in the middle of the match and kills him. So the rest of the fight is just, oh, no, there's no ref anymore.
I mean, it's basically just like any monster mash that you've ever seen. It's like it just cuts the bullshit, goes straight for the fighting. It's so unapologetic to it.
Yeah.
That it's just like, you know what? Like, we're not going to try to make like any high art here. This is just for fun.
It's reviewed really badly online, which I was like, I don't think it really deserves that at all.
Yeah, like if you were expecting a movie with a plot, then there's plenty other movies to see. But this is something that just exists in its own world that I would like to see more movies like.
Yeah, I would love if they made a sequel or something to it, because it leaves you kind of on a cliffhanger. Not to say, no spoilers or anything, but the fights were really fun. The characters were actually really entertaining, even though they're only on screen for a little bit. The announcers also are amazing. Dave Foley from The Kids in the Hall is the one drinking all the time, like Steve Sasquatch or something, and he's the other commentator. And their dynamic is great because they're calling the action the entire time, just like you're watching a sporting event. I think that the way they did it, it's a movie, but it's not a movie. It's a pay-per-view. It's not really a pay-per-view, but it works so well.
It's low budget, keep in mind. Like, this is a very low budget movie. One moment that sticks out that's really funny is like because they call the monster Frankenstein all the time. They're like, oh, Frankenstein. And then the other announcer goes, well, technically it's Frankenstein's monster if you want to be a dick about it. Like, that is the best explanations that I've ever heard, because it gets it out of the way. It's like, we know, but we're just going to move on.
They also made like some really funny references into, I think it was with Swamp Gut. Like, when I was watching, I was like, wow, that's like King Hippo in Punch Out, where you got to like punch him in the mouth and then hit him in the gut.
Okay.
And they actually say, like, he's like, I've never seen an assault on the body since King Hippo in 1988. And he like made that reference in there. And I was like, wow, that's, it's pretty good. These guys thought of everything. Everything that you're thinking about the movie, they address it before you can kind of say, like the Frankenstein's monster too. Like, they know what they're doing in this movie. They were very conscious of it. A lot of the people were actually trained professional wrestlers. So Frankenstein was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he's in a few things too. He was in like the Sherlock Holmes movie with Robert Downey Jr., but he was a pro wrestler first and became an actor.
And just to go through the characters real quick, we got a Cyclops, Witch Bitch, Swamp Monster, Werewolf, Mummy, Vampire Girl, Zombie, and Frankenstein.
I loved Swamp Gut was one of my favorites. I liked his little story that they tell, where it's kind of like a Discovery Channel monster thing, and it's talking about how he just hunts people and he can spit this toxic venom and all this stuff. And he's hunting people that are like fishing in the swamps and just killing them. And he's like hanging out with just a dead body. Like, there's one point where he's just cradling a dead body and petting it. Like, it's really, it's messed up, but it's not scary. but it's funny. It actually has a really great sense of humor to it.
I really love when in the mummy scene, when the mummy breaks loose from the museum or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's like a reporter, and they're like, so there was this incident at the museum. He's just reporting on it like it's a normal thing. He's like, the suspect is the long dead pharaoh Khafra.
And the news ticker on the bottom is like saying stuff about like monster killings up 500% since like all these things. Like it's just this world where monsters are, you know.
And they still go for like the headlines, like who's your mummy, and like they just go for it all. So we reached out to Frankenstein and we got them all together.
Yes.
And Lance Henriksen is the voice of the. It's like he's not one of the main commentators, but he's like just a voice that they got in there,
kind of like a narrator.
They basically made him into like a Shao Kahn, like Mortal Kombat, which I think he straight up has Mortal Kombat lines like finish him and stuff like that. It might not have been finish him, but something similar. It seems like they just gave the script to Lance Henriksen and just had him read it in like 5 minutes.
Yeah,
like,
probably.
Okay. Fatality.
Yeah.
And he's doing that voice the whole, which is what he does, you know.
It was weird that like, you know, in the movie, it was so many different things happening. Like that was one of the parts is like anytime a monster starts beating on another, it gives you like that Shao Kahn kind of like, you know, like stupendous or whatever. And I think he says like ultra combo at one point. He says something like that at one point. It's really funny.
Yeah, I mean, I have nothing bad to say about this, except for one thing, which I'm going to keep it from being a spoiler. But, you know, this whole thing is a tournament. There's like one part of the tournament that gets ignored.
Yeah.
Like they just don't come back to it. You'll know what I mean if you see the movie. It just seems like they don't finish the whole tournament. So I guess there's another part of it that was just its own separate battle, I guess.
Yeah, it's kind of like those are like the exhibition card or like the preliminary matches, and then there is like the ending is like the tournament. But I would have liked it honestly. Like that was the one thing was I didn't want this movie to kind of end. I would have been cool if they did it like a 3-hour pay-per-view style. Like, because I'll sit and watch a 3-hour WWE pay-per-view. I'd watch a 3-hour monster pay-per-view too. It was really good.
It's a good party movie. If you can get a group together and like place your bets on who's gonna win and stuff, like it's just a lot of fun. Like I don't know what there is to hate about this movie. This was just massively entertaining.
Yeah, no, it really, honestly, it was one of the only movies that I think I watched that wasn't super upsetting or just dark. It was really fun, and I want to watch it again. Like I want to show it to everyone I know. Basically. Like it's something that I've never heard of this movie. I didn't know it existed, and I'm so glad it does.
Me too. Yeah, definitely. What do you think?
Monsters Brawl! I thought it was Monsters Ball!
All right. Okay.
Oh boy.
So Hereditary.
Wow.
Back up last year, I told you that Huntingville House was the scariest thing I've seen in a while, and I recommended to you. And then you said that Hereditary was the scariest thing you've seen in years and recommended to me. And holy shit, you were right. This movie's horrifying.
Yeah, and like it came out a little while ago, like maybe a year or so.
2018, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like, oh man, we should have done it like sooner. But hey, that's we're talking about movies way older than this.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true.
But I was like, this movie needs to get some.
Yeah, you like really hyped it. You were telling me like you apparently had nightmares for the first time. And
I had nightmares for the first time.
Yeah.
In 30-something years.
Yeah.
Over a horror film.
And you know what? I really like horror in the last few years. They've gotten like really good at being really, really scary and stuff. But this is a horror movie that's really stuck with me. Like it gets in your goddamn head.
Yeah, this movie fucked me up.
Yeah.
Like this you know, it's a bold statement, and everybody always asks, "Oh, what's the scariest movie you ever seen?" And I never had an answer. I was always like, I don't know. I mean, like everybody says The Exorcist, but I don't think The Exorcist is that scary. I didn't think The Babadook was scary. Like I
liked Babadook, but yeah, I can agree. There were scary parts in. By the way, it also depends on what you're scared of, like how old you are. Because certain things are scarier than others.
Yeah, but after all that time, I finally have an answer. Hereditary is the scariest movie I have ever seen.
It's pretty terrifying, and it's a new director.
Mm-hmm.
I think him, along with Mike Flanagan, whoever directed The Witch, I think they're the best names in horror going right now.
I think so, yeah. Jordan Peele also.
Jordan Peele, yeah. I didn't see Us, but I like Get Out.
It's good. Yeah, The Twilight Zone.
What's it called? Did I sent you his short film from college? Did you have time to watch that? It's so disturbing. I can't even say what the plot of it is on this show.
Oh yeah, no spoilers until the end. We will have a spoiler section.
So this director This director started his career with Dark Material, and then he got a Hollywood movie, and he just went even darker. And recently he did Midsummer, which is a little bit more comedic. Yeah. But anyway, Hereditary.
I woke up screaming in my bed in the middle of the night. And
I was terrified to go to sleep.
Yeah.
That rarely happens where I'm just scared to go to sleep.
Like, I wasn't really, like, okay, watching this, it was like, you know, it was right before bed, and you know, the room's dark, and like, there was like some heavy wind outside, too, so it was like the perfect atmosphere. There was a gate outside that kept slamming, and I was like, oh, fuck, I forgot to shut that. And it just the wind kept slamming it, like, at like, unpredictable moments, would just be like, psh, and I'm just like, okay, I should go out there and shut that. And then I go to the window and be like, yeah, it's pretty dark out there. And because there's parts of this movie where, like, especially as it goes on, the lighting seems to get dimmer.
Oh, yeah. It does this thing where if you ever woken up in the middle of the night and you can't see, and you know how your eyes adjust to the darkness? The movie recreates that feeling so well, because there's stuff in... Like, Haunting of Hill House, like, there's stuff in the background.
Yeah.
But this one, you're like, you start to realize, you're like, oh, God, there's someone over there.
Yeah, like, things start to appear, and you can't watch this in the day. Don't try. Watch it I mean, okay, look, if you don't want to be freaked out of your mind, then no, don't watch it at night. Yeah. But if you want to get freaked out, watch this at night.
Yeah.
The room has to be dark.
Yes.
So while that whole thing was going on, I just felt so immersed in what was going on. And then after it was over, I just went to bed thinking like, oh, wow, that was fucked up.
Yeah.
And then waking from that nightmare, and then my wife said, no more scary movies. And it was like the last time somebody ever said, no more scary movies, was like my mom back in the 80s.
Yeah.
When I was a little kid. And I'm like, that is awesome. I got scared by a horror movie.
Yeah.
Finally.
Also, we have not mentioned the story at all, so let's go into that. So I
guess. I
didn't know what, based on the trailer, I didn't really know what this was going to be. It starts... It starts off, Toni Collette, her mother has just died. And then she's at a funeral full of people she doesn't recognize, which is like kind of an early clue. And basically, like, Toni Collette goes to like a grieving, like a group grieving thing, and tells her whole life story. And that alone is just terrifying to hear. Like, she's just like, oh, I had the worst existence ever.
Yeah, it's basically like, it starts like a family tragedy. It doesn't start like any kind of like, and I really think from that point on, the less said, the better. Like, it starts to turn into a horror film, but it begins as just this, like, almost like a family, not a family movie, a drama about a family going through a tragedy. From this point on, I think you've heard our overall thoughts. It's like this is this really well done, terrifying movie that if you want to be scared, freaked out, watch this. From this point on, I think we're going to talk more plot details, but I'd recommend just stopping the video, going to see the movie if you have not seen it. So from this point on, spoiler alerts.
Yes. Okay, so early on you realized that the daughter, Toni Collette's daughter, had a really, I don't remember any of their actual names, but Toni Collette's daughter had like a really good bond with the grandmother who recently died.
The girl's name, Charlie.
Charlie was the name of the girl. Okay, right.
Which, there's a reason, I think, for her name Charlie.
Which we'll get to.
Which there are girls named Charlie, but it's not as common. It's mostly like a boy's name, there's a reason, I think.
There's definitely a reason. So she gets like weird. She has like these visions, and she starts like cutting the heads off of dead animals and stuff. She's very weird. And then there's a son who looks nothing like the dad or the parents. He looks completely different than them. So I think there's maybe something that was cut out there. I don't think the dad in the movie was really his dad. I think.
It's a good repeat watch movie.
Yeah. You
like,
have to watch this more than once because you'll pick up on stuff.
I mean, after the first time, you'll be so disturbed by it, you won't want to see it.
It took me a while to rewatch it. It took me a while to rewatch it.
Yeah, I only did it for this video. I was like, I gotta look at it again. And as I was looking through it a second time, I was like, oh wow, there's like all these little clues and stuff.
So the son gets invited to a party, and the mom makes him take the daughter because she like needs to socialize because all she did was hang out with her creepy grandmother.
I'm just feeling sad thinking about it now.
Yeah,
like, you're just like...
until the very end when you realize, oh, it wasn't that bad. So he takes the daughter to the party. On the way,
this is where the movie starts.
Yeah. On the way there, they drive past a telephone pole that has a symbol carved into it.
Yeah, and that's a second watching type of thing.
So he takes his sister to the party. He's like getting high. She eats something with peanuts and she's allergic. So he's got to like drive her to the hospital because she's like freaking out. I guess they don't have the EpiPen. So in order to get air, she sticks her head out of the car and he swerves and then her goddamn head comes off. So at which point...
But you do not see it happen right away. I mean, they do show later on a decapitated head, but the thing is, they make this so disturbing by showing nothing.
They like, if you ever read about people who went into shock, like this is a good, like... Yeah. Because like...
Because he goes into denial.
Right
like,
away into denial, like he can't fit, like it...
He doesn't even look back. He just keeps
He almost does and he stops.
Yeah.
And then he drives home and then it's...
He goes to bed hoping it's like...
Hoping it's a dream.
Probably, yeah. And then go ahead.
Oh my god. And then you hear Toni Collette find the girl's body and scream.
Well, you just see the kid waking up and you hear her scream and you know exactly what happened.
Yeah.
A mother comes out to find her decapitated daughter in a car.
Yeah.
And can you imagine...
Yeah,
it's fucking horrible.
So you're already imagining, and then they, just to add on, they cut to the goddamn head covered in ants and
just
stuff.
Just to confirm it, but even without that, I think that showing the head was the least bothersome part. I think the most bothersome part was just hearing her scream.
Yeah.
And she's still screaming when it comes to the funeral.
Especially if you've ever heard someone do those screams in person. I don't know if you have. I have.
I mean, I've been in a hospital and things like that.
I've known like family. I've been there when they've gotten news and stuff. And like Toni Collette, I don't know how she wasn't. I mean, I don't give a shit about the Oscars, but just the awards in general, she should have been nominated for something.
Oh my god, her acting is just off the charts.
She's always been a great actress, but like especially this, like how she reacted to this, I'm like, that is spot on. It's stuck in my head. I couldn't get her screams out of my head because it was so organic.
My wife was watching this with me.
Yeah.
After that part, she had to leave the room.
Here's another thing. I usually don't say like, you know, like warning, whatever.
Yeah.
I would give like a mother a heads up.
Yeah.
Like someone who like has kids or wants kids, give them a heads up. Like, hey, maybe this isn't the one for you.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just because I'm getting older. I'm thinking of things, but I'm just like,
it's true. It's like that. Yeah. This is the most disturbing death I think I've ever seen in any film because it really feels real.
I know because like I remember like I think my girlfriend recommended to her sister-in-law this movie and she was pregnant. I'm like, let's wait a couple years before you let her watch that movie. Let's wait. So the one thing about the screaming though, I do think it kind of goes on a little too long, and it reminds me of Kung Pao Enter the Fist, where the girl's crying and then it transitions to another scene and you hear her crying still in the background. So that one took me out of it.
Well, I think Kung Pao Enter the Fist will come up in Hereditary. All right, we got to do a rental review sometime.
So as the movie goes on, she's dead. So the mom's like suffering with loss and grief. The son is going through like a ton of guilt. The dad we'll get to. I want to get to the dad at the end. I got a fan theory about him. So she like meets this older lady who like wants to do like a grief counselor lady. And she's like, oh, I did a seance. We brought a person back to life. And then she's like, oh, okay. So she does it and like turns out it works. And like throughout the movie, she sees like visions of her mother and stuff. Like, remember she goes in the light and she goes in the room, you see her mother like waving, and then she turns the light on, she disappears. Also fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
So she thinks that she is now a medium. So she does this whole spell to contact Charlie, and like it like works, but then it scares everyone, and then as it goes on,
this is all probably like an hour into the movie still, so like
as it goes on, you realize, oh, her grandmother was in a cult, a satanic cult. And there's warning signs everywhere. Like the symbol is one of the warnings. What you call it? The house. There's these like little Latin words written all over the house.
It's almost, if you want to like explain how the cult works, it's almost like you have to explain it in order of how it happened, not how the movie shows it to you.
Yes.
It's kind of like they were trying to like this demon king or whatever, Paimon. They're trying to like bring back. It's basically its soul still exists. They need a body for it to go into, and they start with the girl Charlie, but they want it to be a boy. Like it was for some reason, because Paimon can't go into a girl's body because Paimon was a man. So
he can, but it says like he prefers a male body. He gets very, very angry if he's not in the male body.
So I think Charlie was never actually Charlie. She was Paimon all like the whole time,
which makes the death scene like not that big of a deal later on.
But then after that, they needed that to happen so that the soul could get free again, I guess. And now they're going to put it into the boy. But they skipped over him because at that time the mom wasn't with the grandmother. Like the grandmother was like they had a falling out or something. Yeah. So all along the boy was supposed to be the host.
And the grandmother thought, like, oh, I'll put it in this new baby, not realizing what the gender of the baby was yet.
Yeah.
So it was like, oh, no, I messed up.
And she might have had the name Charlie picked out before or something.
Yeah.
It was like, you know.
Yeah, and they show, like so we got to talk about the dollhouses.
Yeah, so the mother she works in, like, building, her job is, like, building these, like, miniatures, like, these houses, which I don't think they ever really tell you what they're for.
I think it's either for like an architect thing or like an art exhibit thing, but the movie begins with the camera going into a dollhouse and the movie starts.
Yeah.
And that whole thing is, it's supposed to be the idea of fate, which they talk about in the kids' class, where like basically this is the family's fate. They have no control over it. There are outside forces.
Because every like room in this house is designed to look like something that happens later or something that had happened. Yeah. So it all like... Even the final shot of the movie is framed like it's in one of those miniatures. So.
And they're like, you find out like the crazy nice lady who turns out to be a cult member, when they show her apartment empty, they have a little diorama that shows what the end of the movie. So like that's part of the tragedy of this movie is like there's no way to survive this. This is their fate. They're stuck in this.
And that's all watching a second time, you notice like the objects in the rooms, you know, have something to do. Like there's so many little details, like
the little glimmer of light is like the demon. There's like a little glimmer of light that can kind of go around.
Yeah, and that symbol, which you mentioned on the telephone pole, like you start noticing that symbol's everywhere. And then the guy who appears as like the naked guy in the doorway.
Oh, he was at the funeral.
Yeah.
When I first watched it, I'm like, that guy's fucked. I know there's something weird with that guy.
Yeah.
So basically, you find out that the dad knew that the grandmother's body was like removed from the cemetery, and it turns out it was in their attic since the cemetery. So the mom tries to like burn like a book or something to get rid of these spirits.
It was Charlie's note or sketch pad.
Yes. She goes to burn it, which ends up getting her husband lit on fire.
Because then he doesn't believe her, and then he throws it in the fire, and then he burns up.
Yeah, and then she basically just gets possessed by the demon. And then eventually it just ends with them trying to get the son. Like, everyone's going after the son. And
like the part that bugged me out was like, okay, it was like mentioned, you know, already the naked guy in the doorway when he just kind of appears there and he's like smiling. And like, wow, that's fucked up. And then when the mother is chasing him up into the attic, and then that scene where she grabs onto the attic and she's like banging her head
like a woodpecker. My god, that was so creepy.
Yeah.
And then at the beginning of that scene, if when they show the house go from day to night, you see that there's naked cult members. Like you don't notice them right away.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like all those hidden things, like in Haunting a Hill House. There's like a scene where there's one scene where there's like somebody just standing like point blank right behind him, and you don't see it at first. And also the mother is like Spider-Man up on the ceiling.
Yeah, somehow she gets into the attic and she cuts her own head off.
Oh yeah, and she's just doing that. Freaked me out too when she's doing that thing.
And then it the son tries to kill himself, but that just lets the demon into him.
Yeah.
And then he goes into the little girl's tree house where there's like this whole like ceremony where they say like, "You're King Paimon."
Hail Paimon!
And that's Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah, it loses me right at the end. Because it's so, by the way, the beheaded mom's corpse floating really creeped me out. It's like the reverse of Mystics and Bali, where it's like a body floating without a head instead of a head floating without a body.
Yeah.
So it's real creepy. Then he goes up, and then like the decapitated corpses are bowing.
Yeah.
And then they switch, and his sister's head. It's really terrifying. And I'm like, and then you hear the old lady. She's like, "Give us riches, give us good familiars."
Yeah.
And I'm like, "This is creepy." And then they all start chanting, and I'm like, "Oh, Rosemary's Baby." Like the movie felt so fresh up until that 1 second, but it was just the last second.
If you would have, like, if you had spoiled this movie by just showing those scenes at the end, those that we mentioned are really creepy, like the woodpecker bang and the headless bodies, and I would have been like, okay, well, it's kind of creepy, but I wouldn't have thought it was that crazy. But seeing the movie and going through the whole experience, I think after the family tragedy stuff, and then the seance stuff, and then the movie just psychologically breaks you down.
Yeah.
So by the time you get to that last scene, you're just so vulnerable.
Yeah.
And it's done so well.
And then it ends with the song "Both Sides Now." I've seen clouds from both sides now.
I thought that was weird.
Yeah. There's a reason for it, but
okay.
But they used the original version of that song. I would have preferred the Neil Diamond cover of that song, which is why I'm wearing the shirt.
All right.
Okay. But yeah. So, do you want to hear my stupid fan theory?
Okay.
I need to grab some props real quick.
Go for it. While you're doing that, I just want to mention the music is also a big part of it. The score just drills into your brain. Like, I thought this was one of the most effective scores I've heard in a film in a while.
Yeah. The music is really, really good. Mm-hmm. So the dad, he's kind of confusing in the movie. He doesn't really talk much. He doesn't seem affected by everything. Mm-hmm. And like early on, I thought, "Oh, is he involved in this or something? Is like he one of the bad guys?" Mm-hmm. What did you think about him? Like the Gabriel Byrne character,
the dad?
Yeah, the dad. Because he seems kind of checked out during a lot of it.
Oh, okay. I mean, I thought he had nothing to do with any of that. Like I thought he had just because he throws the sketch pad in the fire and like all that. So.
But before that, like even when like the daughter died, you never see him mourning or anything. So I thought he might be involved. It turns out this movie was a lot longer.
Oh,
it was originally they cut a lot out. Like it was gonna slowly build up to the supernatural stuff. Someone told me that his background is that he was the mom's psychiatrist and fell in love with her and then had a kid. So I think that's why he's not mourning as much because maybe he's like used to it and stuff. But before I knew that, I came up with a fan theory.
Okay.
James, so you know how they said there's 8 kings of hell, right?
Yeah.
So in my mind, I was like, oh, what if the dad is the devil from End of Days? Because he played the devil in End of Days. So as a punishment for not starting the apocalypse and getting outsmarted by Arnold Schwarzenegger, hell kicked him out and made him a tugboat captain in the movie Ghost Ship.
Oh, wow.
But then he interfered with a demon trying to harvest souls and the demon killed him. And then hell kicked him out and made him marry into the worst family in Hereditary, where he gets screwed over by another demon. So this is the Gabriel Byrne demonic Satan expanded universe.
Wow.
Director Ari Aster, let me know if this is true or tell me to fuck off. You're probably going to tell me the second one. But yeah, any final words on Hereditary?
No, it's good. It's good.
And keep a lookout for the director. Midsummer, you're definitely wanting to see Midsummer when it's on video.
I want to see it, yeah.
Small review, it was the best theater experience I had all year long.
Yeah.
I will never be able to relive that crazy experience.
Yeah, and unfortunately I won't be able to live the theater experience.
We'll watch it together.
Okay, all right.
And watch the director's original film, The Strange Thing About the Johnson Family. Again, the subject matter is so dark, I can't even tell you what it's about. But yeah, check out Hereditary also.
Waxwork. It's a fun 80s horror movie.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, good stuff. It's kind of out there. It's a little bizarre, a little loose. It's a little bit comedy, a little...
Yeah, it's very 80s.
It's very 80s,
it's just 80s.
Yeah.
Everything about it. The characters are just... They are like exactly what you would see in like a Madonna music video. The dude's just always wearing the suit jackets with a t-shirt underneath and smoking cigarettes. The women with the teased up like blonde hair and everything. It's just... It's the fucking 80s, man.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's kind of a remake of a 1924 silent film called Waxwork, or Waxworks. I think the original was Waxworks, but it's kind of the same concept where it's a bunch of short stories told through wax figures.
Okay.
So I bet that's where they got the idea from. And also it shares some similarities with the 1933 Mystery of the Wax Museum and its 1953 remake, House of Wax, with Vincent Price. So I think the elements that it really borrowed from both of those concepts was from the original Waxworks, it was about like wax figures coming to life, which happens in this movie. But then also with House of Wax, that one was more about dipping people in wax, like creating wax figures out of real people. So that also kind of happens in this. So where people become part of the wax scene when they enter it. So it definitely took ideas of all those wax movies and made something else with it.
Yeah, so basically this guy owns a waxwork in the middle of a residential area, which is kind of weird because it's just in like a neighborhood.
Yeah.
And
like it looks like a house.
Yeah, it's weird. But so they go to this waxwork, and and there's a subplot of like the guy and the girl dating. It doesn't even matter because it doesn't even matter halfway through the movie. But when they go to this waxwork, if they go into like step over the rope, they are transported into the waxwork, and when they die, they are part of that waxwork now, or wax sculpture kind of thing.
And every wax scene has some kind of theme, like there's a werewolf and a vampire one. So it kind of uses that to create these little short movies inside of it almost, and pay homage to all the classic monsters.
Yeah, you can tell like they definitely had an appreciation for old monster movies, and just old movies in general, because I mean there's everything. There's, like you said, there's the werewolf, there's
like a Phantom of the Opera.
Phantom of the Opera. There's the vampire, and there's a swashbuckling scene, a sword fight. And you wouldn't really think about that in an 80s horror movie, but there is like an outright, two dudes sword fighting, it's pretty cool.
Yeah. There's familiar faces in it. There's Zach Galligan from Gremlins.
Oh, okay.
Then there's David Warner in this, who I recognized as the scientist in Ninja Turtles 2.
Yeah. To be honest with me, I couldn't place his voice at first, but I know him because of he's Ra's al Ghul in Batman the Animated Series.
Okay.
And he's the Loeb in Freakazoid. And his voice was like hitting me. I'm like, I've heard that voice like so many times. I know it was in something, and I had to look it up. And those were two cartoons I was super into. So like once I started seeing, I was like, oh, okay, I know who this guy is now. And also, Secret of the Ooze, which I hadn't really watched until we went to the Mahoning Drive-In. I don't think the other time I watched Ninja Turtles 2 was literally like I was a child.
Yeah.
So I didn't even I didn't know who the guy was back then. But seeing it now seeing him in Waxwork and everything is pretty cool.
There's like this insane backstory about the 18 most evil people in the world, and like combining their possessions with like some kind of sacrifice to bring about the end of the world.
Yeah.
So a lot of this movie got really wild, as it went on.
Yeah. The thing I didn't get was like, so their idea to take over the world is that the wax figures basically come to life,
I guess.
Which is like, okay, but they all basically like, are you telling me like the whole world's military and everybody couldn't kill 18 or 20 monsters that came out of a wax sculpture? Like they would there's no way they'd take over the world. I don't know. It just
it's like Plan 9. They resurrect 3 zombies.
Yeah, we have a vampire, like 80s Valley girl, a vampire guy, a werewolf, the Phantom of the Opera. What else was there? The Marquis de Sade.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there were more museums they just didn't get to yet. There was like
maybe that's true. Like maybe it resurrects every wax sculpture or something. But
yeah, it's a weird movie that it has like this comedic tone. It's really offbeat, and you're never sure exactly what kind of movie it's trying to be. Like a lot of the scenes with Zach Galligan, like in the house, like with the mom and everything. There's a lot of attention to detail. Like I remember a scene where he's talking to the mom, I think, at the table, and they're like, there's that like flower pot in between them, and they keep like turning to like look at each other. Like sometimes there's really good camera angles. There's a lot of like that rhythmic Edgar Wright style editing, where it's like really fast editing.
There's also his Nazi teacher or whatever.
Yeah, what was that all about?
It's like a joke that they make in the movie a couple times that like his teacher is a Nazi or like I guess an escaped Nazi that left Germany or something, but it's just weird. Like in the
it's really weird
because he breaks a couple times and does Nazi shit.
Yeah, I mean the only connection I got, I mean, maybe I missed part of it, but then they're talking about the 18 most evil people in the world. I think maybe that's one of them. Like they were trying. Maybe that's the idea that they're going to all like the evil like periods in history and like. But I didn't catch where that connected. I think I'm only thinking of that later now. I just remember those scenes as just being like really jarring. Like what the hell? I was like,
they have to show his regular life, I guess, or whatever, like his school life or something.
I mean, that's one hell of a thing to have a teacher like that.
Yeah, right. I guess in the 80s too. I have a question. Have you ever actually gone to like a Waxwork before?
Oh yeah, to the Madame Tussauds and all that type of stuff. Yeah,
I've never been to that one, but I went to one that's like this, where it's like a horror waxwork.
Oh yeah.
I went to one in like upstate New York, and I was a kid, and it was like, oh, House of Wax. So my dad's again. My dad bringing me to something that I was probably way more violent than I should have been allowed to see, but we went in and like. It was like, really horrific and realistic looking. And I'm just like, I think I was like 10. It was the year Super Street Fighter 2 came out. So whatever year that was, and then minus 1986 from that, and that's how old I was. But I remember like one of them was like a guy who had like cut out a woman's heart, and he's just holding the heart. And I remember like being really freaked out and not wanting to like go through, but I knew I had to walk through this place because I'm halfway into it. I can't walk back out. It's like a line, like it's a one-way line. So I had to like just keep going. And I remember I had like nightmares because of that place. But it was like, oh, House of Wax. My dad is thinking like it's gonna be like Madame Tussauds, where it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger or something. It's like dude with face ripped off and like guy being eaten by zombies and stuff. But I was like 10.
I think the biggest highlight from this movie is the end when all the wax figures are coming to life, because then it's just all out madness.
Yeah.
It's just insane at that point. Like there's so many things going on and so many characters like fighting each other.
Yeah, that whole battle scene is crazy at the end.
Yeah.
There's a guy in it too with a wheelchair tank.
Yeah, I was so surprised when I saw that. I was just like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, how did I not see that?
I totally thought you would like, that was like the inspiration for it, was this guy in Waxwork or...
So he's wearing, he's in a tank chair that is like, it looks a lot like the one in the Nerd movie.
Yeah.
And it's like almost painted the same color and everything. And you don't, there's so much going on in that scene that you don't really notice it that much. And I guarantee the reason why they cut around it so much is because they probably had as much trouble as I did operating it. Because the one we had to have like 2 ropes from each end. One rope was to pull the treads so that it would make the treads spin. The other rope was to actually pull the whole thing to make it move.
Oh man!
And we had to digitally take out all the ropes and everything. And this movie, without the digital technology where it is today, I'm sure that they just had to cut around, because you never see, there's always like other monsters in front of it, or like they never pan down much to show like the bottom.
It looked like it was made of like cardboard, to be honest, like spray painted. Maybe a little bit thicker than cardboard, but it looked like they just literally took like particle board, painted it, and put it over him in a thing, because the back end is like floppy and stuff.
Yeah, but that was surprising seeing that.
Yeah.
Because I can't remember the first time I saw it. This is the second time I've seen it. The first time was sometime after the Nerd movie, but I still did not see the tank chair because that scene goes by so quick.
Yeah, if you like look away and come back, you'll miss it. It's pretty much like that.
Yeah, I was like pausing it, being like, wait, I need a good look at that thing. Are you serious? Is that a fucking tank chair?
And it kind of comes out of nowhere too, because they introduced that character as someone who I guess knew the guy's grandpa, and then also Jenkins, who is the butler, the main character's butler, comes in at the end to help him out with the battle and everything, and they get into this insane battle between the wax sculptures and like 100 other people that just rush in and start fighting. Which the one thing about this movie, there's two things. One is the ending where the house finally explodes, and they use a really good miniature of the house to make the house explode. But there's one shot where they like must have just taken a picture of the house and cut out the windows and put a horrible like fire filter behind it. Like it was digital and it looked real bad. But what are the police gonna think? I like to always think like after this movie ends, you know, because now there's this burnt down house. So in that town, someone's gonna have to respond to that. And then they find like skeletons of a guy, a tank chair, a werewolf.
Maybe we'll have to watch.
The Marquis de Sade's DNA is there for some reason. Like, what is going on in this place?
We have to watch Waxwork 2 then. Maybe they answer it because there is a Waxwork 2.
Oh,
yeah.
If it's about the investigation into this, into the original Waxwork, then yeah, I'll watch it. But if it's a shit sequel, then that movie can suck it.
Yeah, I mean that's usually why I avoid sequels.
Yeah, it's a fun movie. It's it's goofy and 80s-y, and it's definitely worth watching.
Move over, Vincent Price. My favorite House of Wax has Paris Hilton in it.
Mm-hmm. All right, so Demon Knight is basically Tales from the Crypt, the movie.
Yeah, I think it's the first of their movies.
Mm-hmm.
I think they had...
There's Bordello of Blood also.
Yeah, and I think it was supposed to be a trilogy, but we'll talk about some of that at the end. But
the show, obviously, a great show, HBO, based on the comics. I really love the show and the cartoon on Saturday mornings, I think. I did a top 10 episode a long time ago on my favorite Tales from the Crypt episodes, but I never covered Demon Knight yet, so this is good.
Yeah, I love Tales from the Crypt was great just because they had so many good actors and extras and the stories and, you know, just like you're getting like more of Creep Show kind of, you know, it made a lot of sense.
Yeah, and you know, I mentioned a lot of times, love Creep Show. It's one of my favorite, if not my favorite, anthology horror film.
Yeah, I love anthology.
Because this one is not an anthology, even though it was based on an anthology series.
Yeah.
Demon Knight is just a full feature-length story.
Yeah.
Tales from the Crypt style, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's bookended with the opening and the Crypt Keeper, and it opens with like a fake, like this woman murdered her boyfriend or whatever, and he gets out of like a bathtub that's filled with like chemicals, like she like, you know, was gonna melt him Walter White style, you know.
Yeah.
And he comes up to kill her, but then the Crypt Keeper's like, it turns out to be like a set, and he's like, cut, this we're doing it wrong, and says, hey, this is a movie, and here's how it goes.
I like that part where the Crypt Keeper's the director. And there's a weird thing which you don't see often because usually, like, you know, the puppet, he's like behind the like the table or whatever. But here you see him like walking around, and he's kind of chroma keyed into the scene. So it's like a weird, like...
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a miniature or if it's like someone, like, they put the head on his body or something, but it's really weird.
Yeah, it looks strange, but it's cool.
And then the movie starts, I forgot what song opens it. I thought it was A Perfect Circle. I forgot what music song opens it, but it's like a car chase with William Sadler and then Billy Zane's chasing him, and they're like two like souped up cars going down the highway. And William Sadler runs out of gas, and then Billy Zane rams into him at like 150 miles an hour. But William Sadler gets away, and that's kind of how it starts.
I mean, plot in a nutshell, a bunch of people are led to this house or hotel or whatever it is.
It's a hotel that's also an old church, but it being a church has nothing to do with the movie, even though the movie has to do with religious stuff.
There's basically this demon disguised as a human, who's Billy Zane, who comes to steal this key that can open the gates of hell.
There's 7 cosmic keys represented by like the 7 stars that are in the logo and also on the person's hand. And they open some sort of gateway, or they control the universe, and then it brings the darkness back from like the Big Bang or Let There Be a Light or whatever. It's like religious, but not. It's weird.
I mean, well, there's all those weird like crucifixion flashbacks and stuff. It's like...
Yeah, I mean, we can get a little bit into that earlier, but like, you know, the main character is William Sadler, and he has the final cosmic key or whatever you want to call it that looks like a, you know, like rosary, like crucifix type key.
Sounds like the plot to a video game, not a movie.
Kind of, it does. And are you familiar with William Sadler at all?
No.
He's the bad guy in Die Hard 2. He was the dickbag in Section 31 in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. He usually plays a bad guy, so it's weird seeing him play like a street thuggish good guy. And then Billy Zane usually always plays a bad guy, like in Titanic, unless he's playing the Phantom. That's for Tony. They're great like character actors in their own right, especially Billy Zane, but it's good seeing them together in this.
And by the way, another Dick Miller movie. I mean,
from Gremlins to...
Yeah, we should just have a full Dick Miller Appreciation Month.
I love Dick. He's awesome.
Rest in peace, Dick Miller.
Yeah. And of course it was directed by Ernest Dickerson, who also did Juice, the Tupac movie, and he also did Bulletproof with Damon Wayans and Adam Sandler, which is supposed to be like their like action vehicle, and it was awful.
I wish we saw more of the Crypt Keeper as the director. Like, I wish it would cut to him more, like making puns and stuff.
Oh, you mean like if he was directing Demon Knight? Like if the whole movie had like things in and out of it?
Yeah, that would've been great. Yeah, like if like he's like complaining about it or something, or like they would. It would be really cool if they like did a scene or something, then it would come back to him being like, no, that's not right, and then it would like redo it a different way.
So it's like if two people were getting into like an interesting dialogue, and then he would interrupt and ruin everything?
I wish I was voiced by the Crypt Keeper.
So the good guy has the cosmic key, and he's hiding out in this motel that used to be a church, and there's all these other characters there. There's like this prostitute girl and a mail worker that you find out later was going to go postal and shoot everyone at the postal office. You have like the jock guy who's with the girl. You have Jada Pinkett, who's on work release and has to work there from prison or something because she's a thief, but they don't really go into that. Then you have the lady that runs the place, who's pretty cool. And then you have Dick Miller. So they're kind of like a group, and you find out, because there's 7 keys, you need 7 people, and one of them's going to end up being the key bearer later, which they don't really go into much.
Creature effects are amazing.
Yeah, very much like The Thing.
Yeah, and like it's the same level as like the Crypt Keeper himself. Like it's just really good effects.
And it's impressive. Like there's no holds barred. Like there's this little like kid in the movie. You think he's gonna survive, but no, they turn him into a creature, and then he fucking explodes, which was pretty cool. The cops investigate the crash, and they end up back at the motel, and everything kind of goes to a boiling point where Billy Zane, the bad guy, is working with the cops. Like, hey, we need to get this guy. He's a criminal. The cops are like, listen, both of your cars were stolen, we found out, and we're going to bring you both to jail, which makes Billy Zane kind of freak out, and he punches right through the cop's head, and then rips the cop's head off while it's on his hand, and then uses the cop's head on his hand like a boxing glove and punches somebody, which was pretty amazing.
The only thing is, as I watch it though, as it goes on, it's like feature length, I kind of forget that it's based on Tales from the Crypt. Like I just keep thinking
It reminds me a lot of From Dusk Till Dawn.
Me too.
Because they're in like a temple that's now something else.
Yeah.
And also,
could From Dusk Till Dawn have been the Tales from the Crypt movie?
It was supposed to be. It was supposed to be
really?
the third one or second one.
Huh.
And then instead it got, put somewhere else, and instead they did Bordello of Blood. And actually at the end of this movie, Demon Knight, the Crypt Keeper comes up and goes, "Hello kids," and the next movie is going to be Dead Easy. Which they then later changed the title to Fat Tuesday, and then they ended up not doing it. And then they did Bordello of Blood, and then there was supposed to be another third one, which then became something else. So it didn't really work out, so now the only 2 Tales from the Crypt real movies you have are this and Bordello of Blood. Bordello of Blood has a lot to do with From Dusk Till Dawn too, because it's about a house of vampires that have been there forever. So it's kind of weird. This movie feels like a mix, the 2 movies.
I'd like to see another one. Like I'd like them to make another Tales from the Crypt movie.
Yeah, now's the time.
Yeah, I mean we just saw John Casser recently at a couple years ago at the Nickel City Con in Buffalo.
In Buffalo, yeah.
And he still does the voice spot on.
Oh yeah,
so.
he was like doing other announcements. Yeah. So he's like, like half price beers or like
he was just walking around doing the voice. I'm like, I mean, they could totally do this again. They just have to, because the puppet itself, you could just do that for the end of time.
Yeah.
So if they just have him doing the voice, they could make a ton more of these.
Yeah, so it's a good time to bring back this actual Tales from the Crypt, maybe on Shudder, but I guess they didn't want 2 competing things with Creepshow, and and I guess a lot of people are really into like the pulpy horror anymore anyway, so I don't know. So what are your favorite parts of this film?
Every scene with Dick Miller.
I like when the cop breaks up the couple having sex, and the girl's lighting the guy's like nipples up with a car battery. I was like 11 when I saw this. I was like, what are they doing?
Yeah, that was kind of weird. It's like with this movie, you ever see a movie that you like, but you just can't remember it very much?
Yeah.
No matter how many times I've seen this, I mean, I must have seen it like 3 times all the way through, it doesn't stick in my memory as much.
It's paced weird.
It is. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot going on in it.
There's a lot of cool scenes, but
yeah,
the possession scenes are awesome because Billy Zane can get into people's minds and turn, put you in like your own little like music video. Like Dick Miller gets his and gets possessed because he puts him in this area where there's all these topless women, and he tricks him. He's like, "Hey there, Uncle Willie, you want to get yourself a drink?" And it's like this fantastic scene. Or Jada Pinkett Smith, he puts him in like this nice, like you're gonna travel the world and whatever. And then the prostitute lady gets like taken because she's just wants love and like actual affection, and he kind of takes advantage of her. So then she gets possessed because he gets let her into her mind or something. So that's how they get into the building and through the seal. They trick the humans. You find out that to kill the demons, you have to shoot them in the eyes, and then they shoot out this green lightning.
There's a lot of cool stuff like that in it.
Yeah. And the other thing is you also find out William Sadler, the main character, is actually like 100-something years old because he fought in World War I. And I guess one of the original bearers of the cosmic key, because I guess you're immortal once you're the bearer of the key. And he died in World War I, and he passed it on to him. And then at the end of the movie, he passes it on to Jada Pinkett. She becomes the new Demon Knight. So I'd love to see a sequel to this film where possibly she goes to like the Vatican and like the key opens something. Like I think there's more you could do with the Demon Knight series, but I don't know.
If you're into 80s and 90s horror that tend to have lots of comedy and creature effects and like just that really, over the top nature, this is like definitely recommended. It's not in my heart as much as Creepshow, Return of the Living Dead, Evil Dead 2, and From Dusk Till Dawn.
Yeah.
Like, it's not that level, but still, it feels a lot of fun.
Yeah, it feels in the same ballpark. Like, it can play with them. And I know a lot of people that hate this movie, and I'm like, how?
Oh, really?
Like, it's really, it's interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I could see someone being like, okay, the plot is a little all over the place, but I mean, it's a lot of fun.
And Billy Zane is, I guess he's like a demon or like Beelzebub, or like his goal is to get a promotion by getting the key. And I guess he's been chasing William Sadler for like 100 years, because that's what it kind of feels like, and he finally has him, and he's like hilarious in this movie. I think it's Billy Zane's best film.
Oh yeah! Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening to us babble. I hope you enjoyed it this month. Just have a happy Halloween, and we'll see you next time.
Yeah, happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween!